and they lead Somerset by 96. Nick Gubbins will resume his innings on 70 not out. Jake Lehmann will resume on 16 not out. And your commentary team for today, a little later, you'll hear from cricket broadcaster, podcaster, influencer, Charlie Harden. I'm sure one of those is right, probably 2 out of 3. But to start off, it's myself, Kevin James, and from BBC Somerset and Bristol, it's Anthony Gibson. Anthony, good morning.
Good morning, Kevin. Beautiful morning it is too. Sunny, fresh, hardly a cloud in the sky. Still a little bit chilly, but forecast to get really quite warm this afternoon. Lovely day for watching cricket and a pretty good day for playing cricket as well.
It is, and as every day is when you approach a new day, it's an important one for both these sides. I think Somerset, I think it's fair to say, Anthony, Somerset won day 1, Hampshire won day 2.
Very much so, very much so. I spoke to Jason Kerr, the Somerset head coach, close of play yesterday, and he said it had been a very frustrating day in his words. He didn't feel that Somerset had bowled as well as they could have done, and that they wasted an opportunity in the morning to put really big runs on the board and get a significant first innings lead, rather than the 50 first innings lead which they eventually eked out, which, you know, is useful but isn't by any stretch of the imagination game changing. And Somerset are going to have to work really, really hard and bowl really, really well this morning, because the pitch is sort of gone to sleep. It's a lifeless strip now, nothing much in it for either seam or spin. And I think the key for Somerset is going to be discipline in their bowling. They've got to keep the pressure on and force the batsmen into doing something that they might not ordinarily do in order to make things happen. Rather as Hampshire did yesterday morning with James Rew, because Kyle Abbott and Sonny Baker bowled really, really well first half an hour. Kyle Abbott went off, Cody Youssef came on, James Rew sort of mentally saying, thank goodness for that, I can play a few shots now. Goes to play a shot at the wrong ball, out, and that was the beginning of it wasn't exactly a collapse from Somerset, but it was a very disappointing morning for their batting.
Yeah, about 40 odd minutes, Rew and Abel carried on their partnership, and then Cody Youssef's spell of 2 for 18 sort of opened the door somewhat, and things changed for Somerset as the day went on. So yes, good position Hampshire find themselves here, lead by 96, looking to build on that as much as they can. We have 2 full days of play left, the weather's set fair, and looking forward to what this game has in store. I think Hampshire are expecting to face quite a bit of spin today. We'll have to wait and see, but yes, it's an old-fashioned day. Well, next couple of days really, you just bowl boring.
Yeah, absolutely.
And as you said, Anthony, try and frustrate the batters, and who will not only want to make sure that they bat long, but also keep the scoreboard ticking over. So, yeah, sunshine out. We've got predominantly, virtually all blue sky above us, which is good news indeed. And the other bit of good news is that, yes, Stephen Clark, you are the first emailer of the morning. So I will come to that in a moment. So we're on the live picture feed, Hampshire Cricket website. That's going back to the Somerset Cricket website as well. We're also on the BBC Sport website and app. We're also on Sports Extra 2 up until 5 to 2, and then again later on this afternoon we'll keep you up to date with those details. And we're also live around the ground on the in-ground commentary. And the first over of the morning is going to be Jake Ball, who has picked up the one solitary wicket, that of Tom Prest, who was LBW in Jake Ball's first over last night around 5:30. The news on Toby Albert is that, as I understand it, he is okay. He's got a bit of a knee tweak, and as of earlier this morning, I was told that it looks like he will be batting a little bit later.
So no injury replacement?
Not at the moment, unless things have changed since I last got an update, but that was as of earlier this morning. Here's Jake Ball then around the wicket to the left-hander Gubbins, Lehmann, who takes his bat out the way. Did he get hit on the arm there?
Very strange sort of
wasn't
leave.
Strange opening.
Well, it was with the very first ball of his first over that Jake Ball got the wicket of Tom Prest, wasn't it?
It was.
With one that kept a bit low.
Yes, he did. And he was playing quite nicely with Tom Prest for 43, but good first up. Good first ball. Right, balls around the wicket again. Bowls to Lehmann. Lehmann almost plays on there. Well, that's a tentative start from Mr. Lehmann.
Again, not much bounce.
No. It'll be very dry out there, as we mentioned yesterday. Wicket getting slower and a bit lower. That's why we might see a bit more spin in the game. The bowler's looking to hit the bowler's rough. There won't be a lot of turn. There's never a lot of turn here, but for the seamers, it'll be hard work and it'll just be toiling away. There's ball bowls. It's down the leg side, wrapped on the pad. Half shout. Umpire looks like he's going to signal leg byes. Looks like he's getting ready to. Yes, there we go. First run of the morning, 147 for 1.
Problem for the spinners is that there isn't much bounce in this pitch, and bounce matters almost as much as turn.
It does. Yes.
And it's so slow that batsmen can hang back in their crease and play the ball off the pitch.
That's right. You just hope that something does a little something out of the rough, don't you? Maybe just to surprise the batters, otherwise it should be reasonably easy for the batters. Bouncer. Lehmann ducks underneath that one. So we're in the first over of the morning. Did you manage to find some real ale last night?
I did.
Just to give some?
I did, yeah.
Happy?
Yeah, it was very pleasant.
Was it?
Yeah. Very pleasant. It was a couple of pints.
It's always the highlight of your trip here, isn't it? Finding a bit of real ale.
Well, there's some good pubs in the area,
Yeah.
and some good beers.
Lehmann is forward. That's a more confident looking shot from the Australian. Goes up towards mid-off. So you spoke to Jason Kerr last night.
I did, and obviously asked him about the state of the game, and also asked him about James Rue and whether Somerset are planning to give him the chance to open the innings, which is apparently what England want them to do, and didn't seem very keen on the idea.
Oh, here's ball again. Lehmann drives, half stopped by Jake Ball. First over of the morning complete. Hampshire are 147 for 1, lead by 97. Yes, and that article from that interview is up on the BBC Sport website and app right now.
It is, but he did say, which is the main theme of the piece on the BBC cricket website, is that he's more than capable of opening the batting for England, even though he doesn't open the batting for Somerset. And, well, I think we all knew that anyway.
Well, he's got the right technique, hasn't he?
Well, he's got a fantastic record, yeah. He does what you would expect a good opening bat to do, which is to play the ball late, to leave the ball well, to get in good positions, to keep your head still, and all of the things that the coaches go on about.
Almost exact opposite to Zach Crawley, who goes at it hard.
Well, yes. Although James Rue does enjoy a cover drive.
And we enjoy his cover drive.
We do. Here's big Craig Overton in around the wicket, bowling to Jake Lehmann, who's on 16. The Australian batted very well in the first innings for Hampshire, held the innings together really. Just the one slip. We've got catching short mid-wicket. Well, no, perhaps not, because they're both walking in, those two, short mid-wicket and short cover. There's a single there past the short cover, who's Alfie Ogborn. So Gubbins is underway this morning. He moves on to 70, 148 for 1. Lovely day, I must say. Hardly a cloud in the sky. No vapor trails either. The woods on the far side behind the pavilion. Trees just coming into leaf. Not a bad crowd. Overton in and bowls, and this is just pushed into the offside by Lehmann. Sorry, by Gubbins. I've got them the wrong way round, mixing up my two left-handers. It was Lehmann who took the single. It's Gubbins now who's facing. Yes, yesterday was the first really poor day that Somerset have had in the season so far.
Okay. You allowed one?
Yeah. But they need a good day today. Overton in and bowls, and there is a single here for Gubbins. So he is indeed underway. Moves from 70 to 71. Tom Abel doing the fielding in his faded Somerset cap. They start off as navy blue and they fade to a sort of reddish brown colour almost.
Did the caps used to be maroon?
No, never.
They've never.
No.
I must be imagining that.
Overton in and bowls. This is turned into the onside. They do wear maroon caps in one-day cricket, or some of them do. But the Somerset cap has always been navy blue. But maroon does form part of the Somerset colour scheme.
Yeah, that's maybe where I've got confused a bit.
Overton in bowls down the leg side, and a good tumbling stop by James Rue, who goes sprinting off to the far end. Somerset get through their overs pretty smartly, but no sign of anything much happening for the two seam bowlers so far. 149 for one, so just 3 runs have been added in the first couple of overs.
Yeah, 46 overs completed in this Hampshire second innings. So Stephen Clark, who wrote his email at 10:15 this morning to make sure he was the first. hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk is the email to use throughout this game. Anthony has his X-Feed account, which he'll give you shortly. Here's Jake Ball around the wicket, and that's a pleasant looking shot on the up by Gubbins up to mid-off. Stephen writes, definitely first today, he says. You're right. By now you will have said what you have found out about Toby. That's right, we've already mentioned that. Let's hope the news is being good. It's certainly better than it may have looked last night. What's happened up at Lancashire regarding a contested substitute yesterday? I'm not sure that was yesterday. I think that was
day before. Yeah.
It was day before, yeah. I heard something but didn't hear the detail. Yeah, it was to do with Ajit Singh Dale, wasn't it?
And Tom Bailey.
That's right. And he wasn't allowed to come in, Tom Bailey, because he was too experienced. He's pushed up to it. The excuses are great, aren't they?
Seems a strange one.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? I mean, if you talk about like for like, I mean...
Well, Bailey's a better bat than Ajit Singh Dale.
Yeah.
Be fair to say, but...
And he does have better stats, but that's because he's been around a bit longer. But, yeah, I mean, when you talk about like for like, I suppose you could narrow it down as much as you can, but that does seem reasonably like for like. Short ball, and Gubbins ducks underneath. I guess if you can't have those two interchange, then how can you interchange people?
Quite.
Very difficult.
And again, they had to summon someone from far away across the country, didn't they?
Yeah.
But I think they're bringing forward the review of the injury replacement system.
Hopefully by today or something. As that's turned away to square leg. No run. Seems like, was it end of this? Well,
it was going to be the end of this first tranche of county championship games. So first six, I think it is, isn't it? But I think the suggestion is now that they may review it earlier than that.
Oh, right, okay. Clearly there's a problem.
Yeah.
As ball runs in. No slip at all for Jake Ball. As he can take a quick single, is Gubbins up to mid-on. That's good running. Off straight away, which he needed to do. Good positive running, and that's the 150 up for Hampshire in their first innings. So they've added 4 runs this morning, and they've also increased that lead up to exactly 100. Mike Martin is emailed. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, and he says, good news about Toby Albert, but this substitution rule is getting overcomplicated. It is, we've just been mentioning a couple. It's supposed to ensure you have 11 versus 11 after an injury or life event. Exactly. Ball bowls, that's a drive by Lehmann up to mid-on, but yesterday a Lancashire bowler had a hamstring injury. While Lancashire called up a replacement, they were refused as the sub was too experienced. That's right, we've just been talking about that. Ludicrous, says Mike Martin. Need a Gubbo special today, he says.
I think the two issues with the injury replacement system that we've got, first of all, is the fact that there's this 8 days before you can play again, rather than not being able to play in the next match, because the two injury replacements for Yorkshire, their 8 days has just run out from last weekend, and Yorkshire haven't got a game. So you know, there's clear incentive there to fiddle the system. I'm not suggesting that Yorkshire did, but you know, there is that incentive as Overton is in and Bowls, and that's played square of the wicket. And the other, I think, came up in the last Nottinghamshire game, where a bowler was substituted on the 4th day, and for a bowler, you know, who would obviously have, you know, been fairly weary, they got an entirely fresh seam bowler coming in. And in Australia, you're only allowed replacements in the first 2 days, in order to, that's played defensively up to mid-on, and I think that would be a sensible thing to do, so that, you know, you don't get an advantage from replacing a fast bowler or any sort of bowler on the 4th day of a game. So I think if they changed it to, you're not, if you've been replaced, you can't play in the next game, and you restrict it to the first couple of days, I think that would mark a big improvement.
Yeah.
No shot there from Jake Lehmann through to James Rue. We've got Tom Abel, who is at a sort of gully position. He's the only close catcher. Somerset not right back on the defensive, because they've got a catching short mid-wicket for the ball that stops in the pitch. Overton in and bowls, and this is down the leg side, and Lehmann shapes to pull, but pulls out of the shot because there is a deep backward square leg and a long leg waiting for the misjudged or top-edged pull shot, the sort that got Will Smead out yesterday morning after a very edgy time at the crease, 23 balls before he got off the mark. Overton in and bowls, and there's a single here, just pushed out into the offside by Lehmann. He moves on to 18, 152 for 1. So the lead now 102. I suppose if Hampshire bat all day, they will have a lead of 400, something like that.
I think that would be, I think that would be top end, yeah, that would be mightily handy, that would.
Overton in and bowls a bouncer. Gubbins ducks underneath it. Not tempted to hook either of these Hampshire batsmen so far, but you know, that would, if they did get a lead of 400, they could then declare and give themselves virtually a whole day to bowl Somerset out.
Yeah.
I guess that's probably the sort of Hampshire ideal game plan.
Yeah.
And at the moment, there's nothing to suggest really that Somerset are going to take another 9 Hampshire wickets. But we haven't seen the spin yet, so.
Agreed. But likewise, trying to bowl Somerset out a second time
is going to be tough.
Yeah, it will be. So lots of thoughts and calculations throughout the day, I'm sure, depending on how this innings goes. Here's Jake Ball round the wicket and bowls, and it's just pushed into the covers by Lehmann. Anthony mentioned about the interview with Jason Kerr. I spoke to Cody Youssef last night. He picked up his best figures for Hampshire, 3 for, and that spell that we talked about earlier this morning. That spell yesterday morning of 2 for 18 started Somerset's regular wickets, really. They fell in the first innings as Somerset didn't quite get the innings they wanted. That's pulled away, helped down to a fine leg by Lehmann. In fact, it's gone fine, and it's gone for 4 runs. Nicely placed. He was on to 22 when it's 156 for 1. That interview with Cody is on the Hampshire cricket website. There's also a couple of clips, or one of the clips, on the @ Sport X feed as well. He's a nice guy, Cody. I've spoken to him a couple of times now. And pleased for him. He picked up 3 wickets. He's worked hard in the 3 games that he's played for Hampshire so far. And definitely yesterday morning got the ball just to reverse a fraction as well. We were talking about that. That's a bouncer. There are bouncers out there this morning already. And yeah, just talking about getting the ball just to hoop in a fraction.
How long's he with Hampshire for?
Yeah, for this first block of fixtures. Yeah. And yeah, he wasn't first choice, obviously.
He was third choice.
Third choice, yeah. But, you know, he's a good, honest, brisk seamer and nice guy with it, which is as important as anything. Fits into the team well. As ball bowls a length ball to Lehmann.
A bit like Somerset, South African.
Yeah.
Miggy Pretorius.
Honest seamer.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Which, you know, it's hard to find overseas players that haven't got some sort of commitment, or
especially fast bowlers.
Yeah, that's right. Who are managed, over-managed, some would say. His ball again runs away from us and bowls. Gone for the Yorker there, dug out by Lehmann.
Good ball.
It was. It's pushed up to mid-on. So yeah, good for him. And you can hear him talk about getting a little bit of reverse swing yesterday and how happy he was to pick up his best figures so far. Hopefully he'll improve on that in the time that he's with Hampshire.
Well, we haven't seen much sign of reverse swing from the Somerset bowlers yet, but could happen because it's quite a pitch, has the appearance of being quite rough, abrasive.
Short ball again. I think these short balls are as much a defensive tactic to keep runs at a premium as much as anything. 156 for 1.
No spin yet. Going to be another over from Craig Overton. Just takes his short-sleeved Somerset cable knit jumper off, hands it to umpire Nigel Long. Going to have a similar field to the last over. Somerset, as Kevin James was saying, looking to keep the runs down, stem the flow, make it hard for the batsman to score readily. Overton in and bowls outside the off stump. No shot from Gubbins, who's on 73, and as we have been saying, has a very good record both here at the Utilita Bowl, where he averages 41.49, be a bit more than that now, and also against Somerset, where he is the 5th batsman, as this is played defensively, with the best average against Somerset. Thanks to Steve Pittard for these stats. Murray Goodwin tops the list with average of 71.3 against Somerset. Keaton Jennings 64.83, and Chris Rogers, who of course came to Somerset to captain them in 2016 from Middlesex, but when he was playing for Middlesex averaged just under 61, as this is down the leg side. Another short ball well taken by James Rue. He averaged just under 61 against Somerset. And Nick Gubbins in 14 games, 23 innings against Somerset, 1,222 runs at 58.19.
Handy.
And it'll be a little bit better than that now.
Rogers was a left-hander as well, wasn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, he was, wasn't he?
Yeah. Nuggety left-hander. Here's Overton in and bowls, long way outside the off stump. Bowling over the wicket this time to Gubbins. Just changing the angle, hasn't really changed the field. Still got Tom Abel in that sort of gully position. Overton bowls, oh dear, long way outside the off stump. Well, that's one way of keeping the scoring rate down.
Well, that and a mixture of bouncers,
Yeah.
it's going to be a long day.
Well, they've obviously got a plan, Somerset.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's obvious, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's a Steve Kirby plan, I feel. Bowling coach at Somerset.
Good old Curbs.
Fast bowler himself.
Yeah. Here's Overton in bowls outside the off stump. That's 3 in a row, miles outside the off stump. And on that note, I shall make way for Charlie.
Charlie Harden. Fresh from going round a load of grounds. If you follow him on social media, they'll come to that. I'm sure we'll have a chat about that. This is a nice email from Nicholas King, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Hello from the roof terrace of the pavilion. Attending my first ever 4-day match as a newcomer to cricket and new Hampshire member. Between my husband Jason and your commentary, I'm starting to understand the magnificent game, says Nicholas. That's very nice of you. It's nice we're explaining it simply.
Are we?
Well, we try. Here's Jake Ball, length ball, and Lehmann works that out to backward a point. So I introduced you earlier as an influencer, cricket broadcaster and podcaster and what have you. Is that about right? Because I know you were here 2 weeks ago, and if I'm honest, I've forgotten how I introduced you.
Well, good morning, everybody, and thanks for that lovely introduction, Kevin James. But
is it right?
Well, you know, 2 out of 3, I'd say. I'll give you. Commentator, you missed off, so thanks for inviting me up here and not calling me a commentator.
Of which you're developing very quickly indeed. That's a nice shot off his legs by Lehmann. Moves on to 23, 157 for 1 and 107 now, I think it is the lead. Yeah.
Yeah, Hampshire in a good position here. They fought back well on day 2, all starting from that early wicket of James Root to the arm of Cody Youssef, who, as you mentioned, had a solid day yesterday, but 157 for 1 here, Hampshire, having fought back well into this game. They're in a much better position.
Yeah, very good day yesterday. That's pulled away, not timed by Gubbins. Goes to mid-wicket along the ground.
You mentioned earlier about injury replacements. I know there's a lot of chatter about this, isn't there, Kevin James, across the whole county scene. But Anthony picked up on a couple of things about what's wrong with it. And I'm conscious at the end of a county championship block, whether you say, because obviously the current rule is 8 days, so that would then rule you out of the 8 days of the next format.
Ball round the wicket again, short, pulled away by Gubbins, down to fine legs, gone very fine, good bit of fielding, not quite. And that's gone for 4 runs. And Gubbins picks up another 4 to his total, and he moves on to 77, 161 for 1.
So I was just raising the point about whether you say rather than 8 days, it's the next game of that format. But either way, if you've got a good white ball player and you're about to play some T20 cricket and you make a substitute, actually it could harm the county if you are pulling them out of the next few T20 games. So it's an interesting debate, but I think a good rule to bring in, I'd say.
Yeah, don't disagree. Here's ball again, length ball, and Gubbins plays that with a perfectly straight bat.
Although I've been told off actually for calling it rule.
Have you?
Because I think it's a law.
Right.
What? Regulation.
Regulation.
Sorry,
Now
Anthony.
you've been pulled up again.
Told off again.
Yeah.
Well, I'll probably get told off tomorrow as well. Regulation. Thanks for that, Anthony. Not easy, this, is it?
No, it's not easy.
Gotta
And there is
stay on
always,
top of it.
and there is what I've found over the years. There's always somebody there to pull you up. So you've got to get it right. That's cut away almost with the bat high above his head there. Gubbins sort of slapped away into the covers. 161 for 1 at the end of that over. 111 is the lead. Got an email here on the same theme from Mark Taylor, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, for comparison, are there any stats on the use of full-time subs, in brackets, not the frequent use of 10-minute subs, in previous seasons? Whilst the number of replacements this season sounds high, I was wondering how many players were getting injured before. Enjoying the commentary while sitting directly opposite you on the terrace. Well, I suppose it's highlighted more now because before, when players got injured, if it was a batter, you'd come out and bat with a runner. If it was a bowler, then you just took the field with one less bowler in your lineup. It didn't seem to be a major thing, did it?
No, here's Overton, right arm over and whipped through the leg side by Lehmann, piercing the gap. A brilliant stop. Oh no, it's gone through his hand. It's trickling up to the boundary for 4 through that cow corner region. And another boundary to Jake Lehmann, who has a fellow left-hander to Nick Gubbins. I'm picking him out because of that red grip that's just glaring out at me. But 50 partnership between the two. As Gubbins and Lehmann set a good platform for Hampshire, 165 for 1.
Yeah, it's I just think it's become an issue. So we're talking about it because now we're saying, well, is he really a like for like, or is that really at this point of the game fair, and what have you? So it's become a talking point.
Overton past the stumps and an edge through first slip. It's going to run away for another boundary, and James Roos had rooted to the spot as it flew past him out of reach. There's a gully in, and it split the gap between the two, and I don't think that was quite under control from Jake Lehmann.
Well, if there was a first slip in, that would have been interesting. But, yeah, it went very fine, you're right. Off the top edge more than anything.
Almost off the shoulder of the bat, almost sort of upper half of Lehmann's bat. I think a big thing is what is like for like, because if experience is coming into it, that's something I didn't know, and surely a right arm bowler is a bit more like for like than a left arm bowler, as we saw at Lancashire. But here's Overton, and good length, good leave as well, just on that 4th stump line, just tailing back into Jake Lehmann there. Almost as if he was slightly worried as he chose to leave that. It was edging its way back towards the stumps, but taken by Root. 169 for 1.
No, you're right. The experience part of it, as what's happened up at Lancashire, is a new one, isn't it? I suppose we're going to get new situations because it is a new regulation.
As Overton's past the umpire this time, and a flowing drive through extra cover, again through the gap. 3rd boundary of the over for Jake Lehmann, the Australian man, domestic player of the year 2026 in Australia, is proving his worth. 173 for 1.
Great shot there, just a little bit of width there from Overton. Lovely piece of timing, wasn't quite a half volley, just hit it on width.
Yeah, he's cashing in this over, a nice shot through mid-wicket. A fine nick through 2nd slip, and a nice drive there through the covers. Here's Overton in again. It's the crease. Shorter, pulled away. There's another boundary. Deep square legs running its way round, and I think he stopped it here. It's a good stop, and he prevents the 2 as well. Brilliant work out there in the deep as Somerset looked to drop the odd short ball with deep square leg and fine leg on the boundary. Mid-wicket and mid-on in the circle. A little bit of a more tightly packed offside field with the deep cover point out.
It's a bit of an effort now to bowl bouncers with this oldish ball and slow wicket.
Here's Overton then, right arm over, and a good leave from Nick Gubbins. And that ends the over. 174 for 1, a productive 1-2 for Hampshire, 13 runs from it. I think we'll see Jake Ball continue from the hotel end. And maybe it could be time for a little bit of spin this morning.
So a partnership of 60 now between Gubbins and Lehmann. 92 between Gubbins and Prest before Prest lost his wicket last night. Stephen Clark's got an idea. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says one idea may be to nominate one batter, one all-rounder and one bowler to the subs bench. You know, the only thing is if you nominate one bowler it could be a seamer, whereas it might be a spinner that has to go off, but it's along the right lines. Not my idea, says Stephen, just in case we pull it apart. Not me, Gov. But Graham's, who's sitting alongside me, he says, here's Jake Ball continuing round the wicket, and Lehmann pushes that to short mid-wicket, and there is no run. So that's not a bad idea. We might have to nominate one extra person alongside. Of course, we're talking about like-for-like replacements. The very first game here against Essex, when Tom Wesley, out-and-out batter, bowled a bit of part-time spin, but was replaced by Noah Thane, who was an all-rounder, but he wasn't allowed to bowl. So that's not technically like for like, is it?
No, definitely
Although
not.
Wesley's vastly more experienced than Noah Thane. If we bring an experience into it. Short ball, pulled away, lovely shot. Jake Lehmann, he's played 1 or 2 already this morning. Right on top of the bounce, kept it down nicely. And that's running down towards the tunnel here at the Utilita Bowl.
Yeah, nice shot. None of these short balls really quite getting up and making the batters feel uncomfortable as yet. And Lehmann was able to get on top of that nicely and pull it out in front of square. I think it's interesting because, as you mentioned, inexperience. If you substitute on a more inexperienced player.
That's Fuller, and Lehmann drives. Doesn't get hold of that. It makes its way up to mid-off.
A lack of experience doesn't matter. However, too much experience bringing on to enhance your team does matter. So that gets rejected. A little bit strange. Although it's a tricky rule to get. Regulation, apologies to get right. Let's make sure we get that right. Regulation. Thanks, Anthony. Also, Anthony again mentioned about the day 4 substitute. At what point is this an endurance game?
Most of it, I should think. He's tried to pull that one, and he's missed that one. Kept a bit low.
I'm thinking about a marathon here. Okay.
Right.
Slightly different endurance sport, I'll admit.
Yep.
But let's say you're a marathon runner, 5 miles out, pulls up a little hammy, tweaks it. We've got an injury replacement coming on for the final 5 miles. Does that make sense?
Taking it to extreme, I would say. So just imagine that. That's like a relay then, isn't it? Lehmann drives. I think he's hit that into the ground as the ball popped up a little bit. But yeah, that's... I suppose you could use that as an analogy where a bowler that's probably bowled a lot of overs in a 4-day game come to day 4, replaced by a newer version. Yeah, that's that you can sort of compare that, I suppose.
It's a tricky regulation to get right, isn't it?
That's right.
Let's be real.
Brian Budd on the same theme, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk as Jake Ball turns. And bowls to Lehmann once more. That's another short delivery, and Lehmann ducks underneath that one. End of the over, 178 for 1. The lead is now 128. If, say, Ben Mays was injured, 18 years old, and Hampshire wished to replace him with, say, James Vince, I know he's not available in brackets, but he's an example of an experienced player replacing a relative novice. I'm sure the opposition would object. Does this clarify or add to the confusion?
Well, that is actually almost the exact same of what happened at Lancashire with Ajit Singh Dale, deemed less experienced than a potential substitute Tom Bailey. I think we are going to get a change in the bowling. I think I can see Jack Leach's bald head emerge from his jumper as he marks his run, and the helmet comes out for James Root. So we will see a change of bowling. Craig Overton, after a previous over that went for 13, is replaced by Jack Leach. Is there more to that email?
No, this is on a slightly different subject, but it's quite an interesting one while we wait for the bowling change. This is from Michael Griffiths, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Enjoying the cricket from Nagano in central Japan. I think that's my first central Japan email ever. I used to play at Hornsey Cricket Club. That's my old haunt in North London. But just after you, well, he said just after you went to Middlesex. Well, I was at Middlesex when I was at Hornsey, so I presume he means just after I went to Hampshire. Cricket is gaining in popularity over here, but still has a low profile. This is in Japan, not Hornsey. Lots of earthquakes here, which don't necessarily equate to flat wickets. That's a bit of a worry, isn't it? That is a worry, to think that you're playing on a piece of land and a pitch that actually has a chance of an earthquake.
Well, I think that adds to the game. The pitch just starts rumbling.
Play suspended earthquake.
I could see it happening. I think we've probably suspended games for stranger things. Although earthquake is probably up there, isn't it? Jack Leach then, the nut. For a bit of left arm over.
Whole new meaning to bowl and aim for the cracks.
As the tectonic plates move away from each other. Here's Leach. Past the stumps then. And a careful drive from Gubbins into the covers. I think they're going to push for 2 here. Yes, they are. Good running from Nick Gubbins. He was the man in charge of that call. The ball did go towards Jake Lehmann's end, but it was well backed up in the mid-wicket region. We've got a short leg under the helmet. First slip, we've got a fielder with legs spread out wide so he can get really nice and low. As Leach spins the ball from left to right, he walks in, hops up and bowls, and a defensive shot. I think it's missed the bat actually, playing a miss, well taken by James Root. A little bit of early trouble as the ball just slides on past the outside edge there. Jack Leach doesn't take long to hit his mark. A reverse sweep from Gubbins, played gloriously, and I think this is going to beat the fielder in the deep. Yeah, it does. There's no one at a third man position, just that deep backward point and a sort of guided reverse sweep using the pace from Jack Leach. Got it on the full, I believe, and Nick Gubbins gets a boundary for 4 through third man.
Yeah, there was a man out there for that shot, but he hit it too fine. And they're bringing another man over to the offside with that in mind, although this one is saving one just behind square. Trying to cut off that reverse sweep, whether he plays it fine now or a little squarer.
Yeah, short third man, maybe slightly wider of that position. Deep point, just backward of square. Here's Leach again, and edge and gone! Caught by Craig Overton, and Jack Leach with a slightly muted celebration as Nick Gubbins shows his frustration with a swipe of his bat, but he falls for 83, and that is a huge wicket. And the catch taken by Craig Overton at first slip, with one of those deliveries we saw just beat the bat a few balls ago. And Jack Leach gets one to slide on with the arm and take the outside edge of Nick Gubbins, who finishes on a well-made 83, and Hampshire 184 for 2.
So Nick Gubbins adding 13 to his overnight total. I think that's a good bit of bowling from Jack Leach, because actually on the angle, Gubbins is pushing forward, not quite sure whether it might just grip a bit. He's getting a warm round of applause though. That's a really good innings from him, 83. It's helped set up Hampshire a firm base here in which to push on. Just crossing over the rope now up towards the pavilion. But yeah, I think Leach has just got that right. He's got the line right, he's got the length of the delivery right, where he's pushing forward, and is it just going to grip? Is it going to go on with the arm? And he's just fractionally played inside the line. Good piece of bowling.
And we're going to have Toby Albert back out then, who retired hurt with a tweak of the knee. And no injury replacement this time, as Toby Albert re-emerges on 17. So he's opened and batted at 4 this innings. But here he is, a little chat with his partner as Lehmann takes a drink. But yeah, you're right. I mean, when the ball's turning into you like that, and it's first ball of the day, actually trying to get a gauge of how much it's going to spin or not, as the case was there. If Leach gets it on the mark early, which he did, it's not a very nice way to start, especially against a bowler of Leach's calibre.
Well, it's good to see Toby Albert walking out as if nothing happened last night, because it was a little bit of a worry. When he tweaked his knee, he was lying down, he was getting physio treatment, he had to take his pad off, he limped off the field, and we were all a little worried for a while, but to see him stride out looking okay is very good news indeed.
It is. He's taken an off-stump guard there by the look of the picture feed. There's plenty of tweaks in the field. Hopefully no more tweaks to his knee. As there's a slip in, short leg. As Jack Leach is now going to come around the wicket for a bit of left arm off spin. Maybe bringing the pad slightly more into play with that one that slides on, the one that got Nick Gubbins just 1 ball ago. Fielding close, just a deep point on the boundary. Here comes Leach, past the stumps, and a defensive shot straight back to him. On the money from Leach early doors. Great start to his spell with the wicket of Nick Gubbins. It came straight after a nice reverse sweep, just beating first slip. Here's Leach in again. And just played through the leg side straight to short leg along the ground by Albert. So that ends the over. And a good one too. 184 for 2.
Right, Charlie is going to stay on, Charlie Harden. He'll be joined by Anthony Gibson. Just while we change over, I'll quickly mention this email in between overs. Nathan Johnson has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. Says, morning all, red ball cricket fan watching from Canberra in Australia. Also checking up on the form of Jake Lehmann and the Aussies enjoying the broadcast on a Sunday evening here. Says Nathan, or he's already made his mark. Has Jake Lehmann. He's already an important member of this Hampshire batting lineup.
Important wicket that for Somerset. It'll lift their spirits no end. Bowling change from the hotel end. Lewis Gregory coming into the attack to replace Jake Ball. Gregory has bowled 7 overs of 26 so far. He's bowling to the left-handed Jake Lehmann. He's in and bowls, and Lehmann back on his stumps playing that defensively. Tom Abel picks up from mid-wicket.
3 wickets for Lewis Gregory in that first innings.
Yeah, he bowled well. It's good to see him back fit as well. Missed the first 2 games with a chest injury sustained just before the season started. And he's had more than his fair share of injury problems over the years, Lewis Gregory. Chronic spine condition. He's in bowls, and this is played defensively out into the offside by Lehmann. But Nick Gubbins, I must say, looked nailed on for a century.
Yeah, he had another one of those innings actually earlier this year. And it's a little bit of a shame because a lot of people wanting him to do very well in red ball cricket. He had a terrific List A tournament last summer, one of the top run scorers for the tournament. Scored heaps of runs. I think he scored 2 lots of 144 not outs in last year's One Day Cup, but he's looking to carry that form into the red ball, which he couldn't quite do last year.
Well, I suppose if you're an experienced and very capable batsman in the One Day Cup against some fairly inexperienced bowlers, as this is turned down to long leg where Jack Leach will field, and they'll think about a second run, but decide against it. 185 for 2. There are runs to be had. Somerset's James Rue did very well in the One Day Cup last year, but he won't this year because he's going to be in the 100 alongside his brother Thomas.
Here he'll be playing, won't he, for Southern Brave, I believe, Thomas Rue?
Yep.
Went for a little bit more than his
he
older
did,
brother.
about twice as much. I'm not sure what James thought of that, I haven't asked him.
Well, I think Thomas Rue found out in one of his A-level lessons.
That's right, yep. It was 80,000 quid or something, wasn't it? 185 for 2. Still got this rather strange sort of 4th, 5th slip position. The only slip, that's Craig Overton there. This is whipped away into the onside, but only as far as Tom Lammonby at mid-wicket.
We've had an email from Chris Carpenter at hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. Hello. I'm listening to you all while weeding the drive in Herne Bay. Where's Herne Bay?
Kent, not far from Canterbury.
I'm a member of the Somerset cricket diaspora.
Yep.
Here is hoping the wicket stays flat and Somerset can get a draw. Thanks, Chris.
Is Gregory in bowl. Oh, and that keeps really low as it goes past Toby Albert's off stump. Yes, it's just getting the inconsistent bounce, particularly with the bowling from this hotel end, which again provoked mixed feelings, I suspect, amongst the Somerset cricketers. It will raise their hopes of taking the further 8 Hampshire wickets that they need, but also threaten to make life pretty difficult for their batsmen tomorrow. Gregory in bowls, and middle and leg played up to Jake Ball at mid-on. And that's the end of that over. 185 for 2. 41 to Jake Lehmann, and Toby Albert resuming his innings. Hasn't yet added to his total when he went off yesterday afternoon with what looked like a very nasty knee injury, but doesn't seem to have caused him any long-term problem or even short-term problem at all.
Looks like he's back to his normal self. I was at Wantage Road yesterday and saw that the game was delayed through injury, so I was a little bit surprised, and then went onto the stream and saw Albert hobbling off. But Leach is going to continue from the Rob Bransgrove Pavilion end. as we are told on the big screen, that the current partnership is 1. And I don't know if that's a milestone. But Leach will continue, looking to continue from his successful first over. Just standing at the top of his mark with the ball in both hands. He's past the umpire. Bowls and drawing a defensive shot, which is played and missed. And this angle looks really good for Jack Leach, just sliding it on with the arm past the left-hander. Nick Gubbins falling last over. Let's see if Leach can take another. He's into the left-hander. Lehmann, who sweeps, going across his stumps. Nice shot out towards deep backward square leg. So the left-hander gets off strike. Moves on to 42.
Yeah, Wantage Road is a rather different ground to this one, isn't it?
What do you mean by that, Anthony? We'll move on. Leach is thinking about a little change in the field, but he sticks with the slip and the short leg in. Leach comes round the wicket to the right-handed Albert, who drives and inside edges towards mid-wicket.
Yeah, he's beginning to make things happen as Jack Leach.
Yeah, we're yet to see one properly grip today. I think the short leg's a good position for the right-hander as he comes down the track, Toby Albert, and clears mid-on. Doesn't quite get a hold of it, but it is going to trickle its way towards the cow corner boundary. It brings a ripple of applause from the nice crowd here into their Utilita Bowl. So it's now 190 for 2. I think it's almost showing that the strategy so far in the 2 overs we've seen from Leach is to just go at him a little bit more. We saw a little sweep shot from a reverse sweep from Nick Gubbins, which came off nicely, and Lehmann rotated the strike, getting across his stumps and sweeping to the leg side, and a bit of intent from Albert there as Leach is in again, and a drive through cover. He's going to find a deep man on the boundary, and he gets an extra single to his name, moves to 22.
Well, I think the Hampshire batsmen won't want Jack Leach to sort of settle into a groove. They'll want to try and knock him out of his comfort zone, because he can, bowl ball after ball after ball in the same area, and if it's doing a bit, it's a recipe for wickets.
As Lehmann goes back and punches out to mid-wicket.
Maybe a little bit of turn there.
Yeah, just dropped a little bit shorter there, Leach. Maybe a little bit slower as well. Gripped out of off the surface, but that ends the over. 191 for 2, and Lewis Gregory will stay on from the hotel end.
To bowl what will be his 9th over. Just see what's happening elsewhere. And Essex 144 for 7. That's pretty even match against Warwickshire, who made 190 in their first innings. And Gloucestershire, not doing too badly, 95 for 3 in the second division against Lancashire. So just 5 runs behind Lancashire's first innings now of 240. Northants 251 for 4, going well against Middlesex, who made 341.
Can we see what McSweeney's on? He batted very nicely yesterday. I'll have a look.
Gregory in and bowls to Albert down the leg side, and well, I said down the leg side, takes him on the pad, but I think the fact that I said down the leg side gives you a clue as to what was wrong with that appeal, which was not really sustained. Not sure it would have hit another set.
Well, McSweeney's just gone past 100 for Northants, the Australian overseas player. James Sales alongside 186 not out. They've dug Northants out of a bit of a hole there after going 4 down pretty early.
Here's Gregory. In and bowls to Albert. Appeal this time for LBW and gone. That one looked much more like it. And umpire James Middlebrook agreed. And that is the end of Toby Albert. LBW to Lewis Gregory for 22, and things looking up for Somerset, with Hampshire now 191 for 3.
Yeah, that looked much straighter. Wrapped almost on the back pad, I think, going on probably to crash into perhaps middle and leg. But Toby Albert could only add 5 runs to his score when he was taken off through injury to the knee, and he walks off slowly back to the pavilion, and it will bring out Ben Brown. Now here's an interesting one for you, Anthony. We've had an email from Dan Stevens on Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Hi all, my suggestion for the injury subs would be to take an idea from football's concussion substitutes. If a player is substituted under the concussion rule, the opponents are also allowed to make an extra change to balance out the fresh legs. What if this concept was applied to injury substitutes in cricket? So say if a batter is subbed off by Team A, Team B can also substitute a batter if they wish. Enjoying the coverage as always. Thanks, Dan. What do you think, Anthony?
I think it would be even more complicated than the complicated system. I think I'm with Mike Atherton on all of this. I'm not sure that we need injury replacements in cricket, and just because they have them in football and rugby doesn't mean to say that cricket needs them. I mean, the game's been around for about 300 years without injury replacements. I think you know it's just part of the game that players get injured, and the injury replacement regulation is, you know, we've been talking about little else since the start of the season.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The one moment for me is, by the way, that in the IPL they have the impact sub, which I absolutely despise. Yeah. But the only thing is, in the first game here, Tom Wesley going off really early in his innings. You know, crucial player for Essex.
But that's just part of the game, isn't it?
And also sort of decreases that level of competition.
You know, the argument for it is that players might carry on carrying an injury and aggravate it, and in the interest of player welfare. This is Ben Brown playing that out into the offside. Ben Brown, who made a duck in the first innings when he was caught behind. No, I was going to say he was caught by Craig Overton at second slip off Lewis Gregory. But Craig Overton won't catch him at second slip now, because he's not at second slip, he's at fourth slip. We've got these two catching short mid-wickets, which suggests that the odd ball is just sticky in the pitch maybe. Gregory in a bowls, and Brown covers up, plays back up the pitch. Ben Brown, who's done well since he came to Hampshire from Sussex. He's got a very good first-class average, 39.28, 28 centuries and 55 50s. Vastly experienced, of course, 37 years old now.
Yeah, coming off the back of a good 100 at Headingley. Well, captains not to get them into a great position to win that game in Yorkshire.
Gregory in bowls, and a flash at that from Ben Brown. Unfortunately for him, didn't get anything on it. Could easily have nicked that through to James Rue. So good over this from Lewis Gregory, quite apart from the wicket of Toby Albert.
Yeah, I think we've seen a lot here at Utilita Bowl so far this year. Even with an old ball, that first hour or two can just be a little bit challenging. We saw it early doors yesterday, and of course on day one with the new ball. But there's a lot of questions being asked of the batters. And despite it's almost as if the pitch kind of rises up and becomes a little bit more spicy for the morning session.
Gregory in and bowls, bowling full length. That's played a lot of squirts off the outside edge of the bat out into the covers, where Jack Leach picks it up. End of a good over from Lewis Gregory. 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 27, pinning Toby Albert, LBW.
Yeah, brilliant over from Gregory, welcoming Ben Brown to the crease with several balls almost impossible to get away. And to the other end, well, there's no let off for Hampshire, because Jack Leach will continue, which I feel might be saying quite a lot today.
I think you're right. Yes, Keelder is booking in for bed and breakfast from that end.
Let's see if he gets comfortable as he strolls in past the umpire. Left arm over to Lehmann, who lifts it towards mid-on. They sneak a quick single and it's good running As the mid-on slightly deep and no chance of an overthrow as it trickles off Jack Leach and moves out into a free gap, but it's been recovered. Which brings Ben Brown back on strike, and the right-hander will face up to Jack Leach.
Yeah, it would have been tight if he'd hit. That's young Alfie Ogborn with the left-handed throw.
Well, Ben Brown looking to try and get off his pair as quick as possible. Took him 6 balls in the first innings. He's faced 4 so far. 1 slip, short leg. Umpire waits as the fielder from deep cover gets brought in. Somerset feeling they can put a bit of pressure on the man who's looking to just get that first run of the game. Brown faces up and inside edges, it's gone down towards fine leg, so he is off the mark and it's bobbling its way down to the boundary and just jumps over the rope down a very, very fine leg. So 4 to Ben Brown and 196 for 3.
Yeah, it's the Leach arm ball. Just slightly misdirected, just a little bit too much leg side.
It's quite interesting. Ben
Got
Brown's got...
Looks like we've got a leg slip going in.
You're right. Leg slip.
Josh Thomas.
Still under the helmet as he's moved out from short leg as Leach comes in and a
Full toss.
drive back towards him. Almost Yorker length. Yeah, Ben Brown's just got an index finger that's covered in red. It's just the pattern of the gloves. Both index fingers. It almost looks as if his grip is red, but he's facing up to Leach and he whips through square leg. Really nice shot there. Beats square leg on his left shoulder, and that's winning the race with ease as Ben Brown gets back-to-back boundaries and moves to 8.
A juicy full toss.
Not too happy with the way Leach is going about his business.
It's very unlike Jack Leach to. He's obviously decided he's pitching the ball up as far as he dare. Just got it wrong the last couple of deliveries, over pitching.
Well, he's in again here around the wicket and draws an inside edge from Ben Brown and a ooh from the fielders. Yeah, that feels to me the target ball to both left-hander and right-hander. One that just slides on, doesn't really grip and skids off the surface and brings the stumps and pads into play. Here's Leach once more, and defending more confidently by Ben Brown out towards a short cover, and that ends the over. 200 for 3. 200 is up for Hampshire as that ends a Leach over.
So the lead's 150. Well, Somerset have picked up 2 wickets this morning, though, which will certainly have raised their hopes of bowling Hampshire out. They don't want Hampshire to bat all day, because if they do, they'll have a lead of something like 400. Getting on for 400, which not sure would be gettable even in 3 sessions on this pitch. Although it's a fast outfield, but it's a fairly dead pitch. Not easy to play big shots on it. Gregory then to Jake Lehmann, who's on 43 in bowls, that angles that one in from wide of the crease to the left-hander. Not going to get an LBW decision if you're bowling from that wide of the crease. Well, not unless you can get it to hold its own after it pitches.
It's funny, he's one of those players where, because he is so almost front on when the ball comes in, you can see both pads. And he's one of those players, almost like Steve Smith, who looks a major LBW possibility till he whips it off his legs for 4.
Gregory bowls, and appeal for LBW from Lewis Gregory as the ball goes down to the fine leg boundary for 4 runs. So that's why it wasn't an appeal that wasn't sustained, and Lewis Gregory's got a broad grin on his face, just having a word with umpire Middlebrook as he goes past. I think Middlebrook probably said something like, "A bit optimistic, that mate."
Yeah, I think it might have crashed into a pair of stumps that were double the height. But no, Lehmann moves on to 43.
Gregory tries again. Again, going wide of the crease and angling the ball into Lehmann. This seems to be the line of approach. Bowling around the wicket. Not sure about right arm seam bowlers bowling consistently around the wicket to left-handers. I think there's a lot to be said for bowling over the wicket and just slanting it across them. Get the odd one just to nip back.
Yeah, I think it's just with a 58 over old ball, it's a little bit more challenging perhaps.
Gregory in bowls to Lehmann, who plays that from the crease. Tom Abel fields.
Yeah, it's
but you're going to struggle to get an LBW decision, both, you know, on with the ball not really doing much off the seam, because he's bowling at such an angle to the left-hander. If it's going to hit the pads in front of the stumps, the ball is almost certainly going to go on and miss the leg stump.
Yeah, I'm just concerned that it might be almost like an easy leave coming from over the wicket, hitting that channel if possible.
Gregory in bowls. Oh, takes him on the pad, and maybe that one did just hold its own. Not a bad shout, but again, it would have missed leg stump.
That's your point, Anthony, isn't it? It's either going to be impact outside off or going to slide on past the leg stump. So it's a good shout. Maybe Lewis Gregory could be thinking about coming over the wicket at some point soon to Jake Lehmann, maybe try and square him up across his stumps.
Well, he's got Big Craig standing there at gully. I can't see that Craig Overton's going to be in business with the line of attack that Gregory's employing at the moment, but hopefully he'll prove me completely wrong. The next one will fly off a leading edge straight to Overton. Gregory in and bowls. Not that one, as that's played solidly out into the onside. That's Charlie Harden done for the moment. He'll be back. Charlie will be back in around about 20 minutes time. In the meantime, Kevin James and 2 wickets, not quite out of the blue, Kev, but Gubbins and Lehmann seem to be going along very comfortably.
Yeah, they did, and we had that situation yesterday morning as well, didn't we, with Rue and Abel, and we've just got to hang in there as a bowling attack, and the wickets will come. But I think you've got to expect some partnerships. Can't expect 1 or 2 batters to get in, because there's not a lot happening for the bowlers at the moment. Leach comes in and forward is Ben Brown. So the lead is 154. And I'm impressed with actually Gregory's spell this morning.
He's bowled well, hasn't he? Yeah.
Just got a little shape, isn't he? The ball to Toby Albert just coming in a fraction. He's down the wicket, wrapped on the pad.
Not a bad shout.
It's not. He was out at Yorkshire in a similar style actually. Took 2 paces down, may just have gone down.
Yeah, I think.
Didn't bite in the wicket, did it?
Yeah.
Do you know what? While I was off commentary, I'm just going to call this up. There is a very, very weird article on the BBC Sport, on the BBC website, and I've only just noticed it. That's played out into the covers, no run. And really, if you've got time and you're in a situation to look at this, it's well worth a watch, because it's on the front page of the news website, and it's runners versus robots at a China half marathon. Played out into the covers, and there is about a 46-second video of these robots running this half marathon next to humans, and it is just most bizarre 46 seconds I think you'll ever watch. And these robots running along is bizarre in itself, but there's even at the end a robot that's mimicking somebody crossing the finishing line exhausted and it falls over as that's played up towards mid-on. So if you've got a moment, just check it out, because it is very, very bizarre indeed. Almost chilling.
The shape of things to come.
Oh, gosh. 205 for 3. Here's Leach over the wicket. Lehmann's on the back foot. Plays that up towards wide mid-on, and that's the end of the over. Leach has completed 18 overs, 1 for 70. Hampshire's lead then, 155.
Yes, already a very, very useful lead. If Somerset are going to have any hope of actually winning this game, they're going to have to bowl Hampshire out 4, fewer than about 350, I would say. I think 300 is just about gettable on this pitch against the Hampshire attack, but many more than that, not so sure. Another over coming up from Somerset skipper Lewis Gregory. He's got a second slip and a gully. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, conventional mid-wicket and a long leg. On this beautiful sunny morning, getting warmer as the day wears on. Gregory in, bowls to Brown, who just angles that into the offside, and Tom Abel with those orange flashes on his cricket boots does the fielding.
Oh, no ball.
Well, Lewis Gregory bowls more no balls than any other
Does he?
current medium pacer, fast medium bowler. He bowls a no ball roughly every 30 legal deliveries. He's in and bowls, and Brown comes forward, plays it defensively. Not quite sure why. I mean, he's obviously challenging that front line all the time. But
the umpire's having a closer look. Yeah, I mean, no balls aside, it's interesting. When he opened up yesterday, he was looking to shape the ball away to the right-hander. He's definitely looking to spear it in to the right-hander. That's his predominant line of attack this morning.
he's in and bowls to Brown. Plays that again to Tom Abel. Good accurate stuff from Lewis Gregory.
Yeah, that one. See, that's the alternative one. That's the one where he's just trying to get it to go on with the arm, but it's quite effective on a wicket where it's not doing a lot. A bit slow, and forces the batters to really watch the ball hard. As Toby Albert found that you can just play around it a little bit. To be a bit careful.
Gregory just polishing the ball all in his hands, but he's in, bowls a full length and turned away out to deep square leg for 4 runs. Over pitch there from Lewis Gregory, just overdoing it. Leg stump, half volley, nicely played by Ben Brown.
Yeah, again he's angling it in, but he started it too straight, hence why it arrived at Ben Brown down the leg side. Tucked that away nicely. Very easy to play those and hit those in the air. Just waited long enough to keep it along the ground. Interesting, an extra field has been placed on the leg side now at square leg, although a little closer than that for a similar shot.
Gregory in bowls, it's a better ball, draws a defensive push from Ben Brown. Some excitement amongst the Somerset close fielders. Got Archie Vaughan there, standing at shortish mid-wicket. Alfie Ogborne just going through some practice bowling actions, suggests he might come into the attack to replace Lewis Gregory, or just perhaps he's just reminding his captain of his presence. Something that bowlers tend to do. Gregory to Brown, who plays this into the offside, through the offside for 4 runs. Tom Abel dived in vain at shortish extra cover, but that was beautifully timed by Ben Brown. He moves on to 17, 215 for 3. So, well, we were praising Lewis Gregory for his accuracy, but he's gone for 2 boundaries in this over.
Yeah, I mean, literally the 2 balls that he hasn't got right are both being punished. But in between time, still have to watch it carefully.
Last ball of the over, in bowls short, and Brown just sways out of the way. End of that over, 215 for 3. So the lead now 165.
Email here from Matthew. He's in Petersfield. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Thank you for the excellent coverage as always. That's very nice of you, thank you. Just emailing to ask if I can please have a massive shout out to my brother Edward, who is celebrating his 22nd birthday today. He's a Hampshire Cricket badger and would love nothing more than a Hampshire win either today or tomorrow. That's for Matthew. And a shout out for Edward. Happy birthday. Jack Leach to continue from the pavilion end. So Hampshire have increased their lead this morning from 96 to 165. So 69 in total. Here's Leach over the wicket. Sweep shot there from Lehmann. It's going for 4. Thought it might just have hit the short leg initially. I think short leg himself thought that might have hit him, but has managed to evade him. And that brings Lehmann a boundary and takes him closer to another half-century in a Hampshire sweater. It's been a great signing. We all thought that during the winter, that he would be a major part of this batting lineup. That's why he was signed, and so far it's been proved.
He's effective rather than stylish, isn't he?
He is, yeah, and that's the game, really, isn't it? I mean, you know, how many stylish players do you see that aren't effective? The game is there just to be played, and batters score runs, bowlers take wickets. It doesn't matter how you do it, as Lehmann just works it to mid-wicket. It's finding a method. It's finding a way that suits you. It's finding a way that keeps you in the middle and scores you some runs while you're doing it. You don't have to be the prettiest player in the world. Leach bowls. Forward is Lehmann, goes out to point. Two fielders.
He's the sort of polar opposite to Zach Crawley, isn't he?
Yeah.
Who's all elegance.
He is. But how effective is he at times? I mean, he's a great player. I mean,
he's
like
wonderful to watch.
Oh God! I mean, I've seen him. Well, I've seen him take Hampshire apart on 2 or 3 occasions. You know, whether a Jake Lehmann, that's not being.
It was here that he played that massive innings. Was it here he played the 270 against Pakistan?
Yeah, COVID year. Yeah, 2020. It's pushed out quietly on the onside. That's right. I remember. I think it might have been COVID year when he played for Kent as well against us, and he got 100 at Canterbury. He also smashed us absolutely everywhere at Canterbury in a T20 game last year. It's pushed forward, but you always think the very next ball he'll just go after one that he shouldn't, and you know it happens. But yeah, if he's out there in the middle, he'll take you apart. Whereas some others do it quietly. They take you apart, but you don't notice it. It's played up by Lehmann. Away behind square on the leg side. He'll keep the strike at the end of that over. Leach 19 overs, 1 for 75. Hampshire now 220 for 3. Lehmann's 2 short of his 3rd half-century.
And we are going to get a bowling change. And it is indeed going to be young Alfie Ogbourne, 22 years old. First spell of the day. Bowled 6 overs yesterday for 24 runs. Not quite at his best. But very, very promising. Not quite as quick as his former teammate, Sonny Baker, who I was very impressed by, I must say, in the Somerset first innings. Bowled better than his figures suggested. What did he take? He took one for 52 in 18 overs, and he was a bit better than that. Here comes Ogbourne to Lehmann down the leg side, and nicely taken by James Rue. Just got the one slip at. Not even sure he's a slip. It's almost more of a gully, Craig Overton. We've got a deep backward point on the boundary and a deep backward square leg and a long leg. Everybody else saving one. Ogbourne, this nice smooth accelerating approach up to the wicket and bowls, and this is punched away through the offside by Lehmann. It will be cut off by Will Smead, and they'll come back for 2 runs, and that is the Jake Lehmann 50 from 94 balls with 8 fours, well batted.
Top stuff. I did him a disservice just a couple of minutes ago. It's actually his 4th half-century in a row. having got 70 odd in the first innings. 2 half centuries up at Yorkshire last week. My word, when you've got a solid batter like Lehmann in your order, at the top order, what a difference it makes.
31st half century of his first class career. Ogbourne in and bowls to him again, and bowls him! Well bowled Alfie Ogbourne. Not sure whether he played on, just watching the replay. No, it didn't. It just clipped the top of off stump. Good piece of bowling from Alfie Ogbourne. And that was another wicket out of the blue, really, and falling on double Nelson.
Let's beware. Just watching this again on the picture feed, I don't know if he did get a little. Did he get something on that?
He might just have taken the inside edge. But well, it's a good piece of bowling.
Well, so change of action, change of angle, and it's brought an immediate result. And a bit like yesterday morning, really, isn't it? Really, batters look as though they're okay, and then the wickets sort of fall at a fairly regular interval. So a 4th half century in a row for Jake Lehmann has been broken. That's the 3rd wicket of the morning. If you've just joined us here at the Utilita Bowl, Hampshire resuming this morning in a very good position after a good day yesterday. Somerset won day 1, Hampshire won day 2. 146 for 1 Hampshire were in their second innings at 11 o'clock this morning. 96 runs in front. Nick Gubbins, who was overnight 70 not out, advanced his total by 13 when he was caught in the slips off Jack Leach for 83. That was 184 for 2. And then Toby Albert, who we learnt this morning was okay after limping off with what looked like a knee injury yesterday. We weren't sure if there was going to be an injury replacement, but he was okay this morning. Well, he came in at the fall of that wicket, added just 5 to his total yesterday before he was LBW to a ball that came into him from Gregory. He went for 22. That was 191 for 3. And Jake Lehmann has just been bowled by Alfie Ogbourne. And Hampshire then are 222 for 4, lead by 172.
Yes, 76 for 3 this morning, Hampshire. I think Somerset would have settled for that at the start.
Yep.
Just chipping away. Although, ironically, I think Hampshire's best chance of actually winning this game would be to get bowled out. I think if they weren't to be bowled out, there's a danger they might bat on too long.
Yeah. I think when you've been behind in the game like Hampshire were on day 1, you fear, I think every team does really, having got yourself back into it, you then don't want to lose it again. But yeah, it's a good fight back here from Somerset.
It is. Well, we've got young Ben Mays coming to the crease, who didn't really bat long enough to form any judgment about in the first innings. LBW to Jake Ball for 15. But clearly very, very promising. Ogbourne going around the wicket to Mays, who just lets that run off the face of the bat down towards third man, and it will go over the boundary for 4 runs. Josh Thomas in vain pursuit, and so Ben Mays off the mark. Very first ball, 226 for 4, and Hampshire off the dreaded double Nelson.
I think there was one of those earlier in the game, if I remember rightly, because I'm sure somebody messaged me then and said Nelson, maybe not. No, can't see it.
Why do you think Ogbourne's going around the wicket? As a left-arm seamer yourself.
Well, I didn't come around the wicket very often, but I think...
Here he comes into Mays. Just got that to go away off the pitch.
Well, there might be that a little bit. He might be finding that it's actually easy for him if his wrist is coming slightly inside the ball, that actually by coming round the wicket with the angle in, it might pitch and straighten, so that gives him a little bit of an edge. But I think sometimes when the left arm over is not swinging, and I think he has done this a little bit, and he's only young, so it's nothing to worry about too much, but it's going across the batter probably too much, giving them a little bit of width to free their arms, and this closes that off a bit.
He's in again and bowls. And Good ball, well played by Ben Mays. End of the over, good over from Alfie Ogborn. 7 overs, no maidens. 1 for 30, Hampshire 226 for 4, and I'm going to take a break, and Charlie Harden will come in.
Thanks very much, Anthony. Stephen Clark back on the emails, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. Charlie mentioned the London Marathon a little earlier. He's looking at me quizzically. He can confirm or not about that.
I don't remember.
Is it on today?
I think it's been and
Is
gone.
the London Marathon on today?
Been and
Was it
gone
last week?
Manchester Marathon,
Manchester
that's the
Marathon.
one I mentioned.
Right, so anyway, how about a quick shout out for Rob Pfeiffer, the customer experience manager here, who is doing his marathon today. You'll remember 2 weeks ago during the Essex game, he was running round the Bowen here only for about 2 hours. Leach Bowls, forward is Ben Brown, he's 17 not out. In aid of Chance to Shine, the charity that gives disadvantaged kids and young adults an opportunity in life through the medium of cricket. I like to think... I think a link. I'll do that again actually, because that's not easy to say. As Brown drives to extra cover, not for me anyway. I think a link. There we go. To donate is available on the Utilita Bowl website, or no doubt Emily in the atrium reception can help. There you go. Happy to mention that. As forward is Brown, goes up to mid wicket. So you reckon it's the Manchester Marathon today? When is the London Marathon?
I think it's been and gone.
Has it?
End of the month. Okay, we don't really know where the London Marathon is going on, it's fair to say.
April the 26th. According to this, it's played out on the leg side by Ben Brown. So I've put in London Marathon 2026, and I've got Sunday, April the 26th. So that is next week, isn't it? Yeah, thank you very much, Anthony. So Rob Pfeiffer is running in that, that's right.
Yeah, neither of us knew when it was, so thanks to Google, or other brands available, of course, so you can search up when your marathon's about to occur.
Leach again, around the wickets. And Mays, Ben Mays, the 18-year-old, is forward. Now he's threatening to do something this season. He's very young, it's his first time in first-class cricket, and we're all excited about him. But he's shown glimpses at the moment, still got plenty of time on his side as he plays that back to the bowler. His top score so far is 39 in the first innings against Yorkshire last week. So, but I'm sure he'll be given every opportunity to show what he can do over the coming weeks, months, even years.
Yeah, I think he deserves it, to be honest. Top run scorer in the Under-19 World Cup for England. You've mentioned his 191 against Scotland plenty of times, but he scored 440 odd runs at 74 in the Under-19 World Cup, which is some mind-boggling stats. But Alfie Ogborn will begin his 8th over from left arm round the wicket to the right-handed Ben Brown, the Hampshire skipper, who's on 18. Third man gets sent out to the boundary, and there's a quite close and quite straight catching mid-wicket. Just an extra thing for Ben Brown to think about as Ogborn's halfway through his run-up. He's in and bowls, and it's short, and just dabbed out into the offside to cover, where an intent fielder sprints in, picks it up. 227 for 4.
So, progress made by Hampshire, but thwarted a little bit by those 3 wickets this morning.
Yeah, the big two have gone. Gubbins for in the 80s, 83 he fell for, and Lehmann on 50. Both set batters overnight being dismissed, and Albert returning on 17 was then dismissed on 22 after he went off with a bad knee last night, as Ben Brown plays it defensively into the covers again for no run.
So after this, what have we got? Liam Dawson, Cody Youssef, Kyle Abbott. It's a big partnership, this.
Forgetting
Next
Eddie
one
Jack
as well.
there as well.
Eddie Jack as well, yes. But I'm thinking of sort of, what you call frontline batters. Liam Dawson hasn't quite got going this year yet. Might today be his day. But I think Hampshire will be looking at this partnership as, again, to build some sort of base.
Yeah, Mays will be looking to get a nice big score under his belt as he begins his career. This is Brown on strike, and his edge has gone through the gap between the keeper and first slip. And Rue went to go and dive for it. Craig Overton at first and a half slip, I'd say. Looks like he's just backed away. Yeah, it's a fine edge from Ben Brown, and he's split the gap between the two. And it's not a big gap to get through, and Ben Brown gets 4.
I mean, I've mentioned this many times before, but I think if you're going to have a slip, it's got to be first. Overton would have snaffled that at first slip. He don't miss any. But he's just too wide. And I think this is the trouble. And I played in sides where you try and think, well, okay, well, we can only really afford 1 slip at the moment, so let's have him a bit wider. It's almost as if you want him to cover 2. But in the end, you miss the objective, and to take the thin edges like that.
Ogborn's past the umpire. It's a good length and blocked out towards cover. Yeah, it's one of those where first slip, and the keeper, James Rood, have been talking. How far can I stand away, and how much can the keeper still cover? And James Rood's arguably gone for that, and you've got to say he's got to put out a dive there if possible. I reckon he could have just about reached it. He almost shaped a dive and then pulled out the last minute, and as soon as he knew what he'd done, he looked down in frustration as Ogborn turns around at the top of his mark. Couple of hops in perhaps Sonny Baker fashion. He's past the umpire again, and it's short and dabbed down into the offside for no run.
I like Ogborn coming around the wicket here. I think you know, his first couple of spells were okay in this game, but I think he sprayed it a little bit. I think here, where his team need him to bowl a tight spell, I think he's doing just that.
Yeah, Alfie Ogborn, good young seamer. Just flicking the ball from left to right hand here. Taking just the 1 wicket in the first innings. Going for 45, and he has 1 in this one too. He's past the stumps and then bowls, and outside half of the bat trickles out to backward a point. So that ends a good over. Just 4 runs going off the outside edge of Ben Brown, and fair to say 1 got away there for Somerset. 2-3-1 for 4.
Yeah, 2 overs from Ogborn that cost 10, but if you take those 4 runs there, which was a chance, it's 2 overs for 6 effectively, and might have been a wicket. So you know, that's a good start from him. David Hector has emailed Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, talking about the substitution and replacements and what have you. If this law had been in operation a few years ago, Somerset fans would have missed at least a couple of exciting finishes when James Hildreth scored 100 against Notts on a badly broken ankle. And yes, Anthony remembers that. And a couple of years ago when Tom Banton's heroics on 1 leg against Surrey. That's very true. That's played up towards mid-on. Start of a new over from Leach. Ben Mays facing. So yeah, there you are. So there's an examples of where injured players actually can produce something quite exciting, whereas somebody new might have done less so. Here's Leach. Mays pushes forward.
There's always going to be an air of slight controversy if a fresh bowler takes a 5 on the evening session of day 4. It's not quite as impressive as someone doing it with a pulled hamstring.
I have a feeling that loophole might be closed very quickly. It's pushed out quietly on the offside by Mays. Yeah, I think that's one thing that might be looked at, to be honest, because that was the game in question. Was it Fergus O'Neill playing for Notts and then was replaced by Lyndon James? Apparently Fergus O'Neill was knackered, to say the least. That's pushed out on the offside. I don't think that was the only problem, but and then Lyndon James, fresh, hadn't played for a few days and came in and got a couple of wickets on day 4. I think that's the example that's being used. 2-3-1 for 4. Here's Leach around the wicket to Mays. Mays again pushes forward. It goes out on the offside. Nice quiet over here from Jack Leach. He's heading for a maiden if he can get a dot ball out of this one. His last ball of his 21st. Sunshine out here at the Utilita, and it is indeed a maiden over. 2-3-1 for 4. Stephen Bryce has emailed Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. The possible scenarios are endless. Think back to Hampshire versus Worcestershire last June. Jake Libby not out on 200 plus, and feeling very tired. Sustains an injury, so a fresh top order batter comes in ready to start anew. Any thoughts? Yeah, I'm not sure feeling tired is going to be a reason. Sorry, ref, I'm a bit tired. Can I have a replacement?
Yeah, it doesn't quite cut it for me, I don't think.
No, I'm not sure that's going to be. It's not going to cut it, really, is it? But I know what you mean. I mean, the thing is, tiredness can bring on other ailments, can't they? Like strained muscles and pulled muscles. So I know the direction of travel with that one.
I could see potentially the substitute can come on for the next day or make an impact then as Ogborn hits the crease and a slightly squared up Ben Brown plays it out to backward of point. You see, maybe if there's an injury on day 4, you can't replace them because there's no day 5. Maybe if there's an injury on day 1, you could replace them the next day, or day 2, replace them the next day and play with a sub fielder or equivalent. Perhaps something like that could come into play, but thankfully it's not our job to decide how to deal with these regulations, as we've been told to call it today.
Yes. You were almost told off.
Well, I Anthony doesn't like that. No, he told us politely, didn't he? As Ogborn's in again from that left arm round and defended by Brown to scampering fielder at cover. Yeah.
Now, come on, tell me, because popping up on my social media feed at various times over the last few days has been a certain Charlie Harden, who's been hard at it, going round various county grounds in the last week or so, making all sorts of weird and wonderful videos. So what was the idea behind this then?
So the idea is to promote the county championship in any way possible, Kevin. And my idea for a series is called Scouting the County Grounds. And in 2026, I'm going to go to every county ground to showcase the fan experience and, more importantly, I think, the feel of the ground as Ogborn's in and there's a good length and prodded out towards backward point. A quick single taken as Ben Brown gets a single. 2-3-2 for 4. And so far I've ticked off Utilita Bowl first.
Well, I'd hope so.
Yeah, no, I thought I'd give that the priority. Then number 2 was Hove, Sussex. I went on a little South Coast tour where I did 3 in 3 days. I did Hove, Canterbury, and then Chelmsford, where I was lucky enough to share the same commentary box very briefly with Anthony Gibson, who was up there for Somerset, as they went to a good 3-day win against Essex, as Ogborn's in again, and Ben Mays gets a slight leading edge up towards mid-off for no run. Yeah, and then I was up at Northants for day 1 against Middlesex, Wantage Road, and each ground is proving their slight differences.
Yeah,
it's fair to say.
So what is it you're pointing out for the watchers and listeners when you're at these grounds?
As a whole, it's match day experience, and that splits up into everything. Food's a big one. Taste of the coffee as well, a little snack in the morning. As Ogborn's in, hits the crease and defended more convincingly there by Ben Mays, Bull. And a little dip into the club shop. I buy a little bit of their various...
Bit of
merchandise, yeah. Interesting how you said merch there. It's quite savvy of you. But no, I picked up a bucket hat from Northants yesterday. And actually wore it whilst I was commentating for no real reason. Other than just to, I guess, add to the promotion. Don't think it did anything.
Add to your image?
What an image it is as well. Here's Ogborn, halfway through his run-up. Shirt rippling in the breeze as Mays clips it out to a short mid-wicket. He's taken a slow start this morning, Ben Mays, 4 off 14. That ends the over, 2-3-2 for 4. So yeah, rating the coffee, and if a morning snack does drop into it.
Yeah.
You know, not usually my choice if one falls my way.
Right.
And then I'd tuck into the lunch, whether it's a pie. And Northants, actually, I attempted. There's a tavern in the corner where apparently, I don't know if you can vouch for this, the players would go off for lunch, back to the pavilion, whack their blazers on, and then there'd be a tavern just at the corner of the ground where the players then walk back across the pitch and go for their lunch in the pub.
Yeah, well, Anthony might know more about this than me, and I think that was the case before I started playing. But that ground used to also be home to Northampton Football Club. Mm-hmm. So they shared the same ground, and it was quite weird, really, because you'd have the football stand down the far end, and then obviously the cricket pavilion up the other end. And you didn't really, early season, you didn't really want to field down at fine leg at the far end of the ground because it was still sort of, all bumpy from the football.
I was going to say it was all
and
bobbly.
what have you. So, but that's all changed now because they've moved to Six Fields, I think it is, just a few miles away. And and I think that pub that was in the corner of the ground, which it still is, but it's slightly different now because of the way the layout is. But I'd heard that I'd heard that story as well.
Yeah, unfortunately it was closed, so I couldn't have lunch in there.
Right.
So I thought I'd bring up that fact, but I
Right.
then had to go to a separate pub, which was nice as well.
Yeah, not the Abington.
The Abington.
No, there we go. Which is outside the ground of the
unbelievable
pavilion. Yeah,
knowledge.
that's right. I've been in there a couple of times. Right, we've got a change of bowling at the far end. Jack Leach is no more temporarily. It's Archie Vaughan with his off spin coming on to Ben Brown, who's pushing that out on the leg side, and there's no run. I take it from what you're saying, as a brief summary of what you're doing, that food and drink seem to play a big part. There's nothing about the history of each of the grounds pavilion too much that's featuring into your videos. Would that be a fair assumption? It sounds like it is. Here's Archie Vaughan as a sweep shot wraps on the pad, but he's well outside off stump.
I didn't want to get in the way of your description of the delivery from Archie Vaughan there, Kevin James, so you asked the question at the perfect time. No, food does play a big part, but it also plays a big part of a spectator's time, so I feel like it's my duty to put myself in their shoes and tuck into the various food.
But don't you go into the museum? That's also a big experience. As forward is Ben Brown. I can think Somerset have a fantastic museum down at Taunton. There's one or two other grounds that have good museums. I'm sure they'd love a little tour of that on your video. But clearly you're too more interested in munching on your food than to take them round. There's some interesting museums around the place. Ben Brown's off the back foot. Lovely shot through the covers. He's timed that nicely. There is a chase, but oh no, he's won it. He's won it. The fielder's won it. I thought that was going for 4. I'd have staked a few quid on that. But 3 runs nevertheless for Ben Brown. And he moves on to 26.
Yeah, I think I'm dealing more in the what people can see to the eye, rather than the museums around the back. I think it's actually a very, very good point you make there, Kevin. Good bit of feedback. I'll have to go and venture around various.
Yeah, maybe a bit more variety in the next grounds you visit, perhaps. Here's Archie Vaughan. Now down the wicket, hits him high over mid-on. Good shot, that one from Ben Mays. There is a fielder 3/4 of the way back at mid-on. It's gone way over his head, and the umpire signals the maximum 6 runs.
Yeah, great show of intent there by Mays, and this is actually his natural game. He's playing relatively reserved, which he has done a fair amount in the red ball stuff so far in his short career. Sort of see the ball early, take a bit of time to get in, and then offer a few more positive strokes, and long on has gone back as a result.
241 for 4, the lead up to 191 as Mays plays that defensively back to the bowl at end of the over. As I'm coming off in a minute, I must mention this email from, collectively it's Ed and Annie Rennie, but it's Ed who signed it. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Very much enjoying the live stream and your commentary, which is handily Bluetoothed through my hearing aids, close brackets, whilst on holes in Tenerife. I get looks when I laugh out loud, but let them. As a Somerset supporter, I'm especially enjoying this as a needle match because my great niece, Evie, plays juniors for Basingstoke and Northants, and I've just received a video of her hitting a cracking 4. Life is good, says it. That's a nice email. Like that one.
Yeah, played a little bit of cricket over at Basingstoke. Couple of pitches there as Ogborn's in again. Left arm around and blocked, and Ben Brown drops his hands on it. Yeah, a couple of nice pitches at Basingstoke. Remember getting a 17 not out there once. So I'll claim that. Could have gone on for ages. Racked up 3 figures, I reckon. There's Ben Mays. Just a bit of shadow batting from the non-striker's end.
I must read this email out as well. I'll read it out after the next ball.
Giving us plenty of time to describe this one in depth is Ogborn. Strides lengthening past a bowling marker. Now he's in, hits the crease, and it's a push off the back foot. Ben Brown's going to get through to a quick single as he pierces the gap at extra cover.
So earlier we had an email from Japan, we had another one from Australia, this one from Michael Holden, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Another Aussie here, Adelaide, home of the mighty Sackers, that's right, South Australia Cricket Association. Loving the coverage and the call, great way to wind down before another week at work. Too much red ball cricket isn't enough, says Michael. I've got a few Australians listening, that's the Lehmann effect.
Yes, of course, son of Darren. As Ogborn approaches the wicket, bowls and draws the inside edge of Mays as he gets a run out to deep square leg. That brings the score to 243 for 4. Hampshire racking up a lead of 193 here, just 4 wickets down.
Yep, Lehmann, one of the 3 wickets that's fallen this morning, the last of the 3 actually, bowled when he just passed 50, or just got to 50, his 4th half century in 4 innings for Hampshire, going along nicely.
Did you know about his relations to Craig White?
Well, isn't it his dad? Craig White's his uncle or something.
Uncle.
Oh no, he's his uncle. Sorry.
Uncle,
Yeah.
absolutely right.
Sorry.
Good knowledge there. As Ogborn's in short and tucked away with a pull shot by Brown down towards fine leg. Well fielded out there. Throw received by James Root.
Former Hampshire head coach, Craig White.
Of course.
Yorkshire in England.
Yeah, speaking of Yorkshire, Lehmann had a spell out there. Averaged 55 in 2016, county championship for Yorkshire.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, he loved it up there last week. Obviously enjoys batting at Headingley.
Yeah, 450s for him now in the county championship. Unlucky to get dismissed there. Just a few overs ago. Since then, Mays and Brown have settled into their innings. Mays on 11, Brown on 28. So Bourne runs in again. Bowls good length and angled bat out towards backward of point. Takes no run. And it's a lovely day here at Utilita Bowl, with a few clouds starting to emerge, but none more than small little pockets on a blue sky.
It's a Simpsons skyline.
The Simpsons.
Yeah,
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
That blue sky that they show is
Absolutely.
that's just the same, isn't it?
That's one of the great analogies, actually.
Thank
I'd,
you.
I'd say there's a few more clouds on a Simpsons skyline.
Yeah, similar colour though.
Can't get that song out of my head now. You were singing Pink Panther earlier for no reason, really. As Ogborn's in again, hits the crease. Short, pulled away by Mays, and is that a drop catch? I'm not sure. I don't think so at mid-wicket, but it's a good piece of fielding either way as he parries it out to mid-on. We're going to have a little change in the commentary box. I'll leave you with Kevin very briefly, then I'll be joined by Anthony Gibbs.
That's right, yeah, so 194 is the lead. We have just under 20 minutes to go until lunch here on day 3. Nick Gubbins for 83, Toby Albert 22, Jake Lehmann for 50. Other wickets to fall, 1 for Jack Leach, 1 for Lewis Gregory, and 1 for Alfie Ogborn. Here's Anthony Gibson.
Yeah, I think Somerset's bowlers have stuck to their task pretty well this morning. Hampshire have added 98 so far in 25 overs, so they've been going along a decent rate of progress, but haven't been allowed to get completely away, especially with those 3 wickets that Somerset have picked up. Here's Archie Vaughan in reverse sweep, which he misses, takes the pad, rolls out to the onside.
Is this a fairly regular play from Somerset to give Leach a few, then Archie Vaughan a few, or are they maybe not too happy with how Leach is bowling this morning?
I don't think there's much in it for Jack Leach, and this is played defensively by Ben Brown, and I mean Archie Vaughan he's a more than useful off spinner. Got a good record.
Well, it's 2 for 5 in the first innings, wasn't it?
Yep.
Short spell from him.
Well, it was 9, 10 and Jack, but this is reverse swept and fielded by Jake Ball, not cleanly, but there would have been a single there in any case. 245 for 4.
I'm getting a few emails about various possibilities to change the sub rules, so we'll come back to that in a minute.
He's got 35 wickets in first class cricket, Archie Vaughan, at 32.4. He's in bowls, and this is turned into the onside. There won't be a run. And his best figures against Hampshire last September, 6 for 96. In a game that Somerset were came close to winning, but Hampshire held out for the draw. This time Mays stretches forward.
Yeah, Mays.
Be interesting to see if Ben Mays tries to repeat that shot down the ground.
Interesting, they've got a spread field here on the leg side. Perhaps maybe tempting him into clearing the long leg side boundary here from the pavilion end.
Ball in and balls, and Mays gets this off on the inside part of the bat as he looks for the drive. End of the over, 2:45 for 4. Archie Vaughan just taking his bowling figures off the 7 overs, none for 18.
An email from Jason Cole. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. The subs rule is a necessity to protect the players. You could change it so the sub can't bat higher than 8 in either innings and can't bowl before the second new ball or for 80 overs after the substitution, whichever is longer. That rolls over to the second innings too, so if you sub out a bowl at the end of your first innings, you have to wait a long time to bring them into the attack. As Ogbourne starts his run up. He's past the umpire now for some left arm round, and a cut shot from Brown just goes past cover. And it shouldn't be more than a single, as is fielded by the mid-off fielder, moving round to a slightly deeper cover position. So if Albert had been subbed, the new player would have had to have come in at 9, and subbing a bowler would have a similar effect. We should bring back runners too. Part of the reason we need subs is because in their infinite wisdom, ICC did away with runners.
It's only in test matches.
Thanks, Jason from Cambridge.
Lewis Goldsworthy had a runner in the game against Essex.
Ogbourne's in, a defensive shot from Mays, keeps him on 11, 2-4-6 for 4.
Which raised another interesting question about subs or replacements, because on the Friday he batted with a runner, and indeed on Saturday morning, and then because he'd done his hamstring on the Friday afternoon, and then subsequently to having got out with his runner, he was replaced, injury replacement. And if someone is batting with a runner, does he really need to be replaced when he can be subbed in the field anyway?
Ogbourne short and well ducked out the way of Mays. Yes, it feels like there's no possible way. You can't really have both runners and replacements, can you?
Well, it doesn't seem to make much sense. But then the more I hear about it, the more I think about it, the more unnecessary the whole thing seems to be.
And equally, you can't have a runner for a bowler. So if a bowler gets injured, and you've just got, it's just part of the game, I think, isn't it? So why change something that I guess is not that broken?
He's bowling well here, Alfie Ogbourne. I like this. I agree with Kevin James. I think bowling around the wicket allows him to bowl a tighter line.
Into Mays and a nice drive through extra cover. Not sure it's quite got the legs. They'll think about 2. Ben Brown says no, as he'd have been running to the danger end, but a nice shot from Mays. Yeah, it's a funny angle, isn't it, from left arm round of the wicket, Ogbourne, and just bringing the stumps into play, and he's bowling a good line of length. He's asking the right questions here of the Hampshire pair. Pair of bends. There's Brown now back on strike on 30. Ogbourne receives the ball from mid-off. And with the shine of the ball, pat of Ben Brown's bat. Ogbourne, with a couple of jumps, is into his stride. He's in here now. And it's a cut shot, an uppercut, down towards third man. It's bounced just in front of him. And Ben Brown gets a single. What do you think is the strategy here from Alfie Ogbourne? Where do you think he's going to get his wickets here, Anthony?
I think he's aiming for the LBW as much as anything, or if he can just get one to go away off the seam. I think Craig Overton's a more conventional first slip position now than he was when that edge flew between himself and James Roux a couple of Ogbourne overs ago.
Yeah, that was Ben Brown on strike there, edging between the gap. As Ogbourne's in again, hits the crease and tucked into the mid-wicket region for no run.
But he's bowling a good tight line. He's making the batsman play, whereas when he was bowling over the wicket, there was quite a lot that the batsman could let go outside the off stump, angled across, and he wasn't able to get it to sort of duck back in, to swing back in late to the right-hander. which is the classic left arm seam bowler's delivery.
Yeah, this angle feels like there's a little bit more potential for more options to take a wicket, if you see what I mean. Whereas it's more just that one that's pushed across from left arm over the right hand, whereas round a wicket you're bringing in the stumps into play as well as that edge, as we mentioned from Ben Brown. But Vaughan's continue from the pavilion end. It's 2 for 8 for 4 Hampshire.
Yep, we've still got the slip in the short leg.
Which I think is a good call. Vaughan getting a couple to grip, maybe slightly more than Leach, but still not a huge amount of turn in this surface.
He's got the height, Vaughan, so he ought to be able to get a little bit of bounce even out of this pretty placid strip. He's in a bowls, and this is just pushed up to deep-ish mid-off for a single.
Leads now 199, and the field spreads for the 18-year-old Mays.
Vaughan bowls to Mays, gives this one a little bit more air. Played up to Lewis Gregory, and that's the 250 on the board for Hampshire. I was going to say 250 and a bonus point, but of course it's the second innings, so there is no bonus point.
Also a lead of 200 up for Hampshire as well.
Vaughan to Brown. Plays this up the onside of the pitch. Gregory's quickly onto it, shies at the stumps, misses. Brown would have been home safely enough in any case.
It's very interesting putting all fielders on the leg side out to Ben Mays, other than that short leg, and they also got almost a cow corner nice and close to the bat as well. Offering a couple of easy single options to Mays though.
Oh, outside the off stump. Kevin Howells just reminded me that we're on Sports Extra 2. So welcome to the Utilita Bowl if you're listening to us on Sports Extra 2. Hampshire going along nicely, 251 for 4. Vaughan bowls, and Ben Mays content this time to play it out into the offside. No, that is Lewis Gregory. So who is it that's that long leg, he asks himself. Possibly Will Smead. Vaughan bowls, and this is played again defensively. And there's no run. 251 for 4. Clock says 12:53, so probably 3 more overs before lunch. Certainly 2.
Yeah, Mays is one of those cricketers who I would love to see really get in and cash in. Almost a Vince-esque player. Once he's in, Mays will look top class. If he gets past 100 and begins to open up his arms, it'll be excellent for everyone to watch, I think.
I was just about to suggest this bowling change, because it's Tom Lammonby.
Yeah, Lammonby will take over at the hotel end after a nice spell from Alfie Ogborn. We were very praising of him.
Took his best figures in first-class cricket here last year. 3 for 26.
I do remember that spell, actually. It was almost surprising.
He bowled really well.
Yeah.
Bowled really well.
Hooping left armers. But Roo standing up under the helmet as Lammonby's in for left arm around, and this one struck on the thigh pad of Mays. He looked to turn it around the corner to find leg, so Lammonby on the spot early doors.
Yeah, I like the fact that James Roo's standing up to the stumps as well. Just puts a little bit of extra pressure on the batsman.
Yeah, 2 batters who like to advance as well.
I don't think James Roo will be chirping in Ben Brown's ear. He's not that sort of character.
As Lammonby past the stumps and pushed out towards extra cover where there's a small gap and just a single taken. Be interesting if the roles were switched, whether Ben Brown would give a little bit of a chatter to
yeah.
James Roo.
Quite possibly.
Ben Brown obviously not more experienced than Rue, although he's got a brilliant record in first class cricket, just 22 years old. Lehmann B with long flowing hair. Potter's into the crease, where he's in now, and draws a defensive shot from Mays. He's on 13.
He's got floppy hair, Tom Lehmann.
Golden.
He is. Yeah, I mean, he's a very good-looking young man. Annie Chave's favourite cricketer is Tom Lehmann. She denies having a bit of a crush on him.
Well, he's in here again now. He's at the top of his mark, gliding along the surface. He's into Mays, who defends. Very high backlift, Ben Mays. Stands very still when the bowler runs in, and then brings the bat down from a really high position to a solid defence. As he rearranges his gloves. Perhaps James Rue might be having a little word with him. I don't know. He's saying it's not his character, but you never know what can happen. Can't hear what's being said between the two as May sets up again and faces Lehmann. It's edge just past first slip, and a diving Overton can't quite get there. And Ben Mays gets a 4 to his name, but not particularly convincingly. 2, 5, 6 for 4.
Now, if Overton had been standing at second slip, as he was when the edge from Ben Brown went past him at first slip, he'd have taken that catch.
Are you suggesting moving back, Anthony?
Well, it's just one of those things. But well bowled, Tom Lehmann.
Little wry smile from Overton there on the picture feed as Lehmann B's in and defending his Mays. These two looking just to get through to that lunch break, which is 4 minutes away.
Good over that from Lehmann, who is an underrated bowler. Not used as much as he might be. But of course, Somerset do now have the Alfie Ogborn option for left arm seam. But he's a more than useful operator, Tom Lehmann. He's better than just an occasional bowler, even though he only gets to bowl occasionally.
Yes, that was the first over of his spell.
Don't think Somerset are going to be in any great hurry to get through this over. This will be the 30th over of the morning, so they're not far short of the ration of 32. Vaughan in and bowls. This is turned to short mid-wicket, and there won't be a run.
Somerset maintain that short leg in under the helmet. You have to see one really pop up through there, but it's a good play.
Vaughan in and bowls, and again it's played to Will Smead. Just to move a little bit further to his left at short mid-wicket. Archie Vaughan must be 6'5", I should think. He's in, bowls, and Brown back on his stumps, playing that off the pitch.
I think there's a few players out there who are looking forward to their lunch break, a few slightly lethargic movements.
Vaughan bowls, and it's pitched up and driven, but it's just a single as Ogborn picks up at a deepish mid-on and then retreats to long on in deference to that lofted on drive that Mays played a few overs ago off Jack Leach, but he's content again just to play this defensively. 12:59 the clock says. One ball remains in the over. Vaughan to Brown, who is studiously forward. And I fancy we will get another over before lunch because it still says 12:59 as umpire Middlebrook takes up his position behind the stumps. We'll look at the clock, see that it says 12:59, and a 31st over of the morning will be bowled.
Yeah, a couple of fans taking the opportunity to be first in the queue for a little bit of lunch. The nice coffee area over by the
west entrance, I believe. I always get my east and west mixed up here. But it is Lehmann beat. Make sure his hair's in order before he sets off, and he's past the umpire now. Left armour and a bottom-edged cut into the offside brings about no run. A few crowd members walking around the berm. Plenty still in their seats looking at this strong partnership between the two middle order batters. 2.57 for 4 here, that lead creeping up. 2.07 now. I think what Hampshire have done well before the break is they've sustained their intensity, still look for singles as Lehmann B's in. And it's a slightly later cut, straight to backward point, a good stop, bringing about an applause from the Somerset players. Somerset's position in this game. Yes, they were ahead after day one. Will they be looking... What do you reckon their standpoint is on their game situation? They'll be looking for breakthroughs, but what do you think, Anthony?
I think they'd be happy to settle for a draw.
Lambie's in, a nice strong cut shot there by Brown. Through extra cover, and the mid-off gives up in pursuit. And Brown moves on to a very well-made 39. He's raced along this morning. And he's played well as Hampshire clock up 2.61 for 4.
It's hard to see Somerset winning from here. When those 3 wickets fell this morning, there was just a glimmer of hope, but this partnership is building nicely for Hampshire, and doesn't seem to be anything in this pitch for either seam or spin.
As Lambie's past the umpire this time and down the leg side. It's a good take by James Rue, who's standing up to the wicket. Just sort of left his hands out there, and it's a very good take. Was blinded for a long time by the batter Ben Brown as he just reached out and took a brilliant catch down the leg side. Double. Didn't even move his feet, did he? Just sort of leant over and picked it up as if it was anyone's business. But good take there by James Rue as Lehmann B's in. Hits the crease. Punch off the back foot to cover for no run. It's one of those things, the keeper down the leg side to a pace ball always looks quite impressive, doesn't it?
Yeah, the interesting thing, he didn't move his feet much. I mean, it was all, he stretched out with his arms, and it was very well judged. But he's not as good standing up to the stumps as he is standing back, I think it'd be fair to say.
A tricky task. Here's Lehmann, final ball of the morning session, and it's a nice punch through cover point, and Ben Brown finishes the morning session with a couple of boundaries and puts Hampshire into a brilliant position. Umpire Middlebrook passes back the jumper and hat to Tom Lehmann. And it's been a successful morning, arguably for both sides at some point. Nick Gubbins was the first to fall for 83 off the bowling of Jack Leach, caught at slip. And it was Jake Lehmann who was bowled for 50 off the bowling of Alfie Ogborn. Then the replacement Toby Abbott came in and was dismissed for 22, LBW to Lewis Gregory. But since then, the two Bens, Brown and Mays, have played very nicely. 39 and 17 not out respectively for those two. No, 43 now for Ben Brown. Just ticked over before the lunch break. Hampshire's at 2.65 for 4. And with a strong lead that's developing up to 215 runs. So we'll be back in about 35 minutes time. And we'll be back soon.
Plenty of food and drink options available throughout the course of today's lunch interval. Of course, we do have the parlour
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality.
Was on. So he's playing a miss it. No, he's not. He's got an edge through to the keeper. There's the first wicket of the morning. I can't say.
Here's Code again then. That's pushed away, backward of point on the offside. It's going to be the first boundary of the game.
To Prest. Prest pushes forward. Lovely shot through the covers. That's beautiful. That's 4.
Stages here then. As White's in again. Oh, but a terrific drive through extra cover from Gubbins. It beats the infield and it will race away.
Got it up.
Here's Code.
Beautiful.
Yep, brilliant shot. Down the ground. Lovely on drive.
Just going to run away for 4. Beautiful shot. Full face of the bat down the ground. Code's in again. Oh, great shot. Worked into the leg side. I think that'll race away for 4 through mid-wicket. Great shot by Press there.
Agreed. That's cut away by Gubbins. Nice shot through the covers. That's going for 4.
Gets to the crease. Oh, back of a length. And that's beats point. Is it going to go all the way for 4? I think it is, yeah.
Pressed off the back foot. Lovely shot. That's going for 4. Hill once more. Bowls to Gubbins. Gubbins drives through extra cover. Lovely shot. That's going for 4.
Gone across there. As Richardson's in again, but that's a terrific drive by Gubbins. And that'll go all the way up the hill to the Kirkstall Lane end for 4 more.
Hospital rounder. Flicked away by Gubbins through mid-wicket. That'll be 4. Some of the harshest comments. Oh, Press is close. He's LBW, is he? Yes, he is. Finger goes up. Oh, Press looks to the heavens.
To a really great servant for Yorkshire, being moved north from Somerset. That's a little over pitch, though, from Bess on this occasion. There's a chase there for Code in towards the boundary. White ball stuff gets underway. Here's White, and there's an edge there for Lehmann. But I think he might have managed to keep it down anyway. But it goes through a vacant area. It's Gubbins who waits. And that is caught at third slip. Do you know, he absolutely deserves that, Jack White. Terrific ball.
And he White's it again. Brown pulls that away. That short arm pull that he plays. Well known for that, Ben Brown. There's certainly enough, isn't there, as a batter? There, that's a nice shot. It was a full delivery on leg stump, and Brown's worked that away in front of square, and that's 4 runs. Oh, gosh, what was his name? I knew I shouldn't have started this conversation. Nice shot through mid-wicket this time from Ben Brown, and that may just have enough legs on it. Despite the fielder's efforts, it does. But just probably hits the deck a little harder. Oh, that's close. It's wrapped on the pad, gone. Brown doesn't look particularly happy. Probably feels he got a little far forward there.
Short and wide and cut for away through backward point. The field's going to chase it, but unable to get there. It's a beautiful shot by Lehmann. Just let the ball come to him.
This is certainly a thing they can ask. There's cut away, smashed away through the covers. Width again from Revis and Mays.
Here's Richardson. Short and pulled away beautifully by Mays. He was onto that so quickly. Here comes Richardson again. Oh, and that's stylish. That's really stylish. That's really well played through mid-wicket for 4. Here's Revis. Starts a new over then from the Kirkstall Lane end. Again, outside off stump. Yorkshire have got a man back on that cover point boundary to Lehmann. Lehmann earns the applause, though, because he takes a single. That brings up his half century.
Thanks for his second delivery. Oh, that's well bowled. Beautiful bowling by Don Bess. Looks like he just played around that one a little bit, Mays.
From us from the Kirkstall Lane end. Oh, and he's got a good one there, and he takes the outside edge of Dawson's bat. Dawson has a quick look up.
There's a new over from George Hill. Oh, he's wrapped on the pad, Cody Youssef, and he's gone. Okay, which was great, and I really enjoyed it. Oh, big shout for an LBW, and he's gone. Second wicket in the over.
Second delivery. Oh, it's down. Chance. Sharp chance to Duke's edge there. Not sure if he took it off first slip, if it were his, but like I say, as a wicket keeper, you've got to go for that.
Patiently as Code comes in, and he's bowled him. And that's the breakthrough that Yorkshire need.
Into Lehmann now. Oh, there's a big swing into the leg side. Is it going to go? It's all the way. No, he's caught it. Oh, brilliant catch. And a deserved fifer for Hill there. Fantastic.
Now. Oh, and Beans left one alone outside the off stump. It was fatal because he's been bowled. The off stump goes tumbling back.
And last week, that's an edge, and it's gone between first slip and gully, or deepish gully, and that's going for 4.
Fourth delivery. Up the hill. Down the hill, sorry, and it's clipped away into mid-wicket. And that'll run away for a 4. That's a great shot by Whiteman there. Baker just straying a little bit full there onto the pads of Whiteman. Second over. Oh, he's gone full again. It's pushed down the ground. I'm not sure if it'll go all the way. Will it? Abbott's chasing it. Oh, and it's gone for 4 runs. Baker to Whiteman. It's gone full. Oh, and it's pushed beautifully down the ground there. Glorious stroke. And that's 4 runs.
As Jack comes round the wicket to lithe in characteristic fashion, just rocks back onto the back foot and pulls that through mid-wicket for 4. It absolutely rockets towards the...
I say with the ball doing so much as Baker comes in again. There's a few fields. Oh, he's given, he's gone.
He's gone. He's bowled him.
Bowled him. Chopped on there from Ben Code. Good bowling, pushed him back with a couple of bouncers. Coming to the crease. He's gone full. Oh, he's bowled him. He's 2 in 2 for Baker.
Wow. What a delivery that was, you have to say. Stand end coming into bowl to Adam Lythe, and Lythe just nonchalantly drives that through extra cover for 4 up to the Taverner's stand up there on the far side. Terrific shot from him. Baker. And Revis has played it really, really well on his toes through the offside. A little bit shorter this time from Baker.
As Eddie Jack comes in and bowls, Revis again is comfortably behind that one. And there we are. 96 overs completed.
Here comes Baker again. 3 slips. Well pitched up. Great drive by Matthew Revis. Really well timed.
Being covered is Abbott around the wicket. Lythe drives through extra cover. Don't bother running for that. And Lythe doesn't.
In this Yorkshire reply, outside off stump. Yeah, over pitched and just guided. Really nicely guided by Adam Lythe. See a few more arriving as Lythe gets on the front foot and drives that one through the covers. My goodness me, he's timing the ball well this morning, Adam Lythe, wouldn't you? Here's Youssef in, and that is a little bit streaky, a little bit edgy from Adam Lythe. Here's Abbott again. Oh, and a full swing of the bat there from Revis, and he's looking at Jack again. Revis, plays that through mid-wicket really nicely, wristily. Steers that one up towards the Taverner's stand, running in towards us from the Howard stand end, and Revis absolutely gives that the treatment across the practice wickets towards the Western Terrace.
He certainly did. He's used that down the hill once more. Revis off the back foot, times that nicely through the gap at forward point, and that brings him 4 runs. He took 119 wickets, says Dave. Revis is off the back foot. A beautiful stroke through extra cover. He really is starting to time the ball.
Comes in, bowls, driven by Lythe, and that's just going to reach the boundary on the offside to Revis. Plays off the back foot, and that's 4 runs. That's a beautiful shot.
First period of commentary then, as Dawson comes in, just a little bit wider leg stump there, and Lythe gets a good glance in down towards the Kirkstone Lane end boundary, and actually picks up 4 first ball.
Showers, we'll have to wait and see. Oh, he's bowled him! And there's the early breakthrough after lunch as the off stump goes cartwheeling out the ground. Revis goes pushing forward.
Round the wicket, short run, reverse sweep from Lythe. And he's timed it really nicely, actually. He's just paddled it round the corner.
Find yourself being relied upon more. Edge through to the keeper, and Abbott's got another wicket, and that's the perfect delivery. Lythe had to play. Game down there at the Utilita. As Hill plays that late, and he's worked that down the hill down to third man, and that will run away over the rope. So there you go. Here's Kyle Abbott again. He was bowled! He's played forward there, and he's looking around thinking, how on earth have I missed that? It's heading this way as Abbott bowls, and there's a nice drive through extra cover. No problem, Don Bess. It was a short ball, rare short ball from Abbott. That's nicely played and pulled around the corner by Don Bess. I wasn't tempted to put any money on it. I'm not betting this year. Lovely cut shot, and that's going for 4 runs. Good a point. Duke is off the mark.
Bowls. That's a lovely shot. And that's going to be 4 runs to Harry Duke.
As he comes in again, ooh, straight into sweep, and in the end he's got an edge through to the keeper. And Bess has gone. Dawson comes in. Down the wicket comes Van Beek, hits him over the head, high down to the far end of the ground. And what's the umpire going to signal? It's 4 runs. That's a nice looking shot.
Oh, he's edged that, and he's gone to the keeper. Good catch. Looked a good catch by Ben Brown.
And in comes Yusuf Bowles. Bowled him, and the stump is out of the ground. And that is the end of the Yorkshire innings. White goes for no score, and Yorkshire bowled out for 177.
George Hill comes in, down the leg side. Here's Hill in again. Oh, and a fine shot by Gubbins. Off the back foot, pushing that away.
Comes in again, round the wicket to the left-hander. And he's hit that for 4 behind square on the offside. It's Code in here. And Gubbins has...
Through is needed. Van Beek's in now. There's a big shout this time, and they have that breakthrough. Weatherly is the man out, LBW.
Bowling's left-handed Gubbins, who... Oh, that's a lovely cover drive. And that's 4 runs. In comes Hill to bowl to Prest, who turns it onto the onside. And that's 4 runs. That's a good shot. He just a shot through mid-wicket to the right-handed Prest. That's on the leg side. That's turned away. And that's another 4. Exactly the same as his previous 4 as well. So in some ways. Anyway, Hill is in. And that's 4 runs. On the back foot again, and that's through the offside this time. Another 4 runs for Nick Gubbins.
It's a new over from Van Beek, and that's driven a fairly thickish edge down towards third man, and that will go all the way. Here's Code past the umpire, and that's played up on his toes by Tom Prest. Really well, 3.4 and over at the moment as Code comes in. And just as you speak, Kevin, another boundary through the offside.
Replacement for Richardson. Oh, and as he edged that one through to the keeper, Gubbins. He's down on his knee. He's going to wait for the umpire's decision here because that was a very full delivery.
Again. And that is played away by Prest delightfully through the offside. Here comes Ben Code in now. Outside off stump. Played towards Sam Whiteman at backward point, who does the fielding, and that is the end of the second day's play here at Headingley.
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality.
Third slip back in place for Sonny Baker. This one's up in the air, looping up to Bess, who takes the catch. Weight of games as in comes Van Beek, and that's a thick edge And on a rare occasion there, Jake Lehmann to be playing regular first team cricket for the foreseeable future, else you wouldn't get that cap. You're going to be a regular, as that's punched square on the offside and takes Tom Prest to a well-earned half-century. There he goes with that trigger movement back and across. Now then, he's out at the non-striking end. Tom Prest has gone. That's one of those very, very unfortunate things in cricket.
To the middle stump.
Lehmann on strike again, and a similar shot to the ball before, but this time a different result. And what presumably both he and Tom Prest were hoping for the ball before was boundary. Sessions now with T fixed at 3:55.
That's Lehmann has cut one out here.
Past the umpire, Brown cuts all over the top of first slip. Any more in this game? That's driven, full delivery, lovely shot. Straight down the ground, back up towards us, up the hill.
Mid-off is in for the first delivery to Brown, and has a big heave onto the leg side, to the cow corner, and it's all the way for 6.
Cliff's in. Brown drives, thick outside edge, but he's found the gap just in front of point. Not quite where he was aiming it. Cliff had the hands on his head. Double wicket competition. Oh, that cut away into the gap between point and gully. It was in the air, but there's nobody there. Actually, there he looked like he's gone back in the older ones. Oh, there's an edge, and again it's gone into that gap between first slip and fine gully. Last umpire saggers and bowls, and again it's gone in that area. I think that was again deliberate. It wasn't quite aerial as the previous delivery.
There he is again, waits, wide attacking stance. He's placed that one very nicely between two fielders on the leg side. Revis is one of them giving chase, but the ball is to bat for now. Lehmann again cuts nicely and makes his way to a half-century then for the 29th time in first-class cricket. To go with 16 first-class tons. It's taken him 89 balls, 124 minutes of batting.
Still a little way away from that. Brown drives past the diving point, and that's going for 4. But that's a bit in the distance at the moment. Brown whips that away on the leg side. That's 4 runs through square leg. Yeah. Short. Brown pulls that away on the leg side, and nobody's quite sure where that ball is. It's gone for 4. Didn't actually add to his overnight total, and Lehmann guides that away past a diving wide first slip.
Best over. Shot and outside off stump, and it's cut away behind point for 4 runs. That's a glorious shot.
Around the wicket short, and that's pulled away from outside off stump, pulled away hard through mid-wicket, and Jake Lehmann picks up another boundary. 134 now between these two. Low full toss hammered away by Lehmann. Don't bother chasing that one. That's gone into the stands. And Beak bowls again, and outside the off stump, and hammered away from outside off stump through mid-wicket, and that is 4. Well, what is happening here straight after tea?
Best in for the 4th delivery, 3 dots so far, and as Lehmann back cuts behind point, and that'll race away for 4 runs. 18.
Yeah, so Paddy Pindle batting. That's caught at deep backward square leg. He picked Logan van Beek up beautifully, but unfortunately picked a fielder out on the boundary.
Front of the hand, and it's hit into the leg side, and it's 4 or 6.
Pressed when he was run out on the non-striker's end. That's whipped away by Brown. My word, he's picked that up superbly, and that's gone for 6 towards the western terrace. Van Beek again and bowls. Brown pulls that away in the air. That's safe, and it's beaten 2 fielders, and it's gone for 4. Oh, that's a beautiful shot down the ground, and that's gone for... Is that 4 or 6? It is 6. Essex the way they looked last week. Surprised that they're out. Now, Ben Brown hoiks that away on the leg side, falls over as he does so, and it's gone for 6. And as David Milne signals 6, Ben Brown was picking himself up off the turf, and he moves on to 102, gets a hug from Ben Mays. He takes his helmet off, raises his bat, and even Harry Duke behind the stumps gives him a round of applause, which is nice to see.
It's Don Bess. He's in for the final delivery. It's over, and he hits him out to deep cover, pushing hard to mid-off. Or long off. So that's the end of the over.
Mountain to climb now with the bat. Lyth has got an edge and gone. Second slip, pouches it pretty low down. And the first blob of the season for Adam Lyth. Here's Abbott again. Oh, inside edge from Whiteman. That's going to be 4. Races away. Kirkstall lane end. Oh, bowled him. This time it's Whiteman who's left one and had his off stump removed. Finlay Bean watches on from the other end.
In. Oh, short. Pulled away just over mid-wicket, over the outstretched hand of Joe Weatherly, and that's going for 4. Here's Jack again. Oh, so that's whipped away. Nice shot through square leg. Little too straight, that one. Nicely played by James Wharton, who goes into double figures.
To Bean now, straight again, and it's worked into the leg side. I don't know if the fielder has cut it off, and it runs away for 4 runs. Full. And he's worked into the leg side for mid-wicket, and that'll run away for 4 runs. That's back-to-back boundaries for Finlay Bean. And he's in. And he's pushed down into the third man vacant area for 4 runs. That's well weighted by James Wharton there.
That's whipped away through mid-wicket. Nice looking shot from James Wharton.
Baker to Bean. Oh, and there he's through that 4th slip region. Great bowling by Baker, back of a length, going across. Just got a little bit big on Bean.
Jack from the football stand end, gone. And I must admit the first reaction there was that was probably too high, but we are a long way up, 5 floors up here in the com box. Here's Jack then to Revis, and wouldn't you know it, he gets a nice juicy leg stump half volley and flicks it away.
And he's in. Oh, and it's streakily away from behind point for 4 runs, and that'll run away. And he's full. And he's bowled him! Fantastic delivery there from Abbott. Off stump. Knocked out the ground. Revis looking back into Cliff, and he's full. Oh, he's in the pad, and he's given him. He's gone. It's 2 in the over for Abbott. He's forward, solid in behind it. That's a dot ball to end the day. That's a fantastic spell from Abbott. He's bowled 9 overs, 4 for 11. Fantastic bowling, and Yorkshire end the day on 65 for 5.
So here's Cody Youssef to get things underway, and it's immediately down the leg side to George Hill. Especially this man, Finlay Bean, facing Youssef, who pushes that into the gap, wide of second slip and gully. It's running all the way to the third man boundary.
Here's Abbott in, good delivery, there's an appeal, and that is the end of Finlay Bean. The first wicket of the day has gone, and Kyle Abbott has 5 for 12.
That's pushed into the gap. Nice shot from Harry Duke. He'll get 4 runs. Jack, that's full delivery, nicely guided backward of deep gully, and that's going for 4 runs. Quite a deliberate shot there from Harry Duke.
Sonny Baker into the attack to replace the wayward Kyle Abbott at the Kirkstall Lane end, and Sonny's wayward with his first ball. 6 overs and 2 balls for Hampshire to find some, and there's should be 1, but he's been put down. Mid on, mid off, and a square leg, and Harry Duke, I think this one hits him round about the waistband, rather like Willie Banks doing the triple jump. Short ball, Duke's got underneath this, so too has Cody Youssef down at long leg.
97 for 7 here, Yorkshire in their second innings. That's flicked away down to fine leg, and it's gone through. Here's Eddie Jack again. It's nicely cracked away off the back foot by George Hill.
Comes in past Saggers, it's up there to drive, an invitation accepted, and Don Best will welcome that with open arms. Here's Sonny Baker in again, and George just guiding that one through third man. He's going to pick up 4 runs. The Kirkstall Lane end of the ground, and lovely drive from Don Bess. That'll make him feel a whole lot better. Here's Youssef again, edged this time by Bess, just tentatively pushed at that. Ball short of length, punched away into the offside by George Hill. Nicely played.
Food's arrived, Doige. That's given me a bit of a lift, that. That's nicely played through mid-wicket. And that will be 4 runs for Don Bess, who moves on to 26.
Coming in again. And Hill gets himself 4 through third man. Intended shot, open the face, and...
Thank you. John, nice to hear from you. That's lofted high on over mid-on. That's a lovely shot. Couple of... Awesome. Down the wicket comes Hill again. He's got a little bit more underneath that, but he's still going a long way over mid-on. Wide mid-on this time, and it's 6 runs again. And that's his 50.
Join the war. Abbott with a pretty good delivery once again, but this time Bess. Comes Abbott. Ooh, good delivery this time. There's an appeal for LBW and given. Ooh, now then.
From that football stand in. Bess works that away on the onside. Chase for Tom Prest. Although that's always going for 4.
Thinking it probably was out.
Here's Liam Dawson. to best, gets an edge, goes along the ground past the diving substitute fielder Toby Albert, and that's running away to third man up the hill for 4 runs.
Baker might bowl it now. No, it's up there to drive again, and this time he has got a good contact on it, and it is 4. Lined in red with the fact that he's got the captain's armband when there's no Johnny Bairstow here. Short ball pulled by Van Beek, and he's off the mark with a 4 through mid-wicket.
Facing Dawson. And he's chipped that one, and he's caught it mid-off. Looked to work that away on the onside. He got a leading edge. You were mentioning his Dawson's gone for the sweep shot there. It's nicely played by Van Beek. It's gone fine. Gully in for him. Code drives. That's nicely through the covers. That's a lovely shot. That's going for 4.
Less recently and less recently again. Yeah, very often, unfortunately.
Oh, that's it. Sorry, I was looking at... I had a load of emails that I've missed him. And I've just missed that because...
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality.
was on. So he's playing a mission. No, he's not. He's got an edge through to the keeper. There's the first wicket of the morning. I can't say.
Here's Code again then. That's pushed away, backward of point on the offside. It's going to be the first boundary of the game.
To Prest. Prest pushes forward. Lovely shot through the covers. That's beautiful. That's 4.
Stages here then. As White's in again. Oh, but a terrific drive through extra cover from Gubbins. It beats the infield and it will race away.
Called it up.
Here's
Oh,
Code.
beautiful.
Yep, brilliant shot. Down the ground. Lovely on drive.
Just going to run away for 4. Beautiful shot. Full face of the bat down the ground. Code's in again. Oh, great shot. Worked into the leg side. I think that'll race away for 4 through mid-wicket. Great shot by Prest there.
Agreed. That's cut away by Gubbins. Nice shot through the covers. That's going for 4.
Just gets to the crease. Oh, back of a length. And that's beats point. Is it going to go all the way for 4? I think it is, yeah.
Pressed off the back foot. Lovely shot. That's going for 4. Hill once more. Bowls to Gubbins. Gubbins drives through extra cover. Lovely shot. Well, welcome back to the Utilita Bowl. The 2 umpires, Nigel Long and James Middlebrook, are leading the Somerset players out onto the field. And we will shortly get underway the afternoon session on day 3 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Somerset. The Somerset players are in a huddle there because the state of play is that Hampshire in their second innings are 265 for 4. They lead by 215. A simple equation for this afternoon. Hampshire will look to build a bigger lead and Somerset will look to stop them doing that. Or if they are going to build a decent lead, to try and take time out of the game and stop Hampshire from scoring runs too quickly. Ideally, they'll do that by taking some wickets. So a big afternoon in prospect. The two not out batters are Ben Brown, the captain, 43 not out. Ben May, 17 not out. The pair have put on 43 so far, unbroken for the 5th wicket. The 3 wickets that fell this morning after Hampshire resumed on 146 for 1 overnight. The lead then was 96. Was after 35 minutes of play. Nick Gubbins edged Jack Leach to Craig Overton at slip for 83. He added 13 to his overnight total. Toby Albert, who was injured last night. We weren't sure if he would be able to take any further part in the game. Happily, he was. He came out and added just 5 to his overnight total. He was LBW to Lewis Gregory for 22. That was 191 for 3. And Jake Lehmann, I should say, was out after an hour and 15 minutes this morning. He was 16 not out and overnight. He added a further 34 runs to his total, and when having just passed 50 for the 4th consecutive time, he was bowled by the left-arm seamer Alfie Ogborn. That was 222 for 4. So here we go then, the start of the afternoon session. It's Archie Vaughan bowling to Ben Mays, and pushes forward and it goes out into the covers. Your commentary team this afternoon is as it was this morning. Shortly we'll hear from Anthony Gibson. And we've still got Charlie Harden with us here, and we're going to have a little stint from 5 Live's Kevin Howes as well a bit later on. So that's something to look forward to as that's driven out towards extra cover. So that's the situation here. Somerset coming into this game top of the table. Hampshire in 6th place. As Archie Vaughan takes his time over this next delivery from the pavilion end, flighted, and Mays pushes forward. So that lead, as I say, 215, and we have just over 64 overs left today. And then tomorrow being last day, of course. It's again Mays pushing forward, the young 18-year-old who made his first-class debut back just over 2 weeks ago here against Essex. Played up at Yorkshire, and here he is in his 3rd match. Vaughan bowls and forward once more is Mays. Accurate start here from Archie Vaughan this afternoon. A couple of emails to get through. A couple came just before the luncheon break. Dave Allen, Hampshire's former honorary archivist, who did email before lunch, sent us a note about an upcoming event in Portsmouth. That's turned away on the leg side. Mays will pick up a single, and as I turn my head to the scoreboard, he'll keep the strike as well. So Hampshire on to 266 for 4. So Dave Allen emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. If you could mention an event in Portsmouth next Thursday afternoon, the Menuhin Room, Portsmouth City Library, 1:30, Thursday the 23rd of April. Dave Allen himself will be talking and launching his latest book, that's Summer in the City, part of the celebrations in Portsmouth of its elevation from a town to a city, announced that day in 1926. The book is about the whole cricket season in the new city, county matches, Royal Navy, United Services Cricket Club, local leagues and the Schools League, plus the local context, entertainment, shopping and general strike, etc. Say hello to Anthony, says Dave Allen, and tell him there's even a Hampshire Somerset at the US ground in May 1926, match drawn mention as well. He's just come next to me. He's just handed me a key. That's your key.
I don't need it.
What was that?
Because I'm parked the other side. And I shan't be using the lifts.
You want me to sign out for you?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, no problems. I'll do that for you. So, yes, I've mentioned that. So that's an event next Thursday. Right, shall I do this one? Or do you want to do it?
I'll do this. Yeah, it's Jake Ball bowling to Ben Mays. Squirts out into the offside. You were talking about the United Services Portsmouth ground?
Yes, amongst others in Portsmouth, yeah.
Yeah. I didn't commentate. I scored there.
Ooh.
years ago for Neil Durden Smith.
In that nice box by the railway line?
We were in the rugby stand.
Okay.
Which was fairly primitive. His Jake Ball in and bowls turned into the onside. And Neil Durden Smith, who was always immaculately turned out, he had this beautiful pair of white chinos on, very smart blazer with MCC tie.
Yeah.
And middle of the afternoon, he opened a bottle of red wine and poured himself a large measure of this. And then unexpectedly, Sport on 2 came over, and in reaching, grabbing for his microphone, he knocked this mug of red wine all over his, this is outside the off stump, don't run, all over these immaculate white trousers. And of course couldn't say anything because he was on the air, and we were surrounded by small boys in the rugby stand who thought this was the funniest thing they'd ever seen in their lives. And poor old Neil Durden Smith was not amused.
And being red wine.
Yeah, exactly. I said nothing. He and my father were great rivals for the spot-on Test match special. This has turned into the onside. Very different characters. Couldn't be more different. No run there. 266 for 4. So the lead is 216. Lots of hard work in prospect for Somerset's bowlers and fielders this afternoon. To take wickets, but they also need to try and keep the scoring rate in check. Ball in, ball short, pulled away, and is going to be cut off just inside the deep square leg boundary by Tom Lammonby, who sends in the return. So Tom Lammonby just giving those 2 overs, sort of token 2 overs really before lunch. But as I'm sure you'll remember, Kev, in this equivalent fixture last year, he took 3 wickets and bowled actually pretty well.
He did, and I heard you say underrated bowler, and that's exactly what he is.
Jake Ball in and bowls to Brown, and almost gets that one through, comes off the inside edge, and goes down to long leg, where Archie Vaughan fields. End of the over, 268 for 4, 44 to Ben Brown, who's just been going along quietly, picking his shots nicely, putting the bad balls away very effectively, and Ben Mays, 19 from 47, yet to see the best of him.
Yeah, and it's not just us saying Lammonby's a underrated bowler, because I had a chat with Shane Berger, the Hampshire bowling coach, assistant coach this morning, former Somerset assistant coach as well. First of all, he said pass on his best wishes to you.
I haven't seen him since we've been here, but he's a very nice guy and did a very good job at Somerset.
Yeah, he's a terrific guy, and I'm sure he'll do a terrific job here as well, and he's doing already. And he funny enough, he says the same about Lammonby. Right, 268 for 4. The lead is 218. Here's Archie Vaughan from the pavilion end, and Brown works that back to the bowler, no run. Now, I mentioned before lunch about that article on the BBC Sport website, or the BBC website, about the runners and then robots at a Chinese half marathon, which is a video of it, which is a bit spooky, if I'm honest, if you watch it. Forward is Ben Brown. Robert Timms has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He says, future nightmare, with question mark, when we're all watching humanoid robots playing county cricket. We'll be arguing about replacements for electrical or mechanical faults.
No, the robots will never take over cricket.
Well, I tell you what, when you watch these things run in this half marathon, I tell you what, it doesn't seem such a far-fetched idea. Quick single up to mid-on, Ben Brown.
Running is a sort of predictable activity. Cricket, there's nothing predictable about cricket.
Correct. But I don't know. Have you seen the video yet?
No, I haven't.
Honestly, you'll have nightmares over it. It's really yeah. Here's Vaughan. He's got the short leg and the slip in. As forward is Mays.
Cricket commentary, I suppose, could be replaced by AI.
Are you hoping it will be? Or?
No, I'm not. But I'm sure it could. I'm surprised sports commentary hasn't been tried on AI.
Well, it's interesting
Perhaps
you
it has.
say that. Oh, he's bowled. He's got through the defences of Ben Mays there. Ben Mays can't quite believe it, just takes his time walking back. He doesn't quite know how it's got through, but it has. And that's the 5th wicket down. Just watch this again. And the picture feed, that's turned. And it's gone between bat and pad. It's pitched right, and it's just done enough to get through the youngsters' defences. He goes for 19, 269 for 5.
Bit worrying that, from a Somerset point of view. But well bowled, Archie Vaughan. Has Ben Mays captained England under 19s? Yes, yes, because Archie Vaughan has, so I was going to say it's one England under 19 captain removing another, but...
Yeah, I hesitated because I didn't know. But yeah, I think you're right.
Certainly in Australia during the winter it was Thomas Rue who was captaining.
New man is Liam Dawson.
And I haven't seen enough of Ben Mays in this game to form a judgment as to how good he is. We played that one shot down the ground. For the rest, he's been content just to accumulate, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's early days. He's still working out his game in terms of this level. You know, it's one thing England under 19. It's another thing second team cricket. You know, this is a different kettle of fish altogether, as we know. He showed a little bit more up at Yorkshire. Maybe didn't show that much at Essex, but it's very early days. He was only 18 in the winter. Just watching that again, it's just done enough, isn't it? And there's not much of a gap.
Just clipped the outside of the off stump.
Good piece of bowling. You were just going back to you say that about sports reporting. There was a BBC trial, and I don't know if it's still going on, where they trialled AI sport reports, and our region or our local station was one of those that was chosen. And when we heard that this was going to happen, I think it's about once a week it was posted, and we went, ha, yeah, of course, no problem. And I think it was a sort of a collection of sports stories that week. And I did listen to one, and I have to say, it wasn't that bad at all. And it was all AI.
Oh dear.
Yeah. Vaughan to Liam Dawson, who's pushing forward. You're saying you haven't really seen a lot of Ben Mays with the bat this season, certainly not in this game, Anthony, and you wouldn't be wrong. Liam Dawson has yet to really get his season going with the bat as well.
Well, Somerset will feel that they're 1 wicket away from getting through to something like the Hampshire tail. I mean, Cody Yusuf's a useful player, and Eddie Jack batted very well in the first innings. For my money, he ought to come in ahead of Cody Yusuf, but the prospect of bowling Hampshire out for a total that will leave Somerset with an outside chance is certainly there now.
I think keep it down to 250, 260. I think anything up to 300 Somerset would be happy with, wouldn't they?
Yeah, I think so. This is ball to Brown and a defensive shot. But to keep it down to 300, they're going to have to take the last 5 wickets for fewer than 81 runs, which take a bit of doing, especially bearing in mind they had Hampshire 127 for 7 in the first innings. This is swung away, and it came off the top edge, but didn't go out as far as I was thinking it might do, and just picked up by Tom Lehmann. They take the single. 270 for 5, because the lead's already 220. So it's make it a much better game, mind you, if Hampshire are bowled out.
100%. Yeah, there is a tendency, not just Hampshire, but some teams to just go on that little bit too long if they're in that situation, and yeah, it can sort of peter out into a very dull draw. But yeah, there is an optimal point in this game, isn't there, to be bowled out.
There is. His ball in and bowls to Dawson, who pushes this into the offside. Too many points for a draw. the differential between winning and drawing isn't wide enough. You need more of an incentive to win. Get counties like Warwickshire last year, they win 2 games, something like that, and all the rest drew most of the others and survived comfortably in the first division, which was just about the limit of their ambition. And Jake Paul just pulls out of his run-up because Liam Dawson wasn't quite ready. Got Craig Overton standing at an orthodox first slip position for Jake Ball to Liam Dawson. 3 saving, 1 on the offside, 2 on the onside. 3 men out, third man, long leg and deep square leg. Ball in and bowls, and this is turned into the onside. And smart piece of fielding by Josh Thomas, wearing the fielding pads from mid-wicket. Liam Dawson didn't distinguish himself in the first Hampshire innings. Ball in and bowls, and this is an attempted cut from Liam Dawson to a ball wide outside his off stump that didn't bounce as much as he was expecting. He played over the top of that from Jake Ball, who perhaps more so than any of the other Somerset bowlers has just got the odd one to creep. Whether he's using a scrambled seam, we can't really tell from this far away. Rather than trying to hit the seam, he's in and bowls, and this time Dawson comes solidly forward. End of that over. 270 for 5, 46 to Brown, and Liam Dawson yet to score.
Now, this might be a little bit of fun for this afternoon. A couple of emails have just dropped recently. I don't know why. They must have got stuck in the system. But anyway, this one from Griff Holmes, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Hi, commentary team. This might be somebody, a bit of fun for someone to research during their lunch break. Well, that's been and gone. As Hampshire have their Captain Brown out in the middle, I wonder if any other Cludo characters have had notable cricketing careers. And if so, is he the most accomplished of them? Many thanks, says Gregory. He's in Basingstoke. Well, I think we'll put that out there. Cludo characters, I can't think of many at the moment. I haven't played that for a very long time. Brown drives up to mid-off, start of a new over from the off-spinner Archie Vaughan. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Any Cludo characters, I guess the surnames, who have had cricketing careers? White is the most obvious one, actually, isn't there, really? So we'll try and exclude White unless somebody's got an unbelievable career with the surname White, but I think I've got a feeling there's going to be about hundreds of them. Green might be one. Ben Green.
Professor Green.
Yeah, Professor Green. So maybe not so much of the obvious ones. But anyway, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. We'll have a bit of fun with that between lunch and tea. Played out on the onside by Ben Brown. He remains on 46. He got 100 up in Yorkshire last week, so he's in decent form at the start of this season. Looking for a second half century. In as many matches he's wrapped at the pad. Oh gosh, that's close. I think that's turned a little bit. Just got stuck on the crease there. Turner turned that away on the leg side. Didn't really get his feet moving, and he's outside
just
the line.
Outside,
yeah, he's outside the line.
To tell you the most obvious one.
Yes.
Colonel Mustard.
Phil Mustard.
Yeah. And the Colonel was his nickname.
He was, wasn't it? Because of the Cludo character.
Yeah.
Former Durham player who played a bit for England, I think, didn't he? Small amount.
Yeah, I think so.
Played back to the bowler.
His son is playing for Durham, I think. Is that right?
I think you're right, actually. Yes. So there we are. We thought we've got the ball rolling up here on the gantry. We need it to keep rolling with your help. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Brown pushes forward again. The ball has just gripped a fraction. I think this wicket drying out is just starting to show signs of a little wear in certain places. It don't happen every ball, which sometimes as a batter makes it worse. I've already seen Ben Mays get one to go just past his defences. Archie Vaughan bowling very accurately here. Oh, and Brown pushes forward again. That's a little bit if he's not quite sure what that ball is doing now, just outside off
Yeah.
stump. Good over from Archie Vaughan, maiden over, 14 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 34, and Hampshire 270 for 5.
The seeds of doubt have been sown
They have.
from the dismissal of Ben Mays, and a couple of good deliveries in that over. There's quite a conflab going on out there amongst the senior Somerset players: Craig Overton, Lewis Gregory, Jake Ball. The upshot of which is it's going to be another over from Jake Ball, I think. He's just taking his cap off. Now James Rue is becoming involved. Also a senior player, even though he's only 22.
That's because of weight of runs.
Well, it's also he is a very mature character. He's a very good reader of the game. I'm sure he will captain Somerset at some stage in his career. Maybe when his younger brother Thomas takes over the wicket-keeping gloves. Not this year. Lewis Gregory is certain to carry on as Jake Ball bowls and playing defensively, but when Gregory calls it a day, and we never know quite when that might be because of his injury problems, then I would imagine that well, the vice captain of course is Craig Overton, who has captained them extremely well, so I guess he would be next in line, but he's getting on as well. So when Overton and Gregory are out of the way, then I think James Rue would be the obvious captain. Ball in and bowls. This is pulled, and it's going to be not. Oh, it is brilliantly cut off by Tom Lehmann down there. They come back for 3 runs, but that was a fine piece of work because that ball was travelling, and my money was firmly on the ball. And Lehmann managed to get down to his left, flick the ball infield, recover, send in the return. Good piece of work.
Be a few seals of approval there. The umpire's signalling with the ball about something. What's he
The
saying?
new ball has been taken.
Oh, it's the new ball. Oh, we missed it. At least I missed it.
Well, we didn't miss it. It's taken now. It's just that
Yeah,
we didn't have
I
anything
missed
to build
the fact
up.
that it had cut with 80 overs was up.
Yeah. So 273 for 5. Just make a note of that. See what the
So
second new
that's,
ball
that's
does.
interesting. Which I wonder if Archie Vaughan will bowl with the new ball. Maybe be able to utilise a little bit of extra bounce with the hard ball. Depends a bit on whether he likes bowling with a new ball, because quite a few spin bowlers don't like it because it's
Cuts your fingers.
yeah, exactly. You've got that very pronounced seam. His ball then with the new ball. Bowling to Ben Brown, pitches that one right up. And Brown plays it back to the bowler. We've got 2 slips for the first time for a long time. Lewis Gregory at first slip and Craig Overton at second. A few more clouds around this afternoon, but very pleasant day for watching cricket. Ball in and bowls to Brown, who comes down with a defensive bat on a ball on middle and leg stump. Lots of people sitting. What do we call the sort of ring of seats which aren't part of the stands?
Ring of seats.
Just a ring of seats.
I don't know really. I think there might be some sort of name. It's the bowen that goes, the flat area that goes behind them. Yeah, but quite what the rest of them are, I don't know.
His ball in and bowls, and there's a single here out into the offside. Brown moves on to 47, 274 for 5. What I was going to say, it's a very nice place to sit and watch the game. You get a lovely. You're close to the action. You're just at a nice height as well to be able to appreciate what's going on in the middle.
Yeah, sort of cut into the ground. There's a great video actually on the Hampshire Cricket website, if you scroll back about 5 or 6 pages, of the evolution of this ground, where they cut into the ground.
Ball in and bowls to Dawson, who drives eludes the bowler, but Smead is quickly across from mid-off. End of that first over, part over with the new ball. 274 for 5, 3 to Dawson, 47 to Brown.
Yeah, it's well worth a view. It's like a time-lapse video over the number of years, and you can see where they cut into the
Was it over
side.
2001 or
The first game here was May 2001, first team game. They played some second team games in 2000, but yeah. And there is some celebrations going on this summer, which Hampshire Cricket are organising. Details will be on the Hampshire Cricket website. And I'm producing a special project for the BBC Sport website as well, celebrating 25 years of this ground. Spoke to several people and I've narrated a piece. I've got to record it. I've got to lay down the tracks actually, probably next week, and put all the bits together. Spoken to about a dozen different people. And yeah, I'll be putting that together, and that will appear on hopefully on the BBC Sport website around about the 4th of May. Here's Archie Vaughan. Down the wicket comes Brown, drives that nicely through mid-wicket. Nice use of his feet, nice placement, neatly along the ground, and that's his half century. 51 of 75 balls, and that was his 8th four.
And it's his 56th first-class 50.
Terrific record, isn't it? It's 37 years of age now, and Brown has a career average of 39, which is terrific for a keeper over a number of years, not just the odd year here and there. That's right the way through his career, and that goes against his 103 not out in the second innings against Yorkshire last week. Uses his feet again, drives it up to mid-on, who's slightly deep. Throw comes into the keeper's end. Dawson's home safely enough. So 279 for 5. The lead is up to 229. Email here from Andrew Millard, who's in Connecticut. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, mentioning the robots and the running robots. So it is spooky. He says it's occurred to him that the ECB could provide a box of robot replacement players. I think I could see a day. I can see a day. I don't know what you think, Andy. Now Dawson uses his feet this time, and another quick single up to deepish and mid-on, and Dawson moves on to 4. I could see, when they bring on the drinks.
Yes, you could do that. Yeah.
You bring the robot. The robot walks on.
But then, what else is the 12th man going to do?
Well, they've got a field. Yeah, I suppose when they're called upon. But then different people do that, don't they?
Yeah, but if they're not required to field, they're just going to be kicking their heels.
True. I'd love to see a robot walk on with drinks. I'm sure that will happen one time. Dawson works that on the leg side. Endless possibilities. But the first robot player, there's a thought. The lead is 230 now. Here's Vaughan bowls, and Brown pushes forward.
Not much sign yet of any extra bounce from the hard new ball.
That's true, yeah, look out for that. Email here from George Hoskins, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, as Vaughan comes in. Brown works that to mid-wicket. End of the over. Vaughan 15 overs, 1 for 40. Hampshire 280 for 5. It says, good to hear the commentary. What do you think of Hampshire's prospects so far this season? Mid-table or another flirt with relegation? 1973. Seems a long way away. Yes, that's the last time Hampshire won the championship. George is in the Philippines. My God, we've had some emails from around the world today. I think this is a personal view, that I think if we can all get to September and Hampshire are relatively safe in the table, probably no more than that, and 1 or 2 of the youngsters come through and we can say we're going to get a good decade out of them and they're going to be a fixture in the side for the next however many years, I think that's a decent season, and that's 2026. Worry about next year after that. What about Somerset?
Oh, good start. Ball in, bowls, and it's outside the off stump. They'll have to be at their very best, I think, to challenge for the championship. Batting looks strong, as long as James Rew isn't lost to England. But bowling is 4 right arm seamers, a bit samey, all sort of high 70s, low 80s at pace. Ball in and Bowls. This is cut away through the offside. Lovely shot, 4 runs from Liam Dawson. Bit of width there from Jake Ball. Dawson doubles his score to 8, 284 for 5. Somerset's problem is that, you know, their number one weapon with the ball is Jack Leach, and he's pretty much neutralised by the guidance on pitches. Well, a combination of the guidance on pitches and the sort of pitches he actually has to bowl on. Ball in bowls, turned into the onside, but there is that man, Jack Leach, doing the fielding. Somerset daren't prepare a turning pitch at Taunton because they've still got 4 points suspended hanging over them from the Durham game last year. And the new penalty for a below average pitch is all the points that you accrue in that game. This is played back on the bounce to Jake Ball, which I can't remember how many exactly it was against Durham, but it was certainly over 20, something like 22 points. You know, which
it's a hefty whack.
Yeah,
that's a new development, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. So you just daren't take the risk, and pitches don't naturally crumble in the way that they used to. Ball in and bowls down the leg side, and very good take by James Rue. That was quite a long way down the leg side, and he had to get across very well. Took it cleanly in his left glove. Very athletic piece of wicket keeping. 284 for 5. But I think, you know, Somerset have shown in the win up at Chelmsford against Essex,
good win,
who are, you know, a good side, as Hampshire discovered. This takes Dawson on the pad, but going down the leg side again, they run a leg by 285 for 5. And if you can beat Essex at Chelmsford, you can beat just about anyone. So I wouldn't rule it out, but it's not the most obvious season for Somerset to win the county championship, as was, say, back in 2019 or 2016 or 2010 when they came so close.
Anthony Gibson is staying on, and Charlie Harden is coming in alongside him.
And we're going to have another over from Archie Vaughan. 15 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 40. He's going to be bowling to Liam Dawson with a slip and a short leg. The sun is out. The crowd, especially the Hampshire portion of it, very much enjoying the cricket today. Hampshire very much in control. Somerset need wickets. They're going to get back into this game. Vaughan in and bowls. This is swept, but Leach, I think, will cut that off just about. Ooh. Not sure that his legs weren't in contact with the rope at the same time as his hand was in contact with the ball there. What did you think, Charlie?
That looked very, very full from our position. And the fact that even you were ooh-and-ahhing, I think, showed.
Well, we are in the perfect position to make the call, because that's the boundaries rope is just down below us to our left. But they've run 2. And Dawson down the pitch, hitting this in the air, and is caught by Tom Abel. At mid-wicket, a loose shot from Liam Dawson, if we're being honest, giving Archie Vaughan the charge and holding out to Tom Abel. He's gone for 10, so disappointing game with the bat for Liam Dawson, just the wicket that Somerset were hoping for.
I was just about to mention how the hard new ball's coming off the bat well. I thought that was sailing well over mid-on for a couple of bounce 4, and then all of a sudden it just picked out mid-wicket perfectly. But Liam Dawson, again, yet quite to get moving in his 2026 season with the bat, and will be disappointed to go for 10. He really thrashed his pad there with his bat as he walked off. But a wicket for Archie Vaughan, who has taken a very new ball here, and he is 16 overs into his spell, and that's his 2nd wicket of the innings.
Well, again, it opens things up potentially for Somerset. Lead now is 237. If they can knock over the last 4 Hampshire wickets for 50, let's say, something approaching 300 is certainly possible. Just watching the replay, don't think it was anything to do with the excellence of the delivery. It was just a loose shot from Lehmann Dawson.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of extra spin than he thought might come. Kyle Abbott's going to come out to the crease. Just a little pointer here, Anthony, is because the sight screen is covering the player's walk-off. You might have mentioned this in the first couple of days, but it's an extra long walk back for the Hampshire batters because they've got to go up the away dressing room stairs and then across the back of the sight screen and then back up into the pavilion on the right side of the pavilion. So it almost just rubs salt into the wound there. Once you've got out, you've got an extra long way to walk back. We've had an email here from Ian who says, to combine cricket shop and food, that's cricket shop and food, which I've been doing in my series of late. I was at Scarborough at the Hampshire-Yorkshire one-day match last year when Liam Dawson cut loose and put a 6 into the shop and 6 into the queue for fish and chips down near the end of the innings. Listening from glamorous Doncaster.
Well, it's Kyle Abbott who's come in ahead of Cody Youssef. Abbott coming right across his stumps to play that defensively. Back to Archie Vaughan. That's Vaughan's second wicket, 2 for 42, to go with the 2 wickets he took in the first innings. So we assume there's nothing wrong with Cody Youssef, and that it's just a tactical preference, as again Abbott coming very watchfully across his stumps.
I wonder if the more free-flowing, slightly more aggressive batter like Kyle Abbott might be able to send this new ball around the park.
Vaughan in bowls, pitches this one up, it's driven, it'll be cut off by Lewis Gregory, so it's just a single. 288 for 6. I was going to say, Charlie, when you're down at Taunton, you must go and have the carvery in the Colin Atkinson Pavilion, because I think that is one of the best meals available at any cricket ground in the country.
Well, I had a carvery at Canterbury.
Was that any good?
In the Cornwallis suite. Yeah, it was nice.
Yeah, I bet you the Somerset one's better. Kent are only 2nd division. Vaughan in and bowls, and Brown down the pitch. And won't get a run as it goes to short extra cover. End of the Archie Vaughan over. Wicket in it, that of Liam Dawson. At the end of it, Hampshire 288 for 6, which means they're 238 runs ahead.
Did you get to eat there as a commentator, or was it just a fan?
No, there was the press used to be able to go and eat in the carvery, but then a Sky television cameraman had piled his plate so high that the press were banned from the carvery. And if you talk to Ivo Tennant, who's over in the press box, this all happened years and years ago, but it's still a running sore as far as Ivo is concerned.
Wasn't you, was it, Anthony?
No, it wasn't me, no, definitely not.
As Jake Bull is running in now to continue his spell, he's past the stumps and is whipped into the leg side where there's a deep man on the boundary off Kyle Abbott's bat. 1 run added, 289 for 6.
And there's the fish and chips at the back of the Botham stand. And of course, as you'd expect in the West Country, plenty of pasties to be had.
I would expect so. So I had a fish and chips at Hove, had to go out the ground to get that, unfortunately. The fish and chips van had run out of fish.
Oh dear.
So I thought I'd go out and search for some. There's balls in again. It's the crease. Tucked into the leg side, perhaps just nipping in slightly off the wicket there.
One just stopped a little bit, I think.
Ben Brown just took one hand off the bat as he played it to the mid-wicket fielder for no run.
He played that well, because there is a sort of shortish, well, not particularly shortish mid-wicket at the moment, but could easily have chipped that in the air.
Here comes the ball then. He's in and bowls. Pushed into the offside for no run, as you can hear him call Ben Brown.
He knew who the fielder was.
Yeah, I've heard your thoughts on Tom Abel as a fielder.
Yeah. One of the best in the business.
I've also heard that Kevin James seems to hear that a lot as well when he's down here.
Well, he knows. He's been working on Somerset games with me for long enough to know who my favourites are.
Here's Jake Bull, short, and a cut shot. Doesn't actually carry through to James Rue. It wasn't edge, just a false shot there from Ben Brown. 289 for 6. Yeah, so I had a pork carvery at Canterbury. It's in a lovely spot in the Cornwallis suite where you can eat with a big wide glass wall where you can watch the cricket. Unfortunately, Northants was 680 for 2 at the time, so it wasn't the most watchable. But I was enjoying my carvery, which helps as Bull's in, and it's full and driven towards cover point to that fielder that Anthony Gibson is so keen on. Tom Abel picks up and throws.
Clapping his hands there.
Is it just those ones that go straight to him that impress you, and the throws into the keeper?
He's fantastically quick across the ground. He's got a great pair of hands as well. You catch flies, whether in the slips or in the outfield.
Yeah, well, maybe Somerset thinking he's a little bit more used in that cover point
Took a
region.
brilliant catch at Chelmsford to get rid of Dean Elgar. Sprinted in, dived forward and took it millimetres from the ground, two-handed in front of him. Nobody else in the Somerset side could have caught it.
As Bull shines the ball with his shirt. And then number 14 runs in past the stumps and played into the leg side for no run, where a short field has been brought in. So it ends a good over, just one from it. And Hampshire 289 for 6. Abbott will take strike on 2. Brown at the non-strikers on 52.
Yes, they've started well this afternoon, Somerset, picking up those 2 wickets. Ben Mays and Liam Dawson, both accounted for by Archie Vaughan, who's going to get another over from the Rod Bransgrove Pavilion end, which reminds me that Ivo Tennant's very kindly given me a copy of the book that he co-authored with Rod Bransgrove, called Back from the Brink.
Foreword by Ian Botham.
Co-authored, it's Ivo's own work. Yeah, with the foreword by Ian Botham, which I'm very much looking forward to reading. Vaughan then. To Abbott, who again comes across his stumps and works this out to Leach at deep backward square leg. He looks like a candidate for LBW, Kyle Abbott, the way he's playing Archie Vaughan at the moment.
Well, we've had plenty of Cludo emails. We'll be pleased to hear.
Here's Vaughan in bowls sweep. Half-hearted appeal for LBW. It's well outside the off stump.
Stephen says Anthony Gibson just beat me to it with Colonel Mustard. I was thinking more along the Professor Plum lines, but I couldn't think of a cricketer, more just Plum LBW.
Here's Vaughan in bowls. Played into the onside. Smead picks up. Well, P.G. Woodhouse, his nickname was Plum. P.G. Woodhouse played cricket for Dulwich College, where he went to school. Was a very keen cricketer. Here's Vaughan in and bowls a sweep, and this time it will be cut off by, it came a bit off the top edge in the air for a time, but just bobbled down to Jack Leach below us. They come back for 2 runs.
Just reminding, that's an email on hampshirecricket at bbc.co.uk, and someone without a name has emailed to say, I'm going to be the first person to say that Brown is not a Cludo character. I think he's right.
Vaughan in a bowls, turned up to mid-on, 293 for 6. Means that Kyle Abbott will have the strike. And I think Archie Vaughan will be fancying his chances against Kyle Abbott. We've got slip, leg slip, forward short leg. Vaughan in bowls, and Abbott back on his stumps, playing that off the back foot perfectly conventionally, back to the bowler, end of the over, 293 for 6, 55 to Ben Brown and 3 to Kyle Abbott.
Yeah, there's a real feeling of each ball Archie Vaughan could make something happen. That leg slip, short leg in under the helmet, and this conventional slip as well, all sort of adding to the atmosphere here. A little bit tense, and 293 for 6, and if Hampshire lose a couple more wickets, Somerset are really in this game. So this partnership between Captain Brown and almost Hampshire legend now, Kyle Abbott, if these two can withstand a few more hours, then all of a sudden Hampshire are well and truly on top of the game. Again, we're seeing another picture up on the big screen of the partnership being 6 runs. So Jake Ball's going to bowl and Brown drives up to cover, extra cover for no run. Interesting how we're seeing a couple of signs of maybe the Hampshire players celebrating their small partnerships. We saw a graphic for a 1-run partnership at one point earlier this morning, which could bring about a little applause. But here's Jake Ball in again past the umpire, down the leg side there for no run. Yeah, Matt Birch is also agreeing. No Cludo character with the name Brown in the standard version, so maybe it's something that's been introduced more recently. He also says hoping Hampshire can get what proves to be a winning lead and nip a few out this evening. Thank you as ever for the coverage and commentary. Thanks, Matt. As Ball is halfway through his run, approaches the wicket and bowls, and Ben Brown drops to his crease. Yeah, Brown's looked very comfortable at the crease today. He's 55 off 92, has been ticking over the scoreboard consistently, and has also looked pretty solid in defence. He did let that little half chance go with an edge through the gap between Rue and Overton at keeper and second slip. That was off the bowling of Alfie Ogborn in a good spell earlier today. As Ball runs in, heels flicking, short ball hits the body of Ben Brown. He looks unfazed. He looked for a potential single, but 293 for 6, no run there.
Wasn't that far away from under edge onto his stumps. Jake Ball just looking to the heavens as he walks back.
Yeah, it feels like it's one of those days where those cross-batted shots could just cause the batters a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, because of the variation in bounds. You're quite right.
As Ball runs in past the stumps and dropped into the offside for no run. We saw it with a sweep last over off Archie Vaughan. That ends the over, by the way, 290. Oh no, 1 ball to go, 5 dots so far. With that sweep that was top edge down towards fine leg area. Just again, those cross-batted shots drawing a couple of bottom and top edges perhaps. As Brown missed that one on the underside and was crushed in the body by a short ball from Ball. As he sets off with quick pace. Bowls very short this time, pulled out towards the fine leg boundary and a good piece of fielding out there. Oh no, it's been parried over the rope before. Fine leg was moving his way round and stopped it. I think it was Archie Vaughan out there, and ended up trying to pass it to his teammate and threw it over the boundary for a 4 run. So that does end the over, and it was the first runs from it, and it's 297 for 6, Brown on strike.
Yes, well, pity that. He's a good fielder, Archie Vaughan, but just got it wrong there. And he's going to bowl another over. Just goes through a practice bowling action. Josh Thomas being handed the helmet to go in at short leg. Lewis Gregory at slip and Craig Overton at leg slip. Kyle Abbott on strike. Vaughan bowls, tosses this one up, driven by Abbott. He'll pick up a single to the left of Jake Ball at mid-off. 298 for 6. So lead creeping up. Somerset don't want to be chasing many more than 300.
Yeah, 2-4-8 now as short leg gets brought to leg slip, and that deep backward square leg is brought slightly finer, still about 10 yards off the boundary.
Vaughan bowls to Brown, who down the pitch driving and retreats hastily just in case the throw comes in from Smead. Fielded that at short mid wicket.
Brown's got a lot of runs, creeping singles up to that mid on and mid off today.
Vaughan bowls and Brown covers up, plays it again to short mid wicket where Smead fields. But the wickets this afternoon mean, I think there's going to be a definite result. This game is going to go one way or the other. I don't think it's going to be a draw now. Vaughan in bowls and Brown is down the pitch playing this up to Ogborn. There's a deepish mid on to 99 for 6. I think Somerset odds on now to bowl Hampshire out in a sort of time which would enable them to score whatever the target may be. Vaughan in and bowls and a big swing, and not sure whether that came off the inside edge. It's going to go for 4. It's 4 byes in fact. James Rue just unsighted by Kyle Abbott's big swing, and it's the 300 on the board for Hampshire. 300 for 6. They've got there in 87.5 overs, so 3.5 runs an over, something like that. Decent rate of scoring, but nothing too dramatic. Vaughan, last ball of the over, in bowls to Abbott, who's back on his stumps this time, working it up to mid-on. And time for another dose of Kevin James, and I'll hand over my headset to Charlie Harden.
Another dose, take it how you wish. So the lead is 253. At the moment it feels a little light, but with 4 wickets in hand, chance of getting that up. I do think 300 is kind of a figure that I have in my mind, and I think the game could go either way. I think at the moment, I think Somerset would be fairly happy if it's around 260, 270, so Hampshire still have work to do. And yet another captain's innings from Ben Brown.
Yeah, it certainly is. He's batted well, and I think the main thing for me really is it's been that intent to keep the scoreboard moving, keep those singles and 2s go his way as Overton's running in from the hotel end, and it's just played down towards third man. Quite fine actually. I think he's beat the man who's very wide down there. He is. And he's just gone past first slip. He's guided it well there, Ben Brown, as he moves to 64 now. And it's just been the way he's manipulated the field. He's pushed the deepish fielders. Anthony Gibson almost described it perfectly to say deep-ish. It was almost 2/3 of the way back to the boundary, those mid-on and mid-offs to the spinner. He's been really nurdling those singles well and been putting fielders under pressure. And that was a nice guided shot down the boundary, 4-4. It's Craig Overton. Lumbers in. And again, that same shot. Just open bat face and run it down to third man, this time picking out the fielder. The throw goes well over the head of James Rue and well backed up.
I didn't realise that there was no Brown in the Cludo lineup. I must admit, it's nice that we got messaged about that. I wouldn't have known them all actually. But I've got a list here. I've looked up 1 or 2 names actually, just to compare them with their cricketing careers. Should have a bit of fun with that.
I thought it'd be quite hard to find a peacock. As Overton's in, hits the crease very short, ducked out the way, and a good diving take from Rue as it swung away after it passed the stumps.
Well, I'll come to that one, but Dean Nichols has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk with some names. Ben Green we mentioned, obviously former Somerset, now at Leicester. Scarlett Hughes, obviously the reference to Scarlett, who currently plays for Middlesex Women. Previously with Leicester, played a bit with the Sunrisers in the old regional competition about 3 or 4 years ago. Before that, played with Essex. Left-handed batter.
Craig Overton in again.
to Abbott, who works it through mid-wicket and just beats the fielder, but mid-on makes his way round to prevent a second run. So just the 1 run added to Kyle Abbott's total. He moves to 5. Ben Brown 65. He's on strike now, 309 for 6.
There is a peacock. I've just typed the name in wrong. There is a Dean peacock that played for Trojans in the local Southern Electric Premier League.
Are we counting those? As Overton bowls again, and a good length whipped out towards mid-wicket for no run.
I've spelt it in wrong again, Kev. For God's sake, I'm rushing.
Well, there's a little bit of a discussion between 2 Somerset players as they shine the Duke's ball on the knitted jumpers. They're slightly more cream coloured than the whites themselves in the Somerset gear as Overton runs in. It's the crease and a pushing drive towards a wide-ish mid-off, and it's a turn and throw, but Ben Brown got in safely. Again, another sign of Ben Brown pushing the singles to fielders that are slightly deepish, but still attempting to cut off the single. 310 for 6.
So Dean Nichols mentions a Dan Peacock, and you said you weren't sure if there would be one. Well, there's several. I think probably I'm not sure any of them are notable, but one Dan Peacock played for the Hampshire Cricket Board and Mashonaland, which is a side out in Zimbabwe. Played for them in 1999-2000. And the Hampshire Cricket Board when they were in the Minor Counties Trophy back in 2002. A right-handed batter and a right-hand off-break bowler who hailed from Reading. That's one. The others being one that played for Scunthorpe Town 4th 11. Another one that played for Scunthorpe Town. They must be brothers or something ridiculous. And the other one played for Southwell.
We've got a change of bowling at the pavilion end. Lewis Gregory is on for Archie Vaughan.
So, we might try and get a couple more of those out. So here we go. 310 for 6 is Gregory switching ends from his spell earlier this morning. That's played up to mid-off by Brown. And there is no run. That lead is 260. There is a Pelham Warner. Plum Warner. He was nicknamed Plum Warner, so there is a Plum. He was quite famous, wasn't he? He was, Anthony. Well, you might have heard that in the background. Captain England in Australia in 1912. So, yeah, I've heard of Plum Warner. I've seen pictures of him. And, sometimes when you go around these old museums, which you don't go around when you go to the grounds, you might see a picture of him somewhere around the place. It's bowled! Done the trick straight away. Lewis Gregory celebrates as well. That's a big wicket. There may have been a hint of an inside edge there as Brown was driving, but the stumps and a knockback. And Brown goes, it's just come back a fraction, and I think there's an inside edge as well to help it along its way. And Brown goes for 66, and Hampshire have lost their 7th wicket now, 310.
Yeah, another good knock from a Hampshire player. And Brown making 66 there. He looked good for his half century, but I think that will give the Hampshire bowlers a little bit to think about here, because Somerset are getting the new ball to work. A lot of in-swing, a little bit late there from Lewis Gregory. A little bit of turn in the wicket as well from Archie Vaughan. So the Hampshire bowlers will be looking at this thinking, I reckon we could take a few wickets here maybe this afternoon, and hopefully dismiss Somerset for under the lead, which is now 260. But Kyle Abbott's out there with a drink, waiting for his batter. Has to do the long walk across the Rob Bransgrove Pavilion, then walk down the away steps because of that sight screen that's covering up the usual steps for the Hampshire batters. I imagine it's Cody Youssef who was put below Kyle Abbott in the batting order today. Kyle Abbott very adept with the bat.
So that's the 3rd wicket that's fallen since lunch, and the 2nd with the new ball. Ben Mays going for 19, and then when the new ball was taken at 273 for 5 in the 81st over, Liam Dawson for 10. Now Ben Brown 66. So it's delicately poised at the moment, but I think Somerset will be slightly the happier of the two sides in this situation, and if they can clean up this Hampshire batting order now, reasonably quickly. I have to say, I would put Somerset slightly ahead. I don't know if you agree.
Yeah, I do agree, and I think, as Anthony alluded to, results on the line here. 260, as we've said, just feels a little bit under what Hampshire would want, and if they can push up to even that 350 mark, if Hampshire's tail can get past 400 of their own total, and then all of a sudden that might just give Somerset something extra to think about, especially if there's a total that's slightly chaseable on day 4. We could get a really tight finish to this game. As Cody Youssef asks for middle and scratches it in as he faces first ball to Lewis Gregory.
So Youssef it is. Needs a little knock here just to help Hampshire. Oh, it's a good delivery. He's forward. Oh, that was a good delivery first up. He is again, Lewis Gregory, just looking to tail the ball in a fraction. Stephen Eason, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, says the murder victim is a Mr. Black. Is there a Mr. Black there? Was a murder victim in that?
Yes, in the middle. I think you've got to get your way to the middle, where you've got to find out how Mr. Black got killed, I think.
Is there not a black in county cricket? I don't know. I need someone to suggest something and I can look it up. I need somebody to do half my job for me, which is about the norm. 310 for 7. I'm not sure I can just type black in and get an answer. I don't know. Youssef almost edges that one. That's bounced a bit outside the off stump, but there's the one that just goes with the arm, doesn't come back in and just draws the batter into a shot, and that was so nearly an outside edge.
Again, another sign for Hampshire's bowlers, 2 of them batting out there at the minute, Youssef and Kyle Abbott, both very, very good fast bowlers for Hampshire. We'll be thinking, they'll be looking at this and they can get something out of this wicket.
Well, yes, with a new ball, you're right, but that's often the case, isn't it? It's just getting some when the ball's harder, and then hopefully you haven't got too much work to do. Eustace off the mark as he turns it away on the leg side. 311 for 7. Now, it appears that we weren't totally wrong about a Brown in Cludo, because Matthew Birch emails Hampshire at bbc.co.uk. He says, having done a quick bit of research, it turns out that Mr. Brown was one of 10 suspects in the original idea of Cludo, but was removed from the finished game. There we are. Variations of the character have appeared in special editions stroke spin-offs. There's a few Greens. I know one or two of you have emailed in, I haven't mentioned actually, about Ben Green, former Somerset player. Yep, that's true. Right, Gregory from the pavilion end once more, this time to Abbott. That was bowled! Whoa, this is a spell and a half here from Lewis Gregory. And Hampshire are just starting to lose wickets a little too regularly for their own liking, and Abbott goes for 5, and it's 311 for 8.
Yeah, second wicket of the over there for Lewis Gregory, and that's his 3rd wicket, which matches his 3 wickets in the first innings. 3 for 45 in that first dig, whereas now he's got figures of 3 for 38 from his 12 overs. And he's getting the ball to move in late, and again quite a similar dismissal to that of Ben Brown, just swinging back in and perhaps making a little bit of an inside edge on the way through, but no, just beating the bat of Kyle Abbott and making its way onto off stump. 311 for 8, and Youssef is out there alone now on 1.
That's a good ball, that's gone late as well. He's drawn Abbott into the drive, and then the ball pitches and then just angles in. And yeah, I tell you what, if Lewis Gregory continues with this spell here, it might not be long before the Hampshire innings is wrapped up here. They're going to have to be very careful indeed, and they're going to have to work hard to get that lead past 261, which it is now.
Well, it's interesting that May's just falling before the new ball, and Liam Dawson came in, Vaughan took him, and then the new ball has been able to be bowled against these Hampshire bowlers, and Kyle Abbott's fallen for 5, and the tail is coming out just at a point where Somerset will be quite happy to see them with that new ball.
So the new batter
Eddie Jack
will be Eddie Jack. Now Hampshire do need to find a way of get this to somewhere near 300. It does feel like that. I just think 270, 280 chase. Yeah. If Hampshire were chasing 270, 280, I'd be happy. I think Somerset likewise.
Somerset have got the strong batsman of James Rue, who's currently 3rd in the list of top run scorers for the county championship, and even Craig Overton's in the top 10 after a magnificent 141 at Chelmsford last week. So Somerset bat deep. They bat very, very well at the top of the order. So, as you mentioned there, anything under 300, you'd really back Somerset to chase down. We've got Craig Overton. He's just throwing ball from right to left here. He sets off, running in. Past the stumps now, and short, and played down safely by Cody Youssef. Eddie Jack at the non-striker's end, spinning his bat. He made 36 in the first innings, Eddie Jack. So only 39 short of a lead of 300 here, Hampshire. So if Eddie Jack can pull something very similar off, Hampshire will be very happy to see that lead go past 300. Overton's in again, and this one a little bit further down the leg side. And the umpire staying unmoved.
Thanks to Joe, who's messaged me with a couple of cricketers with the surname of Black. Marlon Black, a former West Indian cricketer born in Trinidad and Tobago, played 6 tests, and I've lost the number of one-day internationals because it hasn't quite come out, but played one-day internationals between 2000 and 2002.
As Overton runs in, it's the crease and played tentatively into the leg side by Youssef.
And a James Black, a New Zealand cricketer who appeared in New Zealand's first-class records representing Otago in 1895/1896 season.
Otago?
Otago, yeah, that's a province, an area in New Zealand in the South Island. Bottom of the South Island. Nice spot.
Overton's past the umpire, right arm over to the right-handed Youssef, who plays it down the leg side, but just misses, so it goes through to Rue.
I played against Otago.
Have you?
Yeah, for Wellington.
Any runs?
I can't remember. I'd have to look it up. But yeah, played in Otago, played them at, I think it was Queenstown, off the top of my head.
How long were you out in New Zealand for?
Well, total of about 5 years, but played about a season and a bit of first class out there.
Overton approaches the wicket and played off the inside half of the bat. They're going to take a quick single, and it's tight at the bowler's end, but Youssef gets in safely. That was a shot up to a wide mid-on. It was well fielded there, but Youssef takes a single, 3-12 for 8.
If ever you're doing your cricket ground and you extend your visits of cricket grounds beyond the British Islands, or British Isles, New Zealand's definitely one. Yeah, Otago, Dunedin is their, would be their home sort of city where they play. But they do play in one or two areas. Get right down to the bottom of Otago, Milford Sound, beautiful. I never made that far. I should have done. I regret it, but beautiful.
Any food recommendations?
Oh gosh, I can't remember. I think when I was younger, it didn't really matter. Food didn't really come into things, really.
As Overton now round the wicket to the left-handed Jack, who just ducks out the way of a good short ball from Overton. That ends the over, 3-12 for 8. What's the signature dish in New Zealand? Do they have a lamb?
Yeah. It used to be that there was more sheep than people in New Zealand. I don't know if that's still the case. Is it still the case, Anthony? Anthony knows everything. Yeah. So there was more of them than. Yeah. New Zealand lamb used to be a big thing over here, but it's sort of changed a little bit. You can still get it, I think, but yeah, it's not quite as big as it used to be.
No, well, that's quite an interesting stat because it was the Cricket World Cup final this year, India against New Zealand, and they ran the numbers, and they found out that for every one New Zealander who've ever picked up a cricket bat, there was over 8,500 Indians who cricket was almost a religion. So it almost showed you the stark difference between the two nations, both reaching the cup final though.
Now Lewis Gregory, who picked up 2 wickets in his last over, is back in from the pavilion end, and that's turned away on the leg side by Youssef. Gregory currently 3 for 38, and all those wickets today. Toby Albert he got before lunch, Ben Brown and Carl Abbott just a few minutes ago. Dave Allen, Hampshire's former honorary archivist, is back on the emails, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. We mentioned Plum Pelham Warner. Anthony said that he was a former England captain who toured Australia. the Warner stand at Lords, which Dave has actually just mentioned there. So Anthony has mentioned that in the background, and yeah, the Warner stand is after him. That's the one that goes on with the arm and has beaten the back foot drive of Cody Youssef.
Not to be confused with David Warner, of course. There's a few people thinking that somehow a Lord stand could be named after the Aussie ex-vice captain.
I'll tell you about David Warner very quickly. I was at a 100 game at Lords last year with Southern Brave against London Spirit, and I briefly spoke to David Warner, I think his brother, who's in London. Yeah, nice guy, actually. Had a good chat. He was there with his son, young boy. Yeah, it was nice. That's pushed up to mid-off, and there is no run.
I don't want to say I'm surprised, because I've never met David Warner in person, I'll be honest. So
nor have I.
I'm only dealing with people who may have met him. But something strikes me. I'm slightly surprised that he's such a nice guy.
Here's Gregory. It's pulled away by Youssef. Hasn't timed that one. It's gone along the ground to mid-wicket. So 262 is the lead here. We still have over 48 overs left in the day. Plenty of cricket left today.
Yeah, there is, and it's quite hard to almost remind yourself of that, because the game's getting to a point where it feels like it's closing in, and that 262 is the lead, and with just 2 wickets left for Hampshire, it feels like almost a volatile part of the game, which could go either way very, very quickly.
Sure. Gregory in again, right arm medium pace, shortish. Youssef works that off the back foot on the onside.
Be interesting for these two batters whether they'll just look to take time out of this game. Perhaps I think that's. Do you think taking time out of the game at this point is actually going to help Hampshire in any way, or because that lead at just 260, time really isn't much of a factor, because that's probably what, just 2/3, maybe 3/4 of a day's work for Somerset's batters.
Gregory again. That's turned away. There'll be a single there through square leg. 313 for 8. Right, Charlie, you've got a break. Thank you very much. Charlie Harden will be back shortly. Jerry Walsenholme has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He's in Blackpool. He says, I listened with great interest to your discussion on AI cricket commentating earlier. All I can say is absolutely no. Please not. Please give me a cricket commentator any day. Even the AI-generated voices on YouTube are dreadful and monotonous. But also to emphasise my view, I had a Green Bay Packers book for Christmas last. I read it thinking how awful it was, and then realised it was one of those AI-generated books by the name of an author who does not exist. It was dreadful, repetitive, full of errors and banal. I did some research on them to discover there is one on Jimmy Anderson with a close-up of a fast bowler on the cover, but it was not Jimmy.
Here we got Craig Overton coming into bowl to Cody Youssef, who turns that into the onside. You don't want to be trusting ChatGPT on cricket facts and figures either.
Is he not?
No, he's ChatGPT.
GTP.
Yeah, GTP, beg your pardon. When James Roos scored his 12th century, ChatGTP said that the only other 2 batsmen to have scored 12 centuries before the age of 23 were Sachin Tendulkar and Don Bradman, and everyone got very excited about it. As Overton is in and bowls, and that's a defensive shot. Turns out that Graham Hick had actually scored 41 centuries before his 23rd birthday.
It's not quite there yet.
There were several others, Hanif Mohammed and all sorts of others.
Yeah.
But so don't rely on ChatGTP for cricket stats.
Other AI.
Steve Pittard is much more reliable.
Well, you've got a Steve Pittard, you're all right, Anthony, that's for sure.
Overton in the bowls, and this is turned down to fine leg, and it's gone for 4 runs. Just straying down the leg side, Craig Overton. He's disgusted with himself. He's not a man to hide his emotions, Craig Overton, is he? He wears his heart on his sleeve. 317 for 8. Overton is in bowls and Yusuf up on his toes. And there's no run. Well, we're going to get a result, a positive result in this game.
I think you're right. Which is good. It's good for the game. It's been a good one so far.
Overton. In a bowls, this is tucked off his hip down to deep backward square leg. For a single. 318 for 8.
You're looking up something.
I'm trying to find out who the sub fielder is. But so far without success. Overton in bowls, and it's played solidly by Eddie Jack, who looks more than capable lower order batsman.
Yes, well, let's hope. I mean, he got his career best up in well, the first game here, actually, 31 not out against Essex. Could do with that today.
It is Josh Shaw.
Ah, right. Your new recruit from Gloucester. I like this email. This is from Mark and Karen Peary, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. So I guess this is Mark writing this. My wife and I are currently watching and enjoying the live feed from Funchal in Madeira. Whilst listening to your brilliant commentary, thank you, that's really nice, we always like those sort of emails, my memory takes me back to my family home in Shirley. That's a suburb of Southampton, for those of you that are not from these parts. Mum still lives in the family house. The next door neighbour was a lovely lady called Mary Hoskins. In brackets, sadly passed away some years ago. She was a lifetime Hampshire member, but I remember that she used to lodge Hampshire players. David Turner, remember him?
Yep, very much so. Yep.
A little left-hander from Chippenham. And then Kevin Shine, formerly of Somerset and Hampshire. Now the Nottinghamshire bowling coach that's pushed up towards mid-on, start of a new over from Gregory. And I remember actually when Kevin Shine did stay with Mary, I spent many an evening using Mum's drive as a practice wicket, whereby David gave me one of his Gray Nichols bats, other bat manufacturers available, and David would bowl a few balls to the painted stumps on the garage doors. I must have only been around 12 or so, with red hair. David's always referred to me as Copper Knob. That sounds like David Turner. I also recall Mrs. Hoskins claiming that her then car was a used silver Triumph Acclaim automatic, once owned by the legendary Gordon Greenwich. I love these stories. Here comes Lewis Gregory. In again, he's got the slip. And, Yusuf gets an inside edge there. He was trying to work that through the offside. It went out behind square on the leg side, but crucially, it's another one to the Hampshire lead. And that lead is up to 269 with 2 wickets left. We now live in Herefordshire and regularly wicket keep for a club called the Fownhope Strollers. Up the Strollers, says Mark. Lovely email.
Cider country, Fownhope.
Is it? Herefordshire, yeah. Love that email. Yeah, I remember Mrs. Hoskins. Yeah, I remember Kevin Shine used to talk very fondly of her. 319 for 8. Gregory switches around the wicket for the left-handed Eddie Jack. Jack's in behind that good length delivery.
Somerset have had 2 sub-fielders. There's only one out there, and I'm grateful to the Somerset scorer, Kevin Mitchell, Polly Rhodes' successor, for telling me that, yes, it was Josh Shaw, and it's also down to our left, Thomas Rue.
Oh, yeah. Not at school?
Not at school.
Well, it's Sunday today, isn't it? So he's all right.
Yeah.
So he'll rush off at the end of today, I guess.
I presume so.
Yeah. Gregory in again then. Bowls, and Jack again plays defensively up towards mid-on. Richard Freeston has emailed Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, enjoying the commentary. On the subject of robots in cricket, maybe they could replace the umpires. They could have the DRS system built in their brain. Robotic umpires.
Well, I suppose with if you had DRS, you could. I mean, DRS effectively makes the decisions, doesn't it?
That's true. Yeah, I suppose it could happen, couldn't it?
Yeah.
Probably more likely than a player. Here comes Gregory. Shorter this time. Jack plays that down behind square on the offside. Cludo character here. Yeah, Plum Warner, the Middlesex batter, says Brian Budd. England manager for the Bodyline series as well. Didn't know that. Is that right, Anthony?
Yeah, he was the epitome of the Lord's establishment, Sir Pelham Warner.
Yeah. I remember that when I sort of grew up, obviously North London, Middlesex and that sort of thing. His name came up a lot. Him and Gubby Allen.
Exactly.
Yeah. Revered names. That's a bounce, which Eddie Jack lets go harmlessly through to keeper James Rood. 319 for 8. The lead is 269.
Yeah, this game has really come to life since lunch with those wickets. I was confidently predicting long afternoons, hard work for Somerset's fielders and bowlers in the sunshine, but the game has really been opened up. And for the benefit of either side, as I said earlier on today, I think Hampshire's best chance of getting a win was to be bowled out, to give themselves plenty of time to bowl Somerset out. And Somerset now, if they can take these last 2 wickets reasonably quickly, will be in with a decent chance themselves.
Yeah, they'll be favourites.
Overton in to bowl to Yusuf, who comes forward, bat and pad close together, plays a defensive shot. He's had most of the strike, Cody Yusuf, without, I think, consciously farming it. Eddie Jack's only faced 6 deliveries. Yusuf 22, and the pair of them came in the same over. Same Lewis Gregory over. Overton in the bowls, and this is pulled away down to long leg, where it's fielded by Archie Vaughan, sends in the return. They take the single, 320 for 8. It means that Craig Overton will have the left-handed Eddie Jack to bowl at. Just got the one slip. Lewis Gregory as Overton in, bowls to Jack. Gets his line wrong, too much leg side, and Jack can just help it on its way down to long leg for a single. Get off strike, Jack Leach fields. Sun comes out. 321 for 8. It's not been Craig Overton's best spell, this. Hasn't really put the batsman under consistent pressure. He's bowling now to Yusuf. It's better, but played safely enough by the South African fast bowler who bats a bit. Decent average in first-class cricket of 18.26 before this game.
It's got 10 of them.
Overton bowls, floats this one up and nearly gets through, finds the inside edge, brings Yusuf a single. Half the Ogbourne picks up. 322 for 8. So the lead now 272.
Yeah, just feels now every run is crucial here.
Yeah, as I was
Still
saying,
feels
the
a bit
game's
light.
really come to life, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has, yes. Good bowling. 4 wickets since lunch.
Overton into Jack, bowls a bouncer. Not sure that's a particularly intelligent piece of bowling either. Jack just ducks away from it. End of the over, 322 for 8. 11 to Yusuf, 1 to Jack. Craig Overton, none for 47 in 14 overs. Lewis Gregory, the main man for Somerset this afternoon, 3 for 14, including 2 wickets and an over.
Yeah, changed the complexion of this innings, that's for sure. Thank you for this email from Susan Geimer under the heading of Cludo Cricketer, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Reginald Scarlett, West Indies, played 3 times for them in 1960. I remember Red Scarlett. He started that Haringey Cricket College.
Oh yes, yeah.
Years back. Reg, nice guy. Came across him several times when I was up in the London area. He played 3 matches for the West Indies, high score of 29 not out, and picked up in Test cricket a couple of wickets as an off spinner. Thank you for that, Susan. I've forgotten about him actually. I didn't realise actually. I knew he'd played some good cricket. I didn't realise he'd actually played for the West Indies. Or I probably did. I've just forgotten.
This is interesting. Archie Vaughan coming back. Preferred to Jack Leach. One assumes.
Well, I suppose as he's taken a couple of wickets since lunch, as they feel he's in form, it's going for him, and they need to keep that going. So here we are then, off spin back into the attack. There's be a short leg now, just waiting for him to get suited up. Short leg and a slip. Cody Youssef has 11. Just waiting. And we go again. Vaughan in, bowls. Youssef pushes forward. He's bowled a really good line. Archie Vaughan. He's bowled the perfect line where the odd one's gripping and the odd one isn't. He's kept a very disciplined line and length. Here he is again. Bowls again. And Youssef drives, and it's going up towards mid-on. That'll be a single. 323 for 8. Why is it that every time they get a run I'm going, thank goodness. It's ridiculous, isn't it? 273 is the lead now. Another 27, just another 27. Eke out 27 more. Get it to 300. It feels a lot, even if it's not much more, it feels a lot more.
Yeah, and it's not the easiest pitch to score runs quickly on. That's what we've got to concentrate hard. Just the odd ball just misbehaving.
Here's Vaughan round the wicket. Jack's on the back foot. Goes out towards extra cover. And there is no run. So we have, what have we got? 44 overs left in the day after this, so another 12 till tea. As Vaughan is in again, kicks that away, Eddie Jack. That's rather surprising. He hasn't given any notification he was going to do that before. Just watching that again.
That wasn't a bad shout, you know. That wasn't a bad shout. That wouldn't have missed the off stump by much.
And of course, by not playing a shot, it means that you can be outside the line and still be given out. So it's risky. It's a risky strategy. This time he does put bat to ball. I suppose there's always the thought that the ball might just turn. Just watching this again. Yeah. It wasn't that far away, was it?
No,
especially when not playing a shot.
Yeah.
Right. Vaughan again. Bowls and Jack pushes back 23 for 8.
Who are we going to get from this end? Looks like it's going to be Lewis Gregory having a go from the hotel end. Coming on in place of Craig Overton, who, as I said, hasn't been quite at his best this afternoon. Whereas Lewis Gregory certainly has. He's broken the game apart. But Somerset, having made the breach, need now to flood through it and seal the deal. This is turned away into the onside, but there won't be a run as it's picked up by Josh Thomas at short mid-wicket.
It'd be interesting to see if Lewis Gregory still gets that little bit of inward movement late, otherwise known as reverse swing. Or
I think it's the first time he's bowled from this end, isn't it? In the game.
No, not in the
Is
game.
it not?
No. Might have been in the first innings. I've definitely, because he opened up, didn't he? First up in the second innings. This end?
He did,
was
you're quite
bowling
right,
just
yes, because Osborne came on from the from the far end. Gregory in and bowls, and Yusuf plays it defensively out into the offside.
Yeah, he didn't quite get it right, did he? He was a little bit of width, so he probably didn't bowl that long, because he was trying to get the ball to slide away from the right-hander, but it was just a little bit too wide, wasn't it? But when he gets that ball just shaping in, it's a very dangerous delivery, and has already proved since lunch.
He's a very skillful operator.
Yeah, he is.
And a very shrewd captain as well. He's in and bowls and brings that one back into Cody Yusuf. Has Yusuf been playing in the SA20? Do you know?
I could look it up, but he's been playing.
Just Lewis Gregory was playing with the Sunrisers Eastern Cape.
All right, A.D. Birrell's team, yeah.
Yeah.
He played in the one-day series because he played in the provincial final, which was the one which Bayer's Swanepoel walked off with 8 overs to go.
So as you could go to Worcester.
Yeah.
Gregory into Yusuf, bouncer. Yusuf ducks underneath it, goes through to James Rue.
Damn, just looking up the wrong column. Hang on. I think he, yeah. I will give you an answer.
I think didn't the Sunrisers Eastern Cape
win it again, yeah.
Did they win it, or were they beaten in the final?
I need to check. He didn't play in the SAT20 this year. Oh, hang on. Yes, he did.
It's Gregory. In and bowls to Yorker. Really good Yorker. Well played by Cody Yusuf. Just came down at the very last minute. Gregory must have thought he was through there. It's so often the case, but
that's good enough.
When you bowl a Yorker, you think that's the one. It's going to go through, and then down comes the bat at the very last moment.
And, you see it in the air, and you think, well, that might sneak underneath.
Yeah.
He played 2 matches for the Pretoria Capitals at the back end of December in the SAT20, which are owned by GMR.
This is driven by Yusuf, but not timed. It's been a good over this from Lewis Gregory. A maiden over, very tight, good line, making the batsman play every single delivery. 15 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 40. Lewis Gregory coming back into the Somerset side, captaining it with a real bang.
Right, this is the moment I've been looking forward to, because your next commentator, Anthony Gibson, is going to stay on, and he's going to be alongside a very nervous Kevin Howes.
Well, we're honoured. We're honoured to have the voice of
careful, just be careful.
Extras cricket coverage alongside. Especially, it's nice to see Kevin, because he hardly ever he comes to Taunton as rarely as possible.
Unbelievable. After that, this is your over, okay?
Here's Vaughan to Eddie Jack, who plays this up to deep mid-on and gets off strike first ball of the over.
Well,
you don't come down, considering what a good season Somerset had last year. Arguably the best all-round team in the country. And I think we saw you once, didn't we?
It should be about the game, okay, to start off with, that we're watching in front of us. Second, I think if you just check that Sports Extra schedule, the number of times that Somerset have featured heavily in the coverage.
This is defensive shot from Yusuf back to the bowler.
And I was just about to say really nice things about Somerset.
Well, they've come back into the game this afternoon, haven't they? With a vengeance.
You know, get that top order sorted. There's a good balance, I think, to this team.
Just need the opening partnership sorted out. Vaughan in and bowls, and Cody Yusuf defends.
Of which this man, of course, if he kicks on, is going to be a really important part of it.
Batted
and his
well,
bowling.
batted nicely in the first innings.
Yeah, but this bowling that he's got as well, you know.
Yeah. Oh, I'm a huge fan of Archie Vaughan. In bowls, gives this one a bit more air, and it runs off the outside edge. It won't be any more than a single, as Alfie Ogborn does the fielding down at short third man.
There's
325 for 8.
Oh, so sorry. There's been such a great toing and froing in this match as well. You know, from 1 hour to the next, you think you know, then you don't know what's happening. It's really captivating stuff, and so much cricket still to be played in the game.
Somerset do need to mop up these last 2 wickets.
That's true.
Vaughan to Yusuf. He's got a silly point in, and silly point is nearly in business there, Josh Thomas, but it's fielded at short extra cover. Vaughan is characteristic, just kicking up with his right heel as that's played again out into the offside. End of that over. 325 for 8, 2 to Jack, 13 to Yusuf. Neither in any great hurry. Eddie Jack 2 from 15, Cody Yusuf 13 from 36. Some good, steady, accurate, challenging bowling from Somerset this afternoon.
Now that little kick of young Archie, I think that his dad did that. I mean, I saw so much of his father play
possibly.
Yorkshire or England, but and he obviously would have bowled a bit more for Yorkshire than he would have done for England, but I think he had a bit of a kick about him as well. But anyway, this is an interesting character, Lewis Gregory, a wonderful cricketer, and he's done a terrific job here for Somerset in the last couple of hours. Hampshire 325 for 8, looking to with a leg side delivery there. Could easily have had a bit of a strangulation down, caught by the keeper, but no bat on that from Yusuf, who's on 13, Jack on 2, but this lead is 275, of which at this stage I would describe that as an intriguing, very interesting lead, because the pitch, I can't get a handle on this pitch. Sometimes it looks really slow and low, and then other times, because of a little bit of variation in the bounce at times, it's not one where I think as a batter you can feel really 100% certain. So an interesting lead already as Gregory bowls on the off stump and just past, taken by the keeper, moving swiftly to his right hand side. He had a real swipe at that, said Yusuf. So whilst Anthony was quite right about Jack especially taking it nice and slowly, Yusuf is quite keen to get after that.
There. It was there for the shot.
It was
there for the shot, short and wide.
But he missed it. This is Gregory's 16th over. He's got 3 for 40 so far. Young Vaughan at the other end with his 2 for 52 from 20 overs that he's bowled. And back to his mark from the hotel end here at the Utilita Bowl comes Lewis Gregory in and bowls now a little bit straighter, push into the offside. Will have to dart through quickly, and they do. Right on throw, and not too far away. I think that's Lehmann be picking up and throwing there, and they are through for a single.
Not of its right arm. Not of its right arm.
Sorry, help me out there.
Tom Abel.
Tom Abel, beg your pardon. Your man, I should, if in doubt, always go Tom Abel.
Well, he is pretty much ubiquitous.
He was to it quickly, nice sharp throw. But they did have to get out of the traps quickly, the pair, but they successfully did so. So Yusuf moves to 14. Jack is just on 2 from 15. Left-handed bat of Eddie Jack as Gregory therefore comes around the wicket, in past the umpire now, in and bowls. Oh, and a lovely delivery. Oh, he just about keeps his bat inside the line of that one, and he needed to as well. That was a lovely ball coming back.
Didn't miss the off stump by much.
No. Swinging him, moving back in on Jackie. To say that he had to know where that off stump was, I think
he had to play at it.
Yeah, a little push at it, but quite wide is Overton at slip there, but he is standing alongside Rue. Gregory back to his mark, and off he comes again around the wicket, and another one is again so close, and that one didn't take off quite so much, a little bit lower past that off stump.
Yeah, a little bit wider. He didn't, I think Eddie Jack would say he didn't really play at that. He whipped his bat inside the line.
So the score remains 326 for 8. It is almost the perfect day for watching cricket. I say almost because having been out there about 45 minutes an hour ago, it's still a little on the chilly side.
Yeah, it's quite a chilly breeze from the west.
But the sun is shining and it looks a picture, but as I say, just a little bit chilly. Gregory again comes round the wicket into Jack. Oh, and another, Now, they've gone up for that. Has he got a little nick on that? Or has he actually clipped? He's clipped the bails, I think, and the stumps. I think he's bowled him. Either way, it's 9 down. Bowled by Gregory. Jack is out for 2. That's exactly what's happened there. And I have to say, what was that, the third, fourth ball he's bowled in almost that identical area. He's just kept
terrific
at it.
Bowling. Terrific bowling.
He could tell that Jack was uncomfortable. Didn't really know what was going on against some really good bowling. And that is now Gregory's 4th wicket. At the end of his 16th over, 4 for 41. The lead is 276 with 1 wicket standing for Hampshire, the home side, in their second innings at 326 for 9. But what I like about that, the experience of Gregory, who you'd think, well, I might be getting a bit frustrated, close, so close, so close. Well, try something different. No, exactly the same, time and time again, and he gets his reward.
It was almost identical to the ball before last, if you see what I mean. The one that just missed the off stump. This one just clipped the off stump. Superb bowling.
For one moment, I thought he'd actually got a little nick through the keeper, to be honest with you, because there was hardly any movement there. But it's Sonny Baker who comes out now for this last wicket.
Well, that's an important wicket for Somerset, because Eddie Jack batted really well in the Hampshire first innings and was coping pretty well. He made 36 in the Hampshire first innings and was coping pretty well out there this afternoon. And that partnership was just, I wouldn't say beginning to threaten, but I thought it was a danger when sides are pressing for these last wickets, that a bit of frustration sets in.
Experience tells all watchers and players the same thing there, Anthony, because we have seen time and time again a team, or maybe us as spectators more than the players themselves, will think, oh, this isn't going to take long now, and then sometimes an hour and a half later.
Absolutely. And it affects the momentum, doesn't it, of a game. You know, if you can knock the tail over quickly, your opening batsmen go in with their tails up and the spirits high. Whereas if there's been a frustrating opening stand, you sort of go in feeling a bit grumpy.
Not you.
No, not me. I've never opened the batting in my life. Actually, I have opened. I opened the batting against Free Foresters and regretted it.
I spoke about you being grumpy, is what I was talking about.
Grumpy?
Not
me?
You. Not you, exactly.
Goodness me.
Not you.
Little ray, or rather a large ray of sunshine, I'm
Although,
known as.
Well, yes, but I have to say... that you,
not when I miss a 3-foot putt, though.
The smile on your face when the coffee finally arrived this morning said yes. Quite the thing.
Right, we're going to have another over from Archie Vaughan, and he and Lewis Gregory are the ones who've done the damage this afternoon. 4 wickets for Gregory and 2 for Vaughan. He's going to be bowling to Cody Yusuf. It's going to be interesting to see how Yusuf plays this, whether he... And there we are. I think there's our answer. He swings that away, and they will come back for a second run as Tom Abel fields out in the deep. 328 for 9. I think Cody Yusuf's going to go for his shots.
This lead, 278. I mean,
it's going to take a lot of getting.
It will, although surely you'll be going to Somerset's game. If
I think it's good that Somerset are getting themselves in a position where they could win the game. Whether they will win it is another matter altogether. Vaughan in a bowls, tosses this one up, it's driven, but straight to Tom Lammonby at backward point. Vaughan to Yusuf, stretches forward, this comes off the edge. It's going to be, they're going to come back for a second run, and we'll get there, and there's a shy at the stumps at the far end from Craig Overton, but that misses as well, and they get back for the second run. It's actually Josh Thomas there, not Tom Lammonby, with the fielding. Yusuf on to 18, 330 for 9, so the lead now 280. Vaughan bowls to Yusuf, just plays this calmly out into the offside, takes the single that's on offer, which means that Sonny Baker will have 2 deliveries from Archie Vaughan to face. Sonny Baker looked reasonably competent in the first innings, but that was mostly against seam bowling. Tailenders are usually a bit more vulnerable, other than against extreme pace. They're usually a bit more vulnerable to spin than fast medium. Vaughan then to Baker. Oh, and this squirts off the inside edge. He'll pick up 2 and they'll take the 2. In fact, he'll pick up 4 as Jack Leach coming across couldn't make the stop. So Sonny Baker off the mark with a distinctly streaky 4. 335 for 9. This seems a stupid thing to say. So every run counts. Every run counts. Every run counts. But just at the moment,
yeah,
every run is sort of counting double, isn't it? Because you know it's the run that Somerset are going to have to get as this is played into the onside. Well played by Sonny Baker, gets through that over. There were 9 runs from it, 335 for 9. Cody Yusuf will be on strike. 2 Lewis Gregory, we presume, will continue from this hotel end.
I'm going to stand up for you a bit here and defend you on that, because you know you stopped and thought about that, but I have watched quite a few matches, and you will have done the same. Final day, where the only thing that every run is counted for was delaying our going home.
Yeah.
So in that contest, I know we all know exactly what you mean.
Yeah.
Yusuf's on 19. I like what I said. I mean, he put a lot of pressure on coming back for that second. I mean, it could have been an undoing, but he put a lot of pressure on the fielder coming back for that second. Then picked up that little single. So it's you know, cricket with a bit of brain work going on there from Yusuf. He's on 19. And
I don't like this, though. I don't like them setting the field back like this.
They've all gone back. They've all gone back. I say the right way back. What would you call Craig Overton's position? But just pushes that back to Gregory with his outstretched
I don't
hand.
see the point of Craig Overton being there.
Well, where is it? I mean, I know it's my job to try and describe it. It's sort of
straight long hop, long stop.
Exactly, it is a long stop position, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's almost as if he's taking up a position where he can see the field really well, because he's now, well, to start off with, he was I think he was looking there as if himself thinking, do you know, I think there could be a better place for me.
I think he should be at slip. He should be at slip.
He was sort of, well, 2/3 of the way back, not directly behind the keeper, so they've gone a little finer now down there at third, and Overton puts himself out here at mid-wicket for Gregory coming into Yusuf on 19. Bowls and defended back outside the reach of Gregory, but because it's going to very simply end up with a fielder
they want to get
off.
Yusuf out. It's not you know, just getting Sonny Baker on strike for 1 or 2 balls of an over.
This is Gregory's 17th over. He's picked up 4 wickets, 4 for 41. Bowled so well. Vaughan the other end with a couple. Gregory in again, full Yorker length delivery again. Will turn down any chance of a single down towards third, and has picked up 2/3 of the way down there as well. So Craig Overton's going to come across as vice captain, have a word with the skipper. I'm not too sure what words of wisdom he can impart to somebody like
They've
Lewis.
both got very good cricketing brains. Craig Overton captained Somerset really well against Essex last weekend, and indeed against Notts the weekend before.
It must be about the sort of delivery that Lewis should be bowling, because there's been no change in the field at all out there. So it's the right-handed Yusuf with Gregory coming over the wicket. Shorter ball is what he bowled, although it wasn't really particularly attacking or menacing. And it's turned behind square on the onside for a single. So Yusuf will move on to 20, and the Hampshire score to 336 for 9. Which is 286.
What do you think about captains doing this sort of thing, setting the field right back when they need?
I think in this instance,
I think they're surrendering the initiative.
Well, in this instance, where you haven't got, you know, one well-set batter from the top order who's still there, you've
got a number 9.
Yeah. Anyway, they're all coming in now. And I'm telling you now, if they don't get this partnership out quickly, it'll be the leading question for Mr. Gibson post-play tonight. Let's see how they get on. But it's Baker who's facing. He's on 4. And again, there's a little change in the field. They all came in, and now they've just sent the man who was a backward point deeper out towards the boundary. So Gregory into Baker. Baker is on 4. Next ball goes down to that, very nearly gets on that full-length delivery. A little nick through to the keeper.
2 Devonians in opposition.
You were talking about, Sonny Baker, didn't look the worst with a bat. He didn't look particularly certain of things there. So how many balls left of this over?
1.
Just the 1, you see. For Gregory to try and remove Baker and end this Hampshire second innings. 336 for 9. Again, another change. This time it's 2 slips now going in. A second going in. Bang goes deeper here on the offside. At a deep extra cover position, really. Into the pads, LBW appeal, look to the umpire, out. LBW, Baker's gone for 4. Gregory picks up another. It's 5 for Gregory. Terrific work from the skipper. 5 wickets means the Hampshire all out for 336. 286 in front. Well, he's led from the front this afternoon. You're taking a look at that again on the replay.
Umpire's call. Umpire's call.
It was full into the pads, but
it was on leg stump. It's on leg stump.
We're looking at it again.
You have a look.
Okay, this is on the replay. Ooh.
I agree.
That needed to have straightened up a bit.
Yeah.
Anyway,
but who cares?
Sonny Baker cares. JMO, he cares, and the Hampshire supporters will care. Yeah, that was. I thought initially when I was looking at it live, I thought it was a decent call. Having a look on the replay there, which of course gives us behind more because they're just away to our right-hand side, a cause for us to have a little bit of thought about that. However, it leaves Yusuf not out, 20 off 47 balls. Baker LBW to Gregory for a runnable 4, and all out for 336, which the leading scorer, of course, was Gubbins with an 83. After that, we saw 66 from Brown, a 50 from Lehmann, which we need to point out is a 4th successive 50. Applause there for the Somerset fielders going off the field. And just to concentrate on Somerset just for a few moments, turning up this morning, Anthony, I've talked about this to and froing nature of this game. Turning up this morning, I thought this was going to be really hard work for Somerset today. And I've not changed my mind. I think it really was hard work, and I think they've really put in the hard yards there.
I think they're bowled very, very well all through the day. Really, they've kept the pressure on. They've kept the batsmen reasonably quiet. And this afternoon, Lewis Gregory absolutely superb, and good bowling from Archie Vaughan as well.
So
Lewis Gregory finishing with 5 for 42
from 17 overs. His spell before lunch is 6 overs, 1 maiden, 4 runs, 5 wickets.
Yeah.
Oh, the other way around. 5 runs, 4 wickets. Beg your pardon.
Yeah.
Whoa.
He's bowled superbly, hasn't he? On a pitch not really offering anything very much. But it's still doing a bit, and that's going to make Somerset's task of chasing down 287 anything but easy.
Correct. I mean, it's our job to try and throw some light on just how difficult it would be. Just look, I mean, you take a look at that Hampshire second innings total of 336. That should give you a bit of an inkling as the fact, well, surely a 300 target therefore should be okay, perhaps in that final innings. But we know that Hampshire possess some talented bowlers. You only need Abbott to have a bit of a spell, a golden spell. You only need Sonny Baker
Somerset,
to come in.
I'm afraid, has got a lot of history with Kyle Abbott.
Well, maybe so as well, but Sonny Baker only 7 days ago at Leeds took 3 wickets in no time at all in a very, that sort of thing. Liam Dawson, of his international calibre as well, so that puts it all in context. But I would say anything short of 300, and if I was Somerset, I'd be disappointed if I didn't get it.
Yes, I agree. I think Somerset have given themselves a golden opportunity to win a second game in the County Championship season, and it's going to be a very good test of their aspirations in the County Championship to see whether they can do it.
Okay.
They're taking tea. We'll be back in around about 18 minutes' time for the start of Somerset's second innings.
Welcome back everybody for this evening session on day 3 between Hampshire and Somerset, as Somerset look to chase down 287 to win. Pick of the bowlers for Somerset, 5 for 42 from Lewis Gregory in a spell at the end where he took 4 wickets for just 5 runs. Hampshire made 336 in the 3rd innings of this game. Nick Gubbins top scoring on 83. Ben Brown 66 and Jake Lehmann scoring 50 as the players emerge for this evening session, but the last 4 wickets falling for just 26 runs. You might be watching us on the live picture feed through the Hampshire Cricket website or listening to us on the BBC Sport app and website. Your commentary team today, we've got Anthony Gibson. We said goodbye to Kevin Howells earlier after his short stint on the commentary, but I'm Charlie Harden. I'm joined alongside by Kevin James.
Well, what an afternoon session that was for Somerset. Hampshire coming out after lunch at 265 for 4. The lead then was 215, but they lost their last 6 wickets for just 71. And Lewis Gregory, what a spell. In a couple of spells, those wickets were taken at 5 for 4. And that really has meant that they are chasing probably a total that they would have expected to be a little higher. So I honestly, we've just had a chat between ourselves during the tea break of what percentage we've put on a win for both these sides, and I think we've come out, you and I have come out roughly the same, and Kevin Howells, are we? Is that right?
Yeah, we came out in the mid-60s, mid 60% the way of Somerset, whereas Anthony Gibson seemed to think it was 55% in the way of Hampshire. Perhaps he would say that. You mentioned Lewis Gregory, his spell towards the end, getting the ball to nip back in late. Some good late in swing. But Kyle Abbott's going to start Hampshire off as Somerset look to chase down 287 to win. He's running in past the umpire towards us, and it's a good leave just outside the off stump. A diving take by Ben Brown. An interesting start.
Well, that's nipped back. That's not far away.
Kyle Abbott getting the ball to move in a Lewis Gregory fashion, as he did not too long ago, just before the tea break. But Kyle Abbott looked to settle into his area as soon as possible. So he's seen him so many times here at Utilita Bowl. He's coming in from the pavilion end here. Past the umpire, right arm over and tap down towards fine leg, and that's going to be 4 to start the day off for Somerset's batters. And Archie Vaughan is the batter on strike who gets 4 to his name there. And Josh Thomas at the other end yet to face a ball. 4 for none, Somerset.
Archie Vaughan made 32 in Somerset's first innings before he was caught by Cody Youssef. He was pulling, he was hooking. That Sonny Baker caught on the fine leg boundary.
As he faces up here to Kyle Abbott and angled back towards backward point. Yeah, I seem to remember watching him play here last year. He got to about 30 odd and got out in quite similar fashion. And I've seen a couple of times Archie Vaughan get in, get to about 30, look really good for his 30, and then just get out in a slightly what's becoming a more typical fashion for him, which is getting into a great position in his knock and then almost just gifting the wicket away. It'd be good to see him settle into a long innings at some point this season. Kyle Abbott's in again. A defensive shot from Vaughan up to mid-on for no run.
Well, you do feel that somebody's got to produce something here from a Hampshire point of view. Somebody needs to take 3 or 4 wickets for not a lot, for really to put Somerset under pressure. I think they'll be happy. They'll be reasonably happy chasing 287. It's doing a bit, but it's not a lot. There's not a lot of pace in this pitch. You do feel if batters get in, then they are going to be difficult to dislodge. We'll wait and see, but either way.
Abbott's in, and a good leave. Yeah, and I think this first period here for Hampshire's new ball bowlers is going to be almost the game-defining period. And Liam Dawson, with a little bit of spin on day 4, could prove impactful.
Yeah, Leach didn't get a lot out of it. The odd one Archie Vaughan got to grip. But yeah, a good last session for either one of these two sides sets them up for tomorrow. And we've got a lot of cricket tonight. I think we've got just over 38 overs tonight.
As Carl Abbott's in, and Vaughan defends again out towards that backward point fielder, which is Tom Press. So that ends the over, 4 runs from it. First over for Somerset's batters, going for 4 runs, 4 for none.
I've got lots of emails in this afternoon. I've been talking about robots in cricket after that Chinese half marathon where robots were running alongside human beings. A very scary video on the BBC website, which is worth a look, but it will leave you with lots of questions, more questions than answers actually. So we'll try and get through these emails as we go along through this evening. So the left-hander Josh Thomas will face Cody Youssef, who picked up his best Hampshire figures in the first innings of 3 wickets. And Josh Thomas facing there. He's got 3 slips as Youssef runs away from us. Thomas works that away just behind square on the outside, and Archie Vaughan calls him through for a single, and that's a very, very good call.
Yeah, it was. I'm just looking at Josh Thomas's stats here. 4 first-class games. 86 in his second game against Essex at the end of last summer. Yet to pull off a big score in this season of the County Championship. I think he made a 40 in week 1 for Somerset. But he'll be looking to set a good platform alongside his partner Archie Vaughan, who's now on strike.
Bill Maidment on the emails is weighed in with some locations of the Cludo. That's outside the off stump, left alone, shaping away to Archie Vaughan. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, enjoying the cricket from here in Germany. Not characters, but murder locations. Merv Kitchen, formerly Somerset, and Wes Hall. We were looking for characters, but we've now expanded, by the looks of it, to locations.
I feel like there's a lot more depth we can go into the game of Cludo and its connections with cricket.
Here's Youssef, length ball, which Vaughan brings Vaughan forward. We have mentioned Scarlett on a couple of occasions. One of them that plays for Middlesex Women currently. I think, I'm not sure we got all the characters in, but we got most of them anyway. There wasn't as many characters on that board as I thought, actually.
No, just a 6,
Yeah.
I believe. And actually, I'm not sure if it's Professor Black or just Mr. Black. I think it might actually be Mr. Black who is actually the victim.
Yep, that's right. Yeah, we've had a couple of those as well. Here's Cody Youssef. Vaughan edges just short of Ben Brown. Or did he edge it? Yeah, but it certainly bounced before Ben Brown. Just watching this again on the picture feed. No, maybe not. That's another wicked bounce in front of the keeper. Not been the easiest of tracks for the keepers, either side.
Yeah, it's a tricky one, isn't it? You never know as a keeper whether to stand a little bit closer and risk being almost beaten for pace, just to be able to catch it on the full, but Ben Brown almost landing a metre in front of him, really bouncing up almost into his chest.
The deep square leg is getting moved behind square, away to our right. So 5 without loss, Somerset in their second innings, and that's nicely played off the back foot. Width there from Youssef, and Archie Vaughan puts that away. A bit of a gift there from Youssef, and Somerset move on to 9 without loss. That target now is down to 278.
Yeah, I think Hampshire might be a little bit worried here about Archie Vaughan cracking that one through point. We saw at Chelmsford after Vaughan came on as a injury replacement that he, even though Somerset only had to chase 40 odd to win, Archie Vaughan did it in no time, taking apart the likes of Sam Cook and Porter.
Youssef runs away from us, bowls Fuller this time, and that's worked through mid-wicket, 4 runs. Well, a half volley to finish that over, and the ball before was short and wide outside the off stump, and Hampshire can't afford too many of those. Vaughan moves on to 12, 13 without loss. Somerset need another 274. Chris Carpenter on the emails, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, says, great to hear you mention David Turner. earlier this afternoon. That's right, former left-hander with Hampshire. His dad had the shoe repair shop down our road in Chippenham. That's right, I remember, because when he wasn't playing for Hampshire, he used to go back and do work in his dad's shoe repair shop in Chippenham. That's right. I used to get some of David's discarded bats, scored from runs for Chippenham with them in the 1970s. Nice story.
Is it bad in a show of my, I guess, inexperience that I've never thought about getting my shoes refurbished? As Kyle Abbott runs in, right arm round, and it's a leave by Josh Thomas.
All repaired.
Repaired, sorry.
Well, I don't know the prevalence of shoe repair shops. I don't know. You can get them resold, can't you? In places there are. I think there's one place I can think of that does a lot of key cutting. I'm not going to mention the name. That pop up in sort of shopping centres and shops. But I don't know what it is. The old cobblers.
Yeah, I've got a few shoes that, now I come to think of it, could do with a bit of repair, to be honest.
But does your generation do that sort of thing?
I don't think so, as Abbott said again, and dropped into the leg side by Thomas. I've got one shoe actually, Kevin, that not the sole on the sole side, but the sole on the up facing side, the one that your foot stands on, right at the back of the heel. It's almost like a small hole. And I don't know if I could get that repaired or refurbished.
It's worth a try.
Yeah, maybe I
you
could
know
take
where
it
to look. Chippenham's a little bit far to have that repaired, but I'm sure there might be one a little closer.
Well, I do like those shoes, so I'll have to travel up. As Abbott turns around. Right arm round. Oh, it's a pushing play and a miss from Thomas. And it brings a few hands on heads from the slip cordon. 13 for none.
Just looking at an email here from Adrian Smith, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. I hope my school friend David Maltwood from Ilford in Essex, about 1950, is following Hampshire today. I'm following my birthright county, Somerset, says Adrian. They've got a real chance in this game, given to them by Lewis Gregory's spell this afternoon. 4 wickets for 5 runs, wrapping up the Hampshire second innings.
As Abbott runs in. And a defensive shot to point for no run. Yeah, and I don't think that the Hampshire tail, not including Ben Brown in the tail, but in the way he got out, they couldn't have done a huge amount about those deliveries from Lewis Gregory. He ran hot and got the new ball to move. 13 for none, Somerset. But Kyle Abbott looking to fulfill a similar role to which Lewis Gregory played for Somerset. Here he comes again, right arm round, and a good leave from Thomas. I'm always a fan of a batter that leaves and gets all the way out to the ball, almost as if he can play it to the very last minute, and then just doesn't choose to play the shot. Quite a good fan of those leaves where batters take a big stride out to the offside, their head goes out there with it. That's what Josh Thomas has done there. But 5 dots to start the over, 1 ball away from that maiden as he turns and accelerates. Kyle Abbott, he's in from round the wicket, and a defensive shot out to point for no run. That concludes the over. 13 for none. And Yusuf to take on the bowling from the Hotel End.
Simon Jones has emailed Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, I'm enjoying a typical rock and roll Sunday, recovering from my first cricket friendly. A win for Portsmouth 4th 11 against Clanfield's 2nd 11. He's not moving freely. I never knew a 35 over match could hurt so much. And he's even sent me a link to the result. Catching up on ironing. Now says something that is a really rock and roll. That's a real thing. That's a Sunday thing, isn't it, ironing? That is a Sunday afternoon, getting ready for the working week. Trip to B&Q, yes, he's just done it for me. Other retailers available, other DIY stores available. For some garden compost as well. Watching the stream is a good distraction. Could be a close one, says Simon.
Are you not going to click on his scorecard? He must have sent that because he must have done well, surely.
Do you know what? That's a good shout. Do you know what? You're right. Nobody would send the scorecard unless they've done something in the game.
Exactly.
Correct. Let's have a look then. Is this my over or yours? I can't remember.
It's your over, Kevin.
Yeah, it is my over. Right, I'll try and look at this at the same time as Cody Yusuf comes in. Bit of good shape, but it's outside off stump, and Archie Vaughan leaves this one alone. So, Portsmouth Clanfield. This is the innings of Clanfield. So first of all, let's look at Portsmouth. Simon Jones, LBW, Ash Hazlitt for 27. So that's okay. Not bad for a first outing of the season. So I know Simon does a bit of bowling. So in the Clanfield innings, oh, he didn't get a ball. Let's play a miss outside of the off stump. No, he got 27. That's all right. That's a decent afternoon's work.
Yeah, I don't think I'd have sent the Hampshire email a scorecard of mine if I'd scored.
No.
A duck.
No, agreed. So you were right to inquire. You were right to push it further. Just past 4 o'clock here, a sunny Utilita Bowl with Somerset 13 without loss, 274. More needed from here as Yusuf bowls. And again, that's a good shape as it goes past the forward prod of Archie Vaughan. Got nice shape here, Cody Yusuf.
Yeah, he's just found his area here, Yusuf. As we've mentioned about the new ball doing a good amount in these opening overs, he's getting the Somerset batters to play in that 4th, 5th stump channel.
Email here from Stephen, who's in Berkhamsted, who sent me a picture of where he's been walking the dog. That's played out towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. I was out walking in the Chilterns, says Stephen, in the glorious weather, about 20 kilometres or so. I've added a dog to that. There's no dog mentioned. Why did I mention a dog? Picture of a view over Aldbury attached. Now, of course, that doesn't help anybody but those of us that can see the picture. And it's glorious. What's that? What's the yellow stuff? Is it?
Rapeseed.
Rapeseed. Thank you very much. Very yellow in the distance. Sadly, there are too many, or not too many 4G, 5G hotspots as Vaughan gets a length ball, plays that out behind point. Oh, fortunately, no, sadly, there are too many 4G, 5G not spots. There we go. Let me read this properly. To make it rewarding to listen to your broadcast. Although Somerset have clearly had a couple of decent sessions, I promise that most supporters will, like me, be racked with anxiety. One or two of us here as well. We have endured so many nearly but not so quite opposite episodes to be elated with optimism. 287 to get. It could go either way, says Stephen. It's clipped away off leg stump out towards deep mid-wicket. Should be cut off. There was a fielder out there in the deep. That's Scott Curry, who's on there once more as a sub-fielder. And Somerset at the end of that Cody Yusuf over are 15 without loss in their second innings, and they need from here another 272.
Yeah, you get the sense of that feeling of slight nervousness around the ground. Each boundary is dealt with a tentative applause from the Hampshire faithful here at Utilita Bowl.
Yeah.
And I think almost that deep square leg shows a sign perhaps of 287 feeling a little bit thin on the ground for the Hampshire captain, and maybe a defensive field change.
Simon Jones has just come back to us on email and he's given us a reason why he didn't bowl in that Portsmouth-Clanfield game. I'll come back to that.
As Thomas faces Abbott. It's the defence out towards backward point. They get through to a quick single as a tumbling Cody Yusuf does the work.
He says he was skippering, so he decided not to test his knees out on the artificial pitch.
Very honourable decision, that, isn't it? Give the others a go. Give the others a run out in the pre-season. Yeah, very respectful of his counterparts there. Simon Jones managed to get a bit done with the bat, though. 27's a good score. The Astro wicket. It's been a long time since I've played on Astro wicket.
Yeah.
It's funny, a lot of them can be quite up and down. That's really not what they're meant to be, is it? As Kyle Abbott bowls, and it brings about the outside edge from Archie Vaughan, and that's going to be 4 runs down towards the third man boundary, which brings Somerset's score to 20 for none. Vaughan's going at a runner ball, 18 off 18.
So for those of you that have just joined us, to bring you right up to date, 20 without loss Somerset, looking for 287 to win this game. It's been a game where Somerset won the first day, Hampshire won the second, and Somerset really have come back into the game here, chiefly through Gregory's 5 for 42.
As Abbott's past the stumps and a defensive shot from Vaughan. Well, by that reckoning, Hampshire might win day 4.
Well, that's to come. Lewis Gregory, after lunch, with 2 spells, really knocking the back end of the Hampshire innings away. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 4 wickets for 5 runs. Picked up Ben Brown, who made 66, then Kyle Abbott, then Eddie Jack, and then Sonny Baker to finish things off.
As Abbott bowls, and it's struck in the thigh pad region by Archie Vaughan, just getting on to nip back in to the Somerset batter.
Nick Gubbins top scoring in the Hampshire innings with 83. Jake Lehmann, who had just reached 50. His 4th half century in a row for Hampshire, was bowled by Alfie Ogborn. That was the last of 3 wickets to fall before lunch, and a Hampshire 265 for 4, leading by 215, would have hoped for better this afternoon. So Somerset have given themselves a really good chance here.
As Abbott runs in again, a defensive shot at point brings out a few interested Hampshire fielders. Yeah, I think with the Jake Lehmann wicket especially, I'm aware that someone who was trying to capture a little clip of Jake Lehmann getting to 50 got up there a ball too late and managed to film the ball he got out to.
Very next ball, wasn't it?
Yeah, very next ball for Jake.
Yeah, that was a big wicket. But the feature of Lewis Gregory's spell this afternoon, they were actually spread over 2 spells, but wonderful figures, was the fact that he got the ball just to shape in late, and it caused the batters some problems.
As Kyle Abbott tries to do that now, and it's deflected out towards point for a single as Somerset pick up another run to the infield from Hampshire. That ends the over. 6 runs from it, 21 for none.
Hampshire losing their last 6 wickets for just 71 runs, leading by 286 in the 3rd innings. So 287 is the target here for Somerset. We've got plenty of action tonight. 34 overs left in the day. The sun's out. We will get the full amount of overs in, and then of course we come back tomorrow. So plenty of time for either Somerset to lay a very, very good base, of which to come back tomorrow morning and hopefully finish things off from their point of view, and Hampshire plenty of time to get amongst the wickets of the top order. Kevin James and Charlie Harden with you here. Cody Youssef is the bowler from this hotel end. Bowling to Archie Vaughan, who's played a couple of gorgeous shots already. Has worked to mid-wicket, played a lovely back foot drive off Cody Youssef a couple of overs ago, and then immediately followed that up with a beautiful clip off his legs through mid-wicket.
Yeah, very similar to the way he started out in that 2nd innings last week at Chelmsford. He'll be looking to pounce on anything that the bowler offers him here. Any change of slight lapse in line or slightly full delivery has been put away.
So Youssef has 2 slips. Right arm over, comes in and bowls down the leg side. No shape on that one. I'm trying to clip that away.
Youssef taking the big wicket of James Rue in the morning of day 2. What do you think was slightly different about Youssef's bowling spell on day 2? What kind of questions was he asking? Where was he picking up his wickets?
Well, I think in the case of Rue, who'd played brilliantly for his 86, weathered the storm from Baker and Abbott, and I think maybe just relaxed a little, because Youssef got him straight away when he came on first change. In again, it's again down the leg side, it's clipped away down to fine leg, and it's just about stopped. Right on the boundary. Good piece of work there from Tom Prest at the top end of the ground as we look. That was clipped away and it went with pace. Prest had to get down low and did a good job, saved a couple of runs. I think that was as much as anything. And Rue looked very disciplined, played some gorgeous shots. Big article about him today, isn't there, about maybe opening the batting for England, maybe an option. And he'd looked solid up until then, but he just felt that maybe he just relaxed a fraction. Vaughan gets more runs there as he clips that away to deep backward square leg. 2 men on the boundary for Hampshire, for Youssef, just behind square. Somerset move on to 24 without loss in their 2nd innings. Vaughan has 22 of those, and that target now is down to 263. The wicket has generally got easier. as this game has gone on, the new ball does a little bit, so that's where the bowlers will feel that they have their best chance of taking wickets up top. When the ball gets a bit softer and with the pitch getting a little slower, it really is about just bowling line and length and trying to make the batters make the odd mistakes, playing a missing outside the off stump. Good delivery, good line there from Yusuf.
Yeah, this looks a slightly better angle to the left-hander here for Yusuf, coming right arm over the wicket, just pushing it across Thomas, whereas Archie Vaughan feels like he's got the money on Yusuf at the minute.
He seems to have a little bit of time, Archie Vaughan, doesn't he? Plays it quite late. Immediately there's a response by Hampshire to that ball that went past the outside edge of Thomas, with Jake Lehmann coming from the leg side to make a third slip. Yusuf runs away from us once more, runs past the umpire and bowls, and again that's a good delivery. He is, although it's angled, it's just pitching and nipping away a fraction, just enough. So that's giving Thomas something to think about. End of the over. Better over that one from Yusuf. 3 overs, none for 14. We've got a change in the commentary box here. Thank you, Charlie Harden. Anthony Gibson will come in alongside me. I'm sure he's pretty happy with the way things are. We were trying to work out percentage-wise of any of our teams that would win this game. I think most of us were going 65-35 in favour of Somerset, and Anthony was a little bit more cautious.
Yeah, I think it's, as we've been saying, basically it's a fairly placid pitch. But I suspect, if you ask one of the batsmen, they'll say it's the sort of pitch on which you never feel you're really in. It's always that possibility that something's going to happen. Oh, and here you are, good example of that, as Abbott bowls to Archie Vaughan, who's been looking very assured. He just played half forward at that, no real conviction, ball beating the outside edge. And the other thing is that, if you look at the record of Kyle Abbott and Liam Dawson against Somerset, they've caused havoc over the years in the Somerset batting ranks, and they're on their home pitch in front of their home crowd. Abbott bowls and Vaughan this time leaves that outside the off stump, and Abbott with his hands on his head saying, "Oh!" I think bowlers do that just to try and sort of upset the batsman, don't they?
It helps, yeah. It sort of tried to get in their head a little bit. 2 wickets for Abbott in the first innings here. Had a 10-wicket match up at Yorkshire last week, so he is in good form. He's in good rhythm. Has been for quite a while, not just this season, but in recent seasons as well. He's looking for his 4th 50-wicket season in the last 5 years.
Yeah, still a real force to be reckoned with. Big burly South African in bowls, and Archie Vaughan comes down on a ball pitched on his off stump. Lets it run off the face of the bat down to backward point. We've got 2 slips and a 4th slip with Ben Mays, Toby Albert and Jake Lehmann. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg is the field. So there were 2 men out for Cody Yusuf to Archie Vaughan in his last over, just the 1 for Abbott to Vaughan, which suggests he's bowling more of an off-stump line. He's in bowls, and this is whipped away through the onside, but well fielded at mid-on. So there is no run. He played that nicely. Who is that at mid-on? Is that Tom Prest?
No.
Liam Dawson's at mid-off. Oh, it's
Sonny Baker.
It's Eddie. It's Sonny Baker. Yeah. Abbott in bowls, and Vaughan comes forward solidly. In defence, it was Archie Vaughan who made the vital breakthroughs this afternoon when he took the wickets of Ben Mays, clean bowled for 19, and then had Liam Dawson caught by Tom Abel. And then the breach having been created, up stepped Lewis Gregory. 2 wickets in and over, and then polishing things off at the end. Abbott to Vaughan, who drives without timing, and Dawson is quickly across, tumbling to make the stop at mid-off. Maiden over from Kyle Abbott, 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 10. And Somerset are 24 without loss. And by Somerset standards, this is already a very good opening partnership. They've survived 7 overs together.
What a time to do it.
Josh Thomas, I think it would be fair to say, with more luck than judgment.
Yeah, well, he's got a real problem with Cody Yusuf at the moment, isn't he? Because Yusuf is bowling over the wicket. Although, having said that, it looks like Yusuf might be taking a bit of a break already. I thought his last over was actually all right. But anyway, maybe he's going to come on in place of Abbott. Yeah, the 2 sessions have been an interesting one today because Hampshire, even though they lost 3 wickets, and I think Somerset would be reasonably okay with that up to lunch, actually had it 119, which might have been a few more than Somerset would have wanted. But the afternoon session was very much Somerset's. They really did come back well there and have put this game in a situation where A, we're going to get a result, and B, yeah, depending on who you speak to, probably some people just about shave it for Somerset. So he's round the wicket to the left-hander Thomas, who clips that away on the leg side, and he moves on to 3, and it's 25 without loss.
Thomas would be very relieved to have got one on his pads that he can get away instead of being tormented on and around off stump by Cody Yusuf. Always
an advantage being a left-hander. You do tend to get a few more balls in that sort of leg side area because bowlers are usually used to bowling on or around off stump to the right-handers.
Again, we got the 2 men out for Archie Vaughan, which suggests that Sonny Baker's going to bowl pretty straight, pretty much at the stumps.
He comes in past the umpire and bowls, and that's nicely played by Vaughan into the covers, and that's 4 runs. That's nicely timed. Easy as you like, that one.
It's very reminiscent of his father.
Wasn't it? Who was his father again?
Yeah, I think what was his name? Michael.
Phil.
The one.
Oh. Yes, that was a nice shot. He's played 3 or 4 good shots already, and he's 26. And that target has come down to 258 from here.
Just mustn't fall into the trap of pulling the ball in the air.
There's one out there for that. Length ball pushes forward off the outside half of the bat, and that's running down to 3rd man. That's going for 4 more. Useful runs here as Vaughan moves on to 30. So 30 for Vaughan, 3 for Thomas, and 9 runs off the first 3 balls from Sonny Baker.
Well, I don't know what he's been doing in the winter, but it certainly hasn't done either his batting or his bowling any harm, Archie Vaughan.
He bowled well, didn't he? As you said, he started the Rot this afternoon. Opened the door for Lewis Gregory to step through it with both feet. Here's Sonny Baker, bowls. That's a good delivery. Brings him forward, just nips away off the surface.
That's the length,
through to
isn't
Bembro.
it?
That is the length, yeah.
He likes to drive, Archie Vaughan.
Just watching this again, if you're on the picture feed, and it just straightens a fraction. Drew the batter into the shot. Hampshire need to keep searching. They've got runs to play with, not as many as they would like, but there are runs to play with. Baker quite deliberate at the top of his mark, almost as if he's thinking about what next ball to bowl, which I'm sure most people do. As Baker comes in again, shorter, pulled away by Vaughan, it's in the air, and he's caught at deep square leg for the 2nd time in the game.
What did I say?
Can't resist it, can he? And Sonny Baker has got the breakthrough. It's a shorter boundary. He didn't get hold of it. There was a hint of a toppish edge at the same time, but that's a good catch out there by Nick Gubbins.
It was a good catch, but it wasn't a very good shot. And he ought to have learnt by now. And Philip Newman Hall on Twitter has just tweeted, "Hope you didn't just tempt fate by saying what a good start this is." Well, I fear I may have done, but even so, 33 for the first wicket by Somerset standards is a good opening partnership, but very disappointing way for Archie Vaughan to get out, especially as he was looking so very, very good, so assured, playing some lovely shots, not really in any trouble. He was playing a miss earlier in this over from a good ball from Sonny Baker, but that ball was there for the taking if only he'd kept the shot down.
If only, if only.
If only, if only.
6 fours in that 30. And the thing is, you see, the thing is with the county circuit is that if you do have a reputation for getting out for a short ball, you will be tested time and time and time and time again. And you think, why am I getting more short balls than anybody else? There is a reason for that.
Yeah.
Anyway, that aside, he still played nicely. He still looks a very good player.
He does.
He's got time on his side. He's still only 20. He's got time to work on that, and I'm sure people will be and are working on that side of the game, because everything else is bowling, and 90% of his batting is all there.
Yeah, absolutely. Somerset have certainly found themselves one opening batsman. Josh Thomas has now got to prove that he's the other half of the opening partnership.
Help because Sean Dixon's moved on? Has he got a chance because of that or not?
Yeah, and also the the injury to Tom Kohler-Cadmore.
Of course.
I think Kohler-Cadmore and Vaughan would be the at the front of the queue to open the batting at the moment.
Sonny Baker then, another left-hander, Tom Lehmann round the wicket again. Lehmann pushes forward. And Sonny Baker on his follow-through is flat out trying to pick up that ball, thinking Lehmann was off for a single and wanted to get to that ball quickly indeed. Great enthusiasm from Sonny Baker. We expect nothing else from him. That's very much his trademark. Buoyed by that wicket in his first over. 33 for 1 then Somerset in their second innings. From here, need another 254.
Tom Lehmann will be looking to score some runs. He made 3 in the first innings against Notts. He made a good 69 when Somerset were chasing runs, quick runs in the second innings, but Nottinghamshire weren't bowling that much determination. And then against Essex, just 2 in the first innings and didn't bat in the second innings because Somerset knocked off the runs they needed to win by 10 wickets. And he didn't get any runs in the first innings here, so he's got a bit to prove. Not that I think his place is under threat at all. He's become a very regular member of the Somerset side as Abbott is in and bowls to Josh Thomas. We've got 2 left-handers at the crease now. Thomas works it down to Tom Prest at long leg. 34 for 1, the one being Archie Vaughan, who was caught in the deep, pulling a short ball from Sonny Baker, well caught low down by Nick Gubbins. Abbott bowls to Lehmann, who thinks about a single. It's not there, as Dawson's quickly onto it. Somerset want to get through. How many overs have we got? 30 odd. Well, if there are, say, 100 for 3 at the close, or 120 for 3, maybe something like that, I think they would be reasonably happy. Hampshire would be hoping to pick up at least 4, if not 5 wickets by the close. Abbott in bowls outside the off stump, too far outside the off stump, and Lehmann can watch it sail through to Ben Brown. Beautiful late afternoon sunshine. It's a little bit of hazy cloud, but it's very warm, pleasantly warm in our camera gantry, overlooking the Utilita Bowl, where there is a decent crowd basking in the sunshine and trying to keep themselves warm with this slightly chilly breeze blowing across the ground. Lehmann drives handsomely through the offside. It's a typical Tom Lehmann shot and brings in 4 runs. Quite a brave shot to play against Kyle Abbott. Gets away with it, 38 for 1.
Yeah, he was caught in the slips doing a similar
He was.
shot, wasn't he, by Toby Albert off Abbott in the first innings.
Well, that is how he plays. He's a very elegant stroke maker, Tom Lammonby. Abbott in bowls, that's outside the off stump. And he just gets into position to play the shot. Doesn't bother to bring the bat down. 3 slips for the new batsman. Hampshire paid Archie Vaughan the compliment of reducing the slip cordon from 3 to 2 when he was facing Cody Youssef, as he did look in complete command, or almost complete command. Full of confidence. Abbott in bowls, and Lammonby gets this off the shoulder of the bat, runs down into the gully, and Eddie Jack picks up. End of that over. 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 15. Kyle Abbott, Somerset 38 for 1, with both of the 2 left-handers on 4 runs.
Jason Cole, who's in Cambridge, is claiming his part in the Archie Vaughan dismissal. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk says, haha, I was just typing. Everyone is talking about Roux as an opener for England, but Archie Vaughan could be making a case. He said, I was writing that, hoping to put the mockers on him, and it worked. Well, thank you very much, Jason, on behalf of the Hampshire team, for your part in that dismissal. Just have a quick look at the other games. We haven't really mentioned those today. Where we talk through this over by Sonny Baker. There's not many games going on this week. A few teams have got the week off. Here's Sonny Baker around the wicket, and that's bounced. And Thomas has played that quite well by just dropping his hands. That's good carry through to Ben Brown. The other Division 1 match that's going on today, Warwickshire 101 for 5 in their second innings against Essex. They only lead by 86 runs and only have 5 wickets remaining. And in Division 2, 2 games going on there. Gloucestershire 281 for 4 in their second innings against Lancashire. They lead by 177. As Baker's in again. And away from us and bowls, and Rue's playing a miss. Thomas is playing a miss into that one. That's a great delivery. Half shout by the bowler, maybe a little bit after the guys behind. But that's pacey.
Long way away from
on this wicket. Yeah, I think he was. And Middlesex batting for a second time against Northamptonshire, a 12 without loss. They trail by 56. All those matches on the BBC Sport website and app, as is this one. Picture feed on the Hampshire Cricket website. That's going to the Somerset Cricket website as well. We're also around the ground on the in-ground commentary. 4:30 here at the Utilita as Baker's in again to Thomas, straighter this time, and he does get a bat on that one. The score remains on 38 for 1.
Interesting that Sonny Baker going round the wicket to the left-handers, whereas Cody Youssef bowled over the wicket, and to my mind seemed to be causing more problems, certainly to Josh Thomas, than he's faced so far, although Baker has got that extra ingredient of real pace.
Yes. Here he is again to Thomas. Thomas plays and misses on the front foot there. Yeah, he's causing him 1 or 2 problems outside the off stump, as Cody Youssef did.
Yep.
When he opened from the same end. Mark Long has emailed Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. On Archie Vaughan's wicket, I noticed as he was walking up the steps to the changing room, he gave his bat an almighty whack on the ground, clearly very annoyed with himself. Thanks for the brilliant commentary. It's been a great companion on my first visit to the Utilita Bowl this week. Hopefully we, in brackets Somerset, can get over the line in this 50-50 chase. So he's going 50-50, is Mark?
Yeah, it wouldn't be.
Another 249 needed from here as Baker comes in and bowls to Thomas. Thomas on the back foot, hits the outside half of the bat. He keeps it down past Gully, down to third man, but he gets off strike.
Never underestimate the power of scoreboard pressure, my friend and regular summariser Mark Davis would say.
Oh, definitely. 4th innings of a game, you can always add a few more on, can't you?
I think Mark would probably have his money on Hampshire.
Yeah.
For that reason.
Would you put money on it, knowing him?
No.
If you're listening, it was a joke. It was a joke, because I know I've got to work with him for the double header at the end of next month. Love you really, Mark, you know that. Here comes Sonny Baker, bowls, and that's turned away on the onside by Lehmann. Fielder out there in the deep, just a single. And that's the end of Sonny Baker's second over. 2 overs, 1 for 11. Somerset are 40 for 1 with both Lehmann and Thomas on 5. Oh, we've got to change the commentary. Anthony Gibson staying on, and Charlie Harden will come in alongside him.
Yeah, I was just going to say that Tom Lehmann's got form when it comes to run chases. When Somerset needed 267 to beat Durham up at Chesterless Street last May, Tom Lehmann 104 not out. So he's got the temperament and he's got the technique, and he's facing Kyle Abbott, and will pick up a single off the glove down. No, it's not, it's a leg by. Off the thigh pad down into where leg slip would be if there was a leg slip. Gets up the other end, 41 for 1. So 246 Somerset need from here on.
So interesting how Hampshire's bowlers, Kyle Abbott and Cody Youssef, couldn't quite get a breakthrough, but Sonny Baker, first over for him, and he takes the wicket.
Abbott in bowls, and Thomas this time gets the full face of the bat on that delivery. It's more batsman error than quality of the bowling. Although, you know, credit to Sonny Baker for bowling almost exactly the same delivery to Archie Vaughan that got him out in the first innings.
Yeah, it was batter error, but he's also a bowler that can just make these moments happen when Hampshire need him to.
Abbott comes bustling in outside the off stump. No shot from Thomas.
Anthony, Josh Thomas.
Yep.
Do you like what you see?
He's got a bit to prove, I think. He got 85 on his first outing as an opener back end of last season at Chelmsford. And he got 39 in the second innings as well. But he had a fair bit of luck. I'm not completely convinced. And I think when Tom Kohler-Cadmore is fit again, he will probably come back in to open with Archie Vaughan. And Thomas drives this into the offside, but only as far as Nick Gubbins at extra cover. I mean, he's a good cricketer. He bowls slow left arm as well as batting. And he's a good white ball cricketer as well. But I'm not sure he's quite equipped to open the innings on pitches where it's doing a bit against the Duke's ball.
Yeah, he's looked a little bit susceptible on that 4th, 5th stump line, I must say.
Abbott in bowls, and he gets well across to play a defensive shot to that ball outside the off stump. Good foot movement.
Got into a good position for that one. It's more the, I think Cody Youssef troubled him a couple of times when it was pushed across him from that right arm over position, and when it's coming from right arm round, as Kyle Abbott's doing here, he is getting into that strong position. However, when Cody Youssef or any right arm can bowl across him, I think that could be a slightly better line of attack for Josh Thomas from a Hampshire point of view.
Well, he's got Abbott bowling around the wicket at him. He's in now and bowls, and this time he's punching that away through the offside. That's going to be 4 runs. Nice shot, just a little bit of width from Kyle Abbott, pounced on by Josh Thomas. His most convincing shot yet. Brings him 4 runs, takes him on to 9, and Somerset on to 45 for 1 at the end of that over.
Yeah, one of those back foot punches when it's great to see players when they're playing off the back foot. It still looks like they're moving forward, almost back into the ball. So it was that initial movement back to get into that position to get on top of the ball. But as soon as the back foot goes down, it's almost as if at contact they're still moving back towards the ball. So Josh Thomas again getting into a nice position. Have we got a change of
We have. We've got Liam Dawson.
Liam Dawson coming on for Sonny Baker after just a 2-over spell. So I'm assuming Sonny Baker might be changing ends to go and...
Yeah, that's exactly it. I'm sure that's what it is. But I think, you know, they will expect, Hampshire will expect Liam Dawson to have a big part to play.
So Somerset going at just over 4s. That run rate has settled a little bit since the dismissal of Archie Vaughan. We've got Somerset off to a good start, as he normally does. But getting out caught deep square leg for 30. So Liam Dawson making a few little tinkers with his field. There's a short leg under the helmet, a first slip in. There's a straightish mid-wicket and deep square leg just in front of square on the boundary. Also a deep forward point when the cover's really on the boundary. Here comes Liam Dawson with his signature walk. And this one's full and driven out towards Sonny Baker. Long on, yeah, definitely a full toss. Jack Leach bought a couple of those as well.
He did. He did. Lehmann be irritated with himself for not taking greater advantage of it.
As Dawson hops in again and pushing defensive, big appeal for something, maybe a caught behind. Ben Brown looks very pleased with Liam Dawson's bowling. I think it'll be that one that slides on, similar to how Jack Leach took the wicket of Nick Gubbins on 83 earlier this morning. Caught first slip. Sliding on to take the edge as Dawson's in again. And it beats the bat through the gate. Also beats Ben Brown as first slip goes running off to go and collect it. No run taken though. That's a brilliant delivery.
Didn't bounce very much. Just kept really low and bamboozled Josh Thomas.
It's going to be a tough couple of days for Ben Brown, I think, that's for sure. Here's Dawson, left arm over, and defended more confidently by Josh Thomas. It's 46 for 1, 2 balls to go in the over.
He's got plenty of rough into which he can bowl, or pizza, as Michael Carberry calls it. You heard that?
I've never heard of that
No,
before.
no.
I'm not sure I can see actually where it comes from as Dawson bowls again and turned towards short leg. I don't think it quite carried to him. It's Ben Mays under the helmet in there. There's a back foot little clip off the hips for Thomas.
Oh, I don't know. I think it did carry.
It would have been a tight call either way.
A difficult chance, but went off the face of the bat.
Poor 18-year-old stuck in under the lid. As Dawson bowls again and just driven out towards cover for no run to end the over. So just one run from it, 46 for 1.
Yeah, one bad ball and 5 pretty good ones from Liam Dawson, who is another one who's got a terrific record against Somerset over the years with bat as well as ball. Somerset are going to have to work really hard. I think they'll be looking to their 2 most experienced players, James Rue and Tom Abel. And maybe Tom Lammonby as well, who's also pretty experienced. He burst onto the scene, Tom Lammonby, in the Bob Willis back in 2020, the COVID year. He scored 3 centuries as he helped Somerset reach the final, where they were undone by a big innings from Alistair Cook. They didn't lose, but they lost on Essex having a higher first innings score. Here's Sonny Baker coming in from the pavilion end to bowl to Tom Lammonby, who has plenty of time to get in behind that good length ball from Sonny Baker. 2 Devonians in opposition, Sonny Baker from Torquay, Tom Lammonby from Exeter. Somerset team is well stocked with Devonians, but they've all come up through the Somerset pathway, which has been prolific in producing good young cricketers in recent years. Baker to Lammonby, who tucks that away off his hip down to deep backward square leg for a single, 47 for 1.
I used to train in where Exeter University used to train for cricket. It's also where a lot of the Devon indoor school cricket occurs. And there was a big wall of all ex-Devonian pathway players who've gone on to make big things. I seem to remember, I think, seeing the Overton brothers on there. Maybe they didn't spend too much time in the Devon age group stuff before moving to Somerset. I might be wrong there.
They certainly would have been. Yeah, they certainly. I mean, they're both Devon through and through. Oh, it takes him on the pad and gone. That's the end of Josh Thomas. Beaten for pace, I think, as much as anything. A second wicket for Sonny Baker. A second wicket that Somerset have lost. 47 for 2. Josh Thomas, who never looked particularly convincing, pinned LBW by Sonny Baker and gone for 9. 47 for 2.
He looks a real leader out there in that bowling attack, Anthony. Just the way he seems a lot more, I guess, pumped up than the other players, sort of almost leading from the front, getting his teammates around him.
Absolutely plumb. Absolutely plumb.
And Anthony, there's been a few bowlers. I've been on my little tour of different county grounds. Been a few bowlers who've looked more passionate than others. And
we welcome listeners to BBC 5 Sports Extra with the news that Somerset needing 487 to beat Hampshire, having bowled them out in their second innings for, I forget how many it was, I can tell you, yes, 336, and they have lost 2 wickets so far. Archie Vaughan, who was looking really, really good, batting with real class and style, when he went to pull a short ball from Sonny Baker and was well caught on the deep square leg boundary by Nick Gubbins. And just as you join us, Josh Thomas, Somerset's other opening bat, pinned LBW by Sonny Baker for 9. So 47 for 2. Tom Lammonby is not out 7, and he has just been joined by the man of the moment, James Rue. And well, this is one of 2 potentially crucial partnerships for Somerset. The other will be involving Tom Abel, who's been in good form, but James Rue made 86 in the first innings and has been scoring runs for fun so far this season, but he'll be desperate to score runs when it really, really matters, which is right now, as Baker is in and bowls and Rue plays him back up the onside of the pitch. It's fielded at mid-on. Well, this is a very good test for James Rue's credentials as an England hopeful. We're in the 13th over, so some of the shine will have gone from the new ball, but even so, he's facing genuine pace from Sonny Baker, who's in, bowls to Vaughan, to Rue, who just lets that run off the face of his bat out to deep square leg and is off the mark. 48 for 2.
This feels a crucial period of the game. Sonny Baker, he's running hot, he's got a relatively new ball, and James Rue, as you said, big moment for him in this game. But if Hampshire can dismiss one of these 2, or even both, especially Rue is definitely the key wicket, they can get him before the close.
Well, Hampshire need 2 more wickets. They need to get one of these 2 and then one of Tom Abel and whoever is left out of these 2. As Baker is in and bowls, and this is nicely played by Tom Lammonby, who gets on top of the bounce and plays it out to deep square leg. Archie Vaughan, please note, it's only a single, but it's not a wicket. 49 for 2. Applause, deserved applause for Sonny Baker. 3 overs, no maidens. 2 for 14. He's made the initial breakthroughs for Hampshire, and their tails are up at the moment, and I dare say the odds have just shifted from, I guess they were probably around even money, but I should think that Hampshire would now be narrow favourites. 49 for 2.
Yeah, when Somerset were racing at 33 for none, I think there was a sense of nervousness around the ground, but those 2 big wickets definitely swaying favour back in the way of Hampshire. Here's Liam Dawson then, who's
bowling left arm over the wicket, just pushes his mid off slightly wider. Still got a short leg in and a first slip. Deep fielders are square on either side as this one's flicked out straight towards mid wicket, but it's a little misfield by Nick Gubbins as Tom Prest runs in and collects. So just 1 run added, 50 for 2.
50s on the board in 13 overs. 56 minutes, so good going, mostly down to Archie Vaughan, who made 30 from 36 deliveries with 6 fours.
Now, long on's just been brought up to a conventional mid-on as James Rue is defending to Liam Dawson. Just letting Rue know they're not going to give him too many easy singles. Big gap in the covers, but Liam Dawson spinning it into the left hand of Rue will definitely be targeting the stumps and the pads of this fine player as it's punched off the back foot out towards deep cover for a single into that huge gap in the offside.
I think they're trying to encourage James Rue to hit against the spin. And ditto Tom Lehmann, because they haven't really changed the field.
No, just the mid-on dropping back. There's Dawson. Bowls, reverse sweep. It's gone glove pad and down out towards point.
Not sure that's a business shot because you've got sort of short third man stroke, very backward point on for precisely that shot.
Yeah, he's got to hit it well to get it past him. As Dawson strolls in again. A big lunging forward defence from Lammonby. He is on 9. And any sort of pressure Hampshire can build here are going to go a long way into setting up a wicket before the close of play today. As Dawson stands at the top of his mark. Game finally in the balance. Dawson bowls and clips towards mid-wicket. It's just bounced in front of the fielder, who now lies flat on the floor. It's Nick Gubbins. It bounced about half a yard in front of him, but the score is now 51 for 2. And I'm going to make way for... Oh no, I'm going to shift across and leave you with Anthony Gibson, and then Kevin James will short us jointly.
Yes, well, close call there for Tom Lammonby, but he survives.
Thank you very much, Anthony. I was just thinking, probably a lot of people are looking at that field for Liam Dawson and saying, it looks a little defensive on the offside. I think what you're seeing is that they're just trying to get the batters to push at the ball into the gap through sort of extra cover, and that will encourage an inside edge onto the pad, which will help it carry to short leg because there's no real bounce. Here's Sonny Baker round the wicket, length ball. Rue works that out to wide mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to watch James Rue play here today. It's a big moment for him. He's knocking on the England door. And this is just about as pressurised and as tense as County Championship gets. James Rue's got that key role for Somerset. Batting at number 4, he's the informed player. Can he guide Somerset towards that total of 287?
Baker again, 2 slips and a gully. Bowls pulled away nicely, and it's fallen short, well short of the man at deep's backward square leg. Kept that down nicely, did Rue. Moves on to 3, 52 for 2. For the benefit of 1 or 2, and actually I must admit I have missed these scores, there is some women's Metrobank one-day cup games going on today. Somerset are in action. They're taking on Lancashire. Lancashire made 259 for 8 off their 50 overs. Somerset are 180 for 4 off 37, needing another 80 from 13. That's pulled away. That's up in the air. This could carry. And he is caught at deep backward square leg. I'm not sure it was that clean, but it doesn't matter. It's stuck. That's Cody Youssef. And Sonny Baker has done it again. This time it's Tom Lammonby. He's gone for 9.
Looked like it was a little bit of juggling there from Cody Youssef. He was under it for a while. It looked like it went really high off the top edge of Tom Lammonby, but Baker strikes again. Again on the short ball, got Archie Vaughan out in similar fashion. This one going a little higher, but Tom Lammonby, as soon as he struck it, he knew he was in big trouble. But a good catch from Cody Youssef, and it's 3 for 15 for Sonny Baker, halfway through his 4th.
Well, this is making the game interesting. Every wicket that falls is just making that target just that little bit further away. If you've just joined us, Somerset have just lost their 3rd wicket in pursuit of 287 to win this game. They are 52 for 3. Archie Vaughan was out hooking at Sonny Baker. He made 30, some nice crisp shots off both the front and back foot in that 30, but nevertheless he fell for the 2nd time to a short ball. Josh Thomas, LBW to Sonny Baker, playing around a straight one. He made 9, and Sonny Baker has picked up his 3rd wicket with Tom Lammonby also pulling the short delivery but getting a top edge.
Yeah, interesting. Sonny Baker not chosen to take the new ball today, but as soon as he's brought on as a first change bowler, he made an instant impact, and he was swapped ends. He started at the hotel end, took the wicket of Archie Vaughan, and then switched over to the pavilion end, where he's taken the following 2.
New batter is Tom Abel. Now Tom Abel and James Rue combined to put on 100, just over 100 run partnership for the 4th wicket in the 1st innings, and just going on that, you would think that Somerset are pinning a lot of their hopes on this partnership for a 2nd time. That's the only women's Metrobank One Day Cup game, Division 1 game going on. There are several going on in Division 2. So 52 for 3. As Baker switches to over the wicket to the right-handed Abel. Abel off the back foot, straight away off the mark as it goes through point. May look for 2 here, as Tom Prest comes in off the 3rd man boundary. And Somerset progress to 54 for 3. Yes, the position that Somerset are in, and they're in a much better position than they might have thought they might have been at lunch, with Hampshire 265 for 4, leading at that stage by 215. They did pick up 6 wickets for 71 to bowl Hampshire out for 336. Archie Vaughan started the collapse, such as it was, picking up 2 wickets, and then Lewis Gregory with a spell of 4 wickets for 5 runs outside the off stump, left alone by Tom Abel. Lewis Gregory, that was spread over 2 spells of 3 overs each, and he just got the ball, didn't he, Charlie Harden, to just shape inwards at late, and it caused the batters some real problems.
Yeah, and we haven't seen a huge amount of it from the Hampshire bowlers, to be fair, and Sonny Baker's only real true line of attack has been through raw pace, beating a couple on the short side, and Josh Thomas with a well bowled full quick delivery.
Able to face Sonny Baker again, left alone outside the off stump. Good pace again on this wicket, which is slowing up all the time. Another warm round of applause for Sonny Baker as he continues his quite impressive development from last season to this. He's got a bowler with a lot more control, and his figures, not just in this game, are showing that that huge improvement. He has 3 for 17.
Yeah, he's a make something happen bowler, isn't he? You know, I can see when the game potentially could be drifting towards a draw in various moments of county championship cricket. Sonny Baker's that kind of bowler. As a captain, you'd love to bring on, always bursting with energy and very close to making an impact. Here's Liam Dawson for his 3rd over. So he runs in and draws a defensive shot by James Rue. He's got a big role to play. There's 2 alongside Tom Abel. Anthony Gibson just mentioning the 2 arguably the most experienced batters for the Somerset team, as Liam Dawson bowls, and driven by Rue through a gap in extra cover as Kyle Abbott runs his way round, and a easy 2 to the Somerset pair. And James Rue, just 22 years old. It is funny how we're calling him an experienced county championship player.
Well, he's got impressive figures already, isn't he? Averages 42 in his career, only playing his 60th first-class match. I say only? He's only 22. That's a lot of games.
Yeah, and who knows what his older brother might do. Here's Liam Dawson, bowls short, and James Rue clips it out to Nick Gubbins at mid-wicket, who instantly gets shining. Gets to work to make sure the ball's in good condition before Sonny Baker gets the ball back from the pavilion end. Dawson walks away from us. past the stumps with a couple of hops and a pull shot down to the ground towards mid-wicket for no run. 56 for 3 here, Somerset, and a little bit of wind taken out of the sails for this pair. There's a few breakthroughs from Sonny Baker have really halted their progression in their pursuit of 287 as Dawson bowls and defended by Rue. So just the 1 ball left to go as Dawson walks back. And he always pauses at the top of his mark with his feet shoulder width apart. Then he walks in, short and pushed against the spin out towards deep cover by Rue. And that ends the over, 57 for 3.
And 23 overs left in the day's play. Plenty of time for either this partnership to flourish or for Hampshire to get amongst these wickets. 5 down tonight really will make, I think, Somerset be very nervy going to bed this evening. A good partnership here for these last 23 overs will maybe just set things up for Somerset. 230 they need from here.
I think it's either of these two. If they're 4 down, Somerset, one of these two's been dismissed. Abel and Rue, really the heart of this Somerset batting lineup. And while they're together, it still looks quite ominous for Hampshire. But they're not far away.
No, still Craig over to come. He's in good form, and then you start to feel you're amongst the back end of the order. So a lot resting on the shoulders of young James Rue and the older Tom Abel. Ian has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He says he's sitting in the Shane Warne stand and he says the stumps look very odd. I'll come back to that in a moment as Baker comes in, right arm over and bowls, and that's worked away on the onside by Rue. Nice looking shot, and Scott Curry, the substitute fielder, running around from deep square leg, can't cut it off. Again with James Rue we see some nice timing. He says they look very short. No, I hope not. Do you know why the top third is a dark colour? It makes it very difficult to see. I presume, I know they are black at the top, must be the sponsor's name written all over them, but I haven't actually been out that close to look. But that would suggest that's the case. But yes, they are dark colour. Here's Baker. Rue's chasing that one a little bit outside the off stump, but he gets most of the bat on that as it goes out to Eddie Jack at third man.
Yeah, James Rue sort of looked up to the sky almost to say, should he have gone for that? Or maybe she wanted to hit it slightly more in front of square, didn't quite get a hold of it, trickled down to third man for a single.
Richard Freeston on the emails, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk, says, why are the Somerset batters giving their wickets away? They have plenty of time to win the game. Shades of Bazball in county cricket. I hope not, says Richard. And 2 of them have been out on the hook or the pull. Here's Baker from that pavilion end, bowls. Abel whips that away. There's a fielder down there at deep square leg. Abel moves on to 3, and it's 63 for 3. Somerset losing, what, 3 wickets in the space of 19 runs.
Yeah, it's funny though, it still looks really regulation for these two. They look unfazed, they're taking the singles, and it just looks as if they're batting on day one at about this time, with no pressure, which the scoreboard is providing.
Left-handed Rue to face the next delivery. Baker in his 5th over here. That's pulled away, and that's along the ground. That's the difference with James Rue. When it's pulled away by James Rue, it goes to ground. When it's pulled by 1 or 2 other Somerset batters, it goes in the air. Simple game.
Don't hit it up, basically.
Easier said than done, of course. There's probably something in the fact that Mr. Rue is a very good young player, as has been mentioned many times in his short career. And I go back to that article on the BBC Sport website saying that he could be an England opener. Oh, I think he's playing at that one, Abel. If he did withdraw the bat, it was a very late decision.
Yeah, that was a lovely delivery from Sonny Baker. Beats him almost on the inside edge.
Yeah, it's nipped back a bit, isn't it?
That Lewis Gregory movement we were talking about earlier as he swept aside the Hampshire tail.
It's the first dot ball in this over, actually, with 1 ball left. So 64 for 3. From here, Somerset need 223, and they have 7 second innings wickets remaining. A tense situation here at the Utilita Bowl. Both these sides looking for their second win of the season as Baker bowls, and Abel pushes that good length delivery out to the covers, and the score remains at 64 for 3.
Yeah, that's the end of the over. Another slightly probing one from Sonny Baker, but it still went for a few runs that time. But that's the kind of bowler Sonny Baker is. And he's a target bowler, he's an impact bowler, can leap for runs occasionally. But I think that's one way he's drastically improved from last year. I think Sonny's got a lot better at maintaining his line and length, asking questions more consistently, and not going for quite as many runs. Liam Dawson then to continue from the hotel end. Deep forward square leg on the boundary, and deep cover again, setting that little trap to get the batters playing against the spinners. It's a good leave here from James Rue to start the over. Slip in, waiting patiently with a short leg with hands in pockets. Don't think it's cold out there. It's a lovely day. The sun's just shining down. As Dawson bowls again, and a punch off the back foot into that big gap by Rue brings a single. I think if we're going to set this big gap in the covers, you've got to be pitching a little bit fuller, targeting the pads and stumps. Do you think?
Well, as I was saying earlier, it looks an ultra defensive field, and you can argue that case, but I do think that it's more to do with getting the batters just to push it into the gap. So pushing out at it rather than letting it come on, which means that the inside edge onto the pad carries to short leg, because there's still no bounce for the spinners here.
Well, the right hand now of Abel is on strike as Dawson bowls down the leg side. It's clipped out towards mid-wicket where Scott Curry picks up. Yeah, and I think it's more that that plan works if they're on the front foot and driving. I think off the back foot, you could get that little inside edge if it skids on. But I think Liam Dawson will be looking to pitch it up a little bit more to the Somerset batters. He bowls, and it's well played into the leg side, just defensively by Abel, 65 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Liam Dawson's not a machine. He's going to bowl the odd ball that's a little bit too short of a length. So, yeah, it's easy for the batters to play on the back foot. That's not what he's trying to do. He's trying to get that length exactly right, and not always easy.
There's a silly point in as Dawson bowls and defended straight to him. It's almost quite a straight silly point. I'd almost call it the silliest kind of mid-off, if that makes any sense. It's also a mid-off just past his right shoulder.
It's not an easy position, that, because if there's a drive, full-blooded drive, you're in the firing line.
18-year-old Ben Mays in there as Dawson bowls and defending out towards mid-wicket. Ends a quick over, 65 for 3.
You'll remember a little earlier we were getting emails from Simon Jones, who played for Portsmouth fourths yesterday against Clanfield seconds, and he got some runs but didn't bowl, and he said because he was captain, and he was then saying he's got a rock and roll Sunday going on, doing ironing and what have you. You mentioned about the artificial wickets and said they're not all that great, and he said Charlie was right. This was an ageing artificial pitch that they played on yesterday. All 10 wickets that Portsmouth took against Clanfield were clean bowled to shooters.
Goodness me, I've played on a few which you can just tell are a carpet over concrete. I think you get a few more of those in sort of local nets, which either pop up or are relatively true.
Sonny Baker then to start his 6th over, bowls to Rue, short delivery, and Rue decides to just sway inside the line this time. So I listen, I'm not up on artificial pitches these days. Yeah, they're right. There used to be 2, wasn't there, on concrete, or it would be sand-based. But the sand-based needed to be pretty consistent underneath, otherwise you'd probably have the same problem, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I think. Gosh, I mean, it's a long time since I played on Astro in a game. I'm sure. Did you ever play an Astro in your time?
The odd one.
Yeah.
Not many.
But I think it's. I don't think on concrete you're going to get the shooters, but it's more those sand-based ones. You're right that might not pick up.
Short ball again down the leg side this time. Good take one-handed from Ben Brown, because that bounced in front of him.
Yeah, never easy down the leg side. Ben Brown 37-year-old. Seemed to get across there pretty easily.
Got a lovely email here about Reg Scarlett, who we were talking about earlier, who played 3 matches for the West Indies in the late 50s and 1960, when we were matching them up with Cludo characters. Sonny Baker's in over the wicket to Rue, who pushes that to mid-on, no run. This is from Andrew Steele, who's in Misterton in Somerset, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. I was lucky enough to meet Reg Scarlett out in Grenada when I was playing for the Somerset over 50s back in 2006, or it might have been 2007. A charming man. Viv Richards was staying at our hotel and agreed to have his photo taken with us, but we didn't convince him to turn out for us, although he just qualified on the age front. Another hero of mine was Dr. Bertie Clark, who was still playing into his 70s. Wow. Rue works that away, a little stronger past Kyle Abbott, and that's going to run away wide of mid-on for 4 runs. And Rue moves on to 17, 69 for 3. Just quickly finish this off. And I was fortunate to sit with him at Chardelot's when I played for Amersham. He was so generous with his time and wisdom. Look him up, a very interesting career, says Andy Steele.
Bertie Clark.
Dr. Bertie Clark.
Wow.
With an E.
Yeah, that's how I presumed the Bertie was spelt. How's
No, Clark.
Oh. I thought you were suggesting Bertie was with a Y there, Kev.
Oh, youth. Oh dear. The innocence of youth. Here we go with Sonny Baker, who's also got youth on his side. He pushes forward, just bounces up and hits him on the glove. He's going to pick the ball up. That's nice of him. Not only is he a very, very good player, he's obviously a very nice man because he's done the fielding for Hampshire there as well.
Yeah, Anthony Gibson was alluding to that earlier when James Rue perhaps had the possibility or the chance to give a little bit of chat standing up behind the stumps when Lewis Gregory was running hot earlier today. But our co-commentator insisted that James Rue was not that type of cricketer. Nice guy, James Rue.
Sonny Baker comes in again. Over the wicket and bowls. Rue drives. And again, it's on the outside half of the bat. It runs down towards a squarish third man, and that's the end of the over. Baker's bowled 6 overs, 3 for 29. Somerset 70 for 3. From here, need another 217. Have we got a change in the commentary? We have. It's going to be myself and Anthony Gibson. Thank you very much, Charlie. I'm quickly looking up Bertie Clark with an E. Love it. All part of the fun. Carlos Bertram Clark. Born in Putney. Sorry, died in Putney, but he was born in Barbados. Played 3 test matches for the West Indies. There we go. Welcome back, Anthony Gibson.
So far so good with this partnership as Dawson bowls and James Rue plays it up to mid-off.
Also played a bit for Northants in the 40s and Essex in the 50s. Bertie Clark.
Dawson bowls to Rue, who's forward. Somerset women going well. 214 for 5 in the 42nd, needing 260 to beat Lancashire. So 45 to win from 8.3 overs. And Sophie Luff is out. Danny Gibson and Charlie Dean are the not out batters. Danny Gibson 48 not out, Charlie Dean 11 not out. Not missing any action here. That's just played out into the offside by James Rue, still being offered a single to extra cover for the reasons that Kevin James has explained. Dawson bowls. This is slog swept by James Rue for 4 runs. A almost dismissive shot from Rue there. 22 he has, 74 for 3, dominating this partnership with Tom Abel, which I am sure is at the heart of Somerset's hopes chasing down this 287. I think if Hampshire can break this partnership this evening, they'll be pretty much there. Will Smead looks like a rabbit in the headlights in red ball cricket at the moment. Dawson bowls and Rue is punching this away through that extra cover gap, but off the back foot, which is not what Kevin James had in mind at all. And it brings him a single, takes the score into 75 for 3. I mean, Overton and Gregory are top-class all-rounders, but they are only all-rounders. And you feel, on the other hand, against Essex last year, when Somerset needed 300 and something to win, they were 75 for 5. And James Rue and Craig Overton took them a long way towards what became a famous victory. This is Abel this time coming down the pitch and whipping that away through mid-wicket for 4 runs. 79 for 3. He moves on to 7. He's only faced 11 deliveries. James Rue enjoying the majority of the strike. 23 he has from 28.
That's a good shot. That's a really good shot. Got out of the crease quickly, and Ian Dawson having a chat with Ben Brown there. So 20 overs left in the day, still a lot of cricket left. And Somerset 79 for 3 then. So who have we got? Have we got Sonny Baker to continue, or have we got a change of bowling at the Pavilion end? 27-run partnership between Abel and Rue, backing up their 101-run partnership in the first innings. A key partnership. 208 runs needed from here and in. Indeed, it is a change of bowling. Done a fantastic job, Sonny Baker.
Well, aided and abetted by some pretty daft Somerset batting.
Helps. 3 for 29 from 6 overs. Counted for Vaughan, Thomas and Lammonby. Here's Cody Youssef to try his luck now. Bowls to Rue. He got Rue out in the first innings. So that's a length ball that's pushed up to extra cover and there's no run.
Yeah, just looking back at that game against Essex last season, Somerset needed 325 and they were 78 for 5. And then Gregory with 57 and Overton with 53 kept Rue company, finishing with 116. So, can be done.
Good chase that. 79 for 3 here. As Youssef right arm over, comes in over the wicket, bowls. Rue leaves that one alone. Through to Ben Brown.
I think if I was Cody Youssef, I'd be pitching the ball just outside the off stump, encouraging Rue to go for that off drive of his that he's so fond of. I think you pointed out, Kevin, that he's twice gone for it and got away with it, but it's been far from convincing. The ball has sort of run off a thick edge down to deep backward point.
Yeah.
And he's got the gully in for that, precisely that purpose.
Straight ball this one, which has worked to mid-wicket. Yeah, I mean, you were always looking at what happened in the first innings. I mean, I know Rue batted beautifully. Played some sumptuous drives, especially during his innings of 86, but you look at that and you say, right, okay, well, you was out driving, caught in the slip area. So you are looking at that dismissal.
The other
again
tactic they can try is to bowl short at him, because he doesn't know, he's uncertain as to whether to stick or twist, whether to play the pull shot, the hook shot, or to let it go.
Youssef bowls, full defensive, goes out to point. That's a good diving stop from Nick Gubbins.
And Hampshire clearly aware of that, with deep backward square leg and a long leg out there for the top edge. If he does decide to go for it and doesn't quite get it.
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be a short ball soonish. Might be this over, might be next over. Want a bit of a surprise element, because it's hard work bowling bouncers on this surface. It's got to be quite short and you've got to get it up as well, otherwise it's a little bit too easy. Use of bowls, there's a drive, that's a nice looking shot, and again it's a good dive to his right. Nick Gubbins saved runs there for sure.
And I think if Messrs McCullum and Key are watching the live feed, they'll be very interested to see how James Roux copes with the short ball. Because if he has a weakness, that's it.
To memory, he's only played it once so far in this innings.
He kept it down nicely.
Played it quite nicely.
Yeah.
Last ball of Yusuf's 4th over. Past the umpire and bowls. That's straight, and Roux works that up to mid-on. That's a maiden over for Cody Yusuf.
Yeah, good over against a batsman who's looking to score. Looking to push things along, James Roux. Not by taking exaggerated risks, but looking to rotate the strike, put away the bad ball, and not allow the bowlers to settle. Tom Abel, I think, is going to adopt a similar approach, and he'll be on strike to the next over from Liam Dawson. Somerset women have lost a wicket. Danny Gibson bowled by Eccleston for 60. They're 229 for 6 after 43 overs. Dawson in and bowls to Abel, who's down the pitch, but Dawson sees him coming, pulls it down short, and Abel can do no more than play it defensively to Gubbins at short extra cover. We've got Ben Mays at a shortish, catching mid-off as well. For the drive that Abel doesn't keep down, and Abel right forward this time, killing whatever spin there may be. 79 for 3, so 208 more runs Somerset need with 7 wickets in hand. Dawson to Abel. Again, he plays that out into the offside. And this, one feels, is the crucial partnership. They do bat so very well together. Steve Pittard gave us the stats for their average partnership. This is pitched right up and almost creeps underneath Tom Abel's bat as he looks to stroke it into the offside, but he gets his bat down on it in a puff of dust. Sun has been obscured by a cloud momentarily as Dawson is in and bowls outside the off stump, and Abel lets it go through into Ben Brown's gloves. We've got a slip, who will be Toby Albert. Hands on knees there. Dawson bowls, Abel cuts, doesn't time it at all. A little bit too early on the shot and turns into an offside slap, which is fielded by Nick Gubbins, and that was a maiden over from Dawson. So successive maiden overs as Hampshire bowl with discipline and determination.
Jason Cole, who's in Cambridge, who's emailed a few times today, has emailed once more, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk, continuing the theme of artificial pitches we've been talking about. Years ago I went on a cricket tour to Ibiza. At the time they used to play at the local polo ground, putting down a coconut fibre pitch. They were a nightmare, those coconut matting pitches. I never played on one, I wouldn't ever play on another one. Made for interesting batting and fielding on a polo field. Quite tricky, especially if they'd let the horses out to train before the game. But the viewing platform for the ground features chaise longue, is that right?
Yeah, chaise longue, yeah.
And a very well stocked bar. That sounds better to be on the sidelines than actually playing. Yusuf bowls to Roux, who pushes that up to mid-off. Now Jason says, as a PS, he's a proud dad today, as my son played for my club's adult team, a pre-season warm-up yesterday. We collapsed and he ended up going in at 8 with 12 overs to bat. Got a solid 18 not out from 34 balls. Well done to him. Tom Stowe says, greetings from Atlanta. We've had some emails in around the world today. Watching bits and pieces from Atlanta while at the local tennis club with one of my children. That's another theme today. Who is having a tennis lesson? We should say this is surely a good test As he tries to pull that away, there's an example of him not being in total control
There you are.
of the pull shot, and that's gone very fine for 4 runs.
There you are.
Yeah.
As you say, it lacked control, didn't it?
Yeah, he's gone for it anyway, hasn't he, really, without really knowing he's in the right position or not. He's just gone through with it.
So Rob Key wasn't watching that. Although I've got mixed feelings, I have to say. I mean, we all want James Rew to play for England, but England's gain would most definitely be Somerset's loss.
Total moves on to 83 for 3, and yeah, Tim just says this would be a good test of Somerset's title-winning pretensions even, if they can do it. Here's Yusuf bowls, and that's a length ball played into the gully, fielded by young Ben Mays. So we are 16 and a half overs away from completing day 3, and Somerset are 204 runs away from winning the game. Hampshire 7 wickets likewise. This is a good game.
It is.
This has been a good 4 days, well, a good 3 days so far.
And you and I yesterday afternoon were thinking it was going to peter out into a rather dull draw, but it's going to be anything but.
You're right, we will get a result. Weather's fine. Yusuf in again, bowls, length ball. Rew drives pleasantly to Gubbins in the covers. This time it's a little closer to him.
Drives with a beautifully straight bat, doesn't he?
Does, makes it look easy, doesn't he?
Somebody on Twitter or Facebook saying that he reminds them a bit of Andrew Strauss. Can you see any similarities?
Left-handed?
It's not an obvious comparison.
I don't know, really. He might be a little bit more elegant, would he? So pushed back to Yusuf. A little bit more elegant,
yeah,
really?
well, stylish, I would say.
Yeah.
Stylish. Plays with a flourish. More so than Strauss. It was quite workmanlike, as indeed, of course, was Alistair Cook.
Another game taking place today was the Hampshire Blind 11. This is from Ian Morris, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Can you give a shout out to the Hampshire who opened their account today against Berkshire in the Southern Development League? They reduced Berkshire to 164 for 8. Here's Cody Yusuf, bowls, and Rew drives. Again, it's come off the outside half of the bat. It's running down to third man where... No way,
far
Eddie
away
Jack.
from gully.
Jack's not going to take that. It's quite square. 83 for 3. They're currently 72 for 3 behind the rate, so it's unlikely that Berkshire will get the win, but looking odds on to get a draw against last year's winners. Lots of us old men sitting at home cheering on the 3 under-16s who are playing for Hampshire today. Thank you, Tim. Oh, that says cheers. Sorry, it's not Tim. It says it is from Ian Morris. Sorry, there's some letters after that.
Meanwhile, up in Lancashire, Somerset women need 20 runs from 5.2 overs with 4 wickets remaining.
Oh. Was it Sophie Luff that guided you guys to a really close game against
really
Essex?
No, to Yorkshire.
Or was it Yorkshire?
Yorkshire. Yes, when all seemed lost. Here we got Liam Dawson bowling to Tom Abel and goes through him. Good length that. Abel not sure whether to come forward or hang back, and did neither really. Played an indeterminate shot. Just watching the replay, it's a good piece of bowling. A little bit of turn there for Dawson. He'll be encouraged by that. Still got the slip and the catching short mid-off. This is shorter and bounces, and Abel was shaping to cut that and did indeed essay a cut, but it bounced well over the top of his horizontal bat. But he's asking some serious questions, Liam Dawson, of Tom Abel, and this time Abel comes uncertainly forward and the ball skews off the face of his bat down to backward point.
You can tell when Liam Dawson gets a little bit more excited. He's just seen the pitch just give him a little bit of help in this over.
Dawson in bowls, and that's too far outside the off stump, and Abel can let that go through to Ben Brown. 87 for 3, Somerset needing exactly another 200 with 7 wickets in hand. On a pitch that's just offering a little bit of help for Liam Dawson. Abel comes forward, but he might have played that off the back foot, but managed to get mixture of bat and pad onto it. It's a very good over this from Liam Dawson. Last ball of it coming up. And if Abel can survive it, he'll heave a big sigh of relief. Scott Curry just being sent back to the straight mid-wicket boundary in case Abel decides to finish the over with a slog sweep. Dawson bowls and Abel is content to play a defensive shot. Another maiden over. This is good bowling from Hampshire, keeping the pressure on Somerset, who are 87 for 3, needing another 200 for their second county championship win of the season.
Nice email here from Fred Branham, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, I used to play village cricket with Kyle Abbott in a club in Devon called Loudoun.
Loudoun.
Near
Oakhampton. Between Oakhampton and Lifton.
Okay, I knew you'd know that. Great privilege, said Fred. He was a coach for my club as the overseas for a season. He's not bowling yet, but time for Abbott to come back for another spell at some point. Cody Youssef will continue from the pavilion end. 5 overs, none for 22. He's bowling to young James Rue, who's forward as the ball makes its way up towards mid-off. A few people leaving the ground. As it look to our right? This could be the most important 15 overs of the game. But I think many sort of set their watch, really, don't they, to a certain time, and that's it. Doesn't matter what happens.
They're expected home for supper.
Oh yes, Sunday night. Well, the sun has disappeared behind a cloud, but nevertheless it feels warmish.
It's pleasant.
Yeah, here's Youssef again. Bowls to Rue. Rue's forward. Plays it late again, and Ben Mays can't quite pick it up cleanly in the gully area. Bounces off his body. They'll come through for 1. Rue moves on to 32.
I think if I was James Rue and Tom Abel, either or both, I'd be looking for James Rue to take as much of Liam Dawson as possible. He's looked more comfortable playing the ball turning into him from outside the off stump than Abel has playing the ball turning away from him.
Saw a man out on the hook for Abel. Deeper boundary away to our left of the tunnel area. There's the short one. It hits Abel on the shoulder, so they'll get leg byes here because he was taking evasive action. And in fact, they'll get 4. I think that's hit him shoulder, where's top of the arm?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, on the shoulder, or was on the back, wasn't it? Top of the shoulder. Yeah, funny enough, I was just going to say they can put the men out on the hook, but I don't think Tom Abel will hook.
Does he not do it?
No. He's well, he got himself out at Trent Bridge last year doing it in virtually the last over of the day when he got a big 100 and was on course for 200, and I think that stuck with him, and I'd be surprised if he makes the same mistake again.
Well, he didn't go for it there. Another short one, and he hasn't gone for that one either. Ducks underneath that one. Good pace from Cody Youssef. 195 from here, Somerset need. Great game. Tim Stowe, who emailed earlier from Atlanta, has emailed again, says, yes, it is a long way from Hampshire, but spent many days as a junior member at the old county ground, travelling down from Reading on the train. My membership was through Hampshire running nets for children at Basingstoke and watching mainly Mark Nicholas and his team, Greenwich, Mako, Jesty, Paul Terry. Here's Youssef. That's a nice shot through mid-wicket, length ball. Might look for 2, they do. Abel moves on to 9, 94 for 3. Special times, says Tim.
Somerset women almost there. 250 for 6 with 4 overs remaining, needing just 10 more for a second win. And if they score those 10 runs, they'll have beaten both of the Roses counties. The White Rose Yorkshire and the Red Rose Lancashire.
Oh, this sounds like better results for Somerset this year. I found it hard work at times, didn't they? the winner's sign last year. Here's Yusuf again. Length ball, clipped away down to fine leg. Eddie Jack Fields.
That means that Abel will have Liam Dawson to face for the next over. And I think Dawson will be looking forward to that encounter more than Tom Abel will. Kevin James makes way, and Charlie Harden will come in alongside for the next 20 minutes or so. We've got 14 overs remaining in the day's play, so best part of an hour's play. So around about 6:30 will be the close.
Nerves are starting to fall the way of Somerset as Hampshire look to rotate from the pavilion end with short bursts of seam, whilst Liam Dawson dries up these two batters from this end. He's into Tom Abel here. He's coming round the wicket to the right-hander. As he starts with a walk, hops up and bowls, and down the track, leading edge is struck on the pad actually, and umpire remains unmoved.
Just as well he got his pad in the way, otherwise he was stumped.
For a minute, it looked like
Dawson saw him coming.
Just impact outside off, had a long way to go.
Long way,
Was able.
Be a brave umpire who gave that.
Certainly would have been. Now field change, mid-wicket dropping out to deep mid-wicket as the sun emerges from the clouds. And that catching extra cover is quite an interesting position, almost for that leading edge, as the gap in the leg side looks tempting, and this one's driven off the back foot towards deep cover, fielded by Eddie Jack. 1 run. And Liam Dawson again making a few little tinkers to the field. We have an email from Craig here. Good evening, gentlemen. Just wanted to say thank you for the outstanding commentary through the day. As a Sussex fan with a week off, it's been a thoroughly entertaining game that looks in the balance. I look forward to seeing both teams at Hove this year. It certainly feels as in the balance as it gets, really, as Liam Dawson runs past the umpire, bowls, and a defensive shot popping up towards a first slit region. And blimey, Hampshire look on top here.
Yeah, Dawson the main threat at the moment.
Just feels as if anything could happen. And James Rue, the left-hander, now on strike as Dawson just pulls Nick Gubbins from mid-wicket ever so slightly straighter. Short leg under the helmet. Ben Mays alongside a first slip as Dawson bowls. Sweep shot hits Ben Mays at short leg and dribbles into the offside.
Missed out there, James Rue. It was over pitch from Dawson. A rare loose delivery.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll hone it back in here. He stands at the top of his mark. Ben Mays just getting ready potentially for another hit as sometimes a defensive shot into the leg side. Hampshire do feel like they've got the upper hand at the minute. The game is finally in the balance, but it is just, as a bowling side, it feels you have momentum because it is just one wicket which completely changes this game. Liam Dawson, as his strides get longer. This time a defence from Rue turned into the leg side, and an encouraged Hampshire end the over. And Somerset are 96 for 3, Abel 11, Rue 32.
And Somerset women edging towards the 260 runs that they need to beat Lancashire. 255 for 6, needing just 5 more, with Charlie Dean not out 19 and Jess Hazel not out 18. Go Somerset women.
I did forget to mention, by the way, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. That is the email, if you haven't heard it enough times today.
So, Cody Yusuf, I think, from the pavilion end, looking into directly into the sun we are from our camera gantry. Here he comes in and bowls to Abel, who plays that solidly out into the offside.
Yeah, the sun is just creeping just past our last bit of shadow, and we're now getting it right in our eyes as it begins to set. 12.5 overs left remaining in the day, and a crucial 12 for Somerset these two batters in particular to get through. They're having a look at the ball here.
Maybe just a bit of the seam has come loose, and Nigel Long, I expect, has got a pair of scissors out there just to cut any loose bit of seam away. All is well. Yusuf tries again. He's into Abel. Again, plays this one off the back foot, but defensively. Yusuf tries a bit of fancy footwork without any real success. 96 for 3, 191 more Somerset need.
We asked in the tea break about the percentages. How have they changed, Anthony?
Well,
where do they sit now?
I think Hampshire would be 5 for 4, probably 6 to 4 on favourites now. So 60 is short, and Abel happy to duck underneath it. So 60-40 Hampshire to Somerset, and I think that's about right. But as long as these two are together, Somerset hopes will remain reasonably high. But once these two are separated, you've got Will Smead coming in, who hasn't looked at all comfortable in his 2 innings so far in red ball cricket. And then the 2 all-rounders, and then not much else after that. As Yusuf is in, bowls to Tom Abel. Good tight bowling. Good solid defence from Abel, who's looked a lot more comfortable against the seam of Cody Yusuf than he has against the spin of Liam Dawson. Good player of spin though he is. They're both good players of spin, these two.
Yeah, I'd have said the same for Rue as well. Both these two batters look like they just can't quite figure out how they want to play Liam Dawson today.
Goals beginning to circle over the outfield. Quite low over this one, settling on the outfield as Yusuf bowls, and carbon copy of the previous delivery, and the previous shot sends the ball out into the offside.
As you can see on the live picture feed, seagulls
there we are.
are looming. And actually it's quite interesting, as the ball was delivered, the shadow of a seagull passed right across the perfect length. Hopefully not putting Tom Abel off his course.
It does happen. I've seen batsmen being put off by, at Taunton in particular, where they really do come flocking in towards the close of play. This is turned away down to fine leg by Tom Abel, and very well stopped down there by Eddie Jack, and they'll come back for 2 well run or well taken runs. 98 for 3.
Yeah, that looked an awkward one there for Eddie Jack.
Yeah, it was travelling, that ball. It was, Tom Abel just helped it on its way down to fine leg, and although he didn't stop it cleanly, he did enough to prevent it from going over the boundary. Saved his side 2 runs. Somerset pick up 2 runs. 98 for 3, 13 to Abel and 32 to James Rue. And the good news from Lancashire is that Somerset women have beaten Lancashire women by 4 wickets. They finish on 260 for 6 in 47.5 overs. Well done, girls. Are we allowed to say well done, girls? No. Kevin Howells shakes his head. Well done, women.
Well, nice to know we're very neutral here.
Well done, Somerset women.
As Dawson runs past the stumps and a reverse sweep hits the pad, and they get through to a quick single to short third man. You're not a big fan of that shot today, are you?
I'm not. He does. James Rue does like it though. He does like it.
It's good when it comes off. There was one that Tom Lehmann hit early doors that caused you quite a lot of angst.
It didn't seem very entirely what Yorkshiremen would call a business shot.
Yeah, and especially at this part in the day and this time in the game, with 188 to win here. Somerset 3 down in the balance as Dawson bowls and worked through the leg side. A little bit over pitch there and fielded by deep mid wicket, and it's 100 up for Somerset. It's been a bit of a to and froing journey to get there, but they do reach it just 3 wickets down. It was a long time ago when Archie Vaughan was sailing away through to 30. So they got off to a quick start. They were 33 for none off 7 overs. This time a sweep through square leg, and that's already hit the boundary. 104 for 3, and James Rue looking strong on the sweep.
Yeah, sweeping from outside the off stump. It's not a completely no-risk shot, and that's the 50 partnership. So these two keeping up their remarkable record. They average about 75 batting together as a partnership in quite a few innings together in 24 partnerships before this one.
And it's paddle swept out for 1, and James Rue gets off strike. Now this is what James Rue's done very well here, which as we just mentioned, Dawson was drying up an end, and then he hit a reverse sweep, which we both didn't take a huge fancy to it. But now, after the sweep shot that goes to the boundary, an extra field has been dropped out, and actually James Rue looks like he might be able to rotate Liam Dawson a little bit easier. Yet to find a dot ball in the first 4 balls as Dawson bowls again and defended into the offside, picked up by Mays. So 1 ball left to go for Liam Dawson. There's Tom Abel on 14, gets ready, a couple of back taps, and now he's leaning on his bat as Dawson waits to get underway. Hits the crease and then beats the outside edge. A terrific delivery and a kick of dust as Liam Dawson ends the over in tremendous style.
That turned, that really did turn. It turned so much it was nowhere near Tom Abel's outside edge. Abel was playing the line. He and James Rue just having a chat, no doubt, about how to tackle Liam Dawson, whether to try and be a little bit more aggressive against him. We're going to have a bowling change from the pavilion end with big Kyle Abbott coming back into the attack.
Yeah, the pace is dealing in around 4 or 5 over spells, and that show of spin from Liam Dawson, does it worry the Somerset fan? It's got to, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, it's he's a very good bowler, and the pitch is giving him, if he can get it into the bowler's footmarks, there's turn there for him, but it's quite slow turn. And there isn't a huge amount of bounce, so batting is by no means impossible out there. Here's Kyle Abbott coming around the wicket to the left-handed James Rue, bowls, and Rue steers that into the offside, but won't get a run.
We've had an email at Hampshire Cricket, bbc.co.uk, by Dante O'Reilly. Hey guys, loving the coverage. Which players from this game do you have in your fancy cricket squad? And if you don't have any, who would you pick? Now, Anthony, I'm sure you'd have a team stacked full of Somerset players.
I don't do fantasy cricket. I see enough of the real thing. But yeah, I mean, James Rue, obviously. Craig Overton would be my other one. Here's Abbott in and bowls to Rue. Brings that one back into the left-hander. Plays it out comfortably enough into the offside.
I can't see many teams without Kyle Abbott in your 11 as that out-and-out bowler. He always seems to take wickets. But yeah, James Rue and Craig Overton from the Somerset side, I'd slot straight in as they sit top of the county championship. Well, before the end of this next 2 days.
Here's Abbott. The shadows lengthen. Beautiful evening here at West End as this is played up to mid-off. We're actually sort of halfway between West End and Hedge End, aren't we? West End to the west and Hedge End to the east.
Well, it's funny when you drive in from the motorway, actually just before you turn off past the big stumps at Utilita Bowl, you go just past a sign that does say West End. So I'd be inclined to say we're probably just inside the border.
Just about, yeah. 105 for 3. Abbott to Rue, who plays that late, as is his wont. It's one of the things that marks him out as a special player.
He seems to be one of those players that, I mean, he's going at a good rate. 38 off 53, and it's more just because of his intent and his almost his mindset as he looks to be aggressive. He looks to score. He's not playing outrageous shots.
Well, he doesn't want the bowlers to dictate terms. As Abbott is in and bowls, and he's driving this into the offside, won't get a run.
Liam Dawson is definitely a bowler that likes to dictate, and we've seen exactly your point. He doesn't like to be dictated by Liam Dawson as well.
He sort of bristles with resolve. The bowlers know that if they get it wrong, they're going to be punished. He's not just, he's just not just going to block and block and block and allow them to bowl at him. Abbott in bowls, and that beats the outside edge. Good piece of bowling from Kyle Abbott. First time that James Rue's bat has been beaten for some time, and well, he rather chased after that outside the off stump. It was quite wide outside the off stump. He didn't need to play at it. Drawn into playing at it by Kyle Abbott, gets away with it. It's 105 for 3.
Yeah, the South African expert in fast bowling just leaves out a little tempter to finish the over. And James Rue obliges, just misses the bat. Liam Dawson then to continue from the hotel end, just pushing his cover fielder slightly wide. We've got a catching extra cover in Ben Mays. As Liam Dawson runs in again, and it's turned into the leg side. A nab a quick single.
Tom Abel will be pleased about that.
Yeah, James, you can see Tom Abel consciously not turning the wrists over, because as we've mentioned here today, it's the deep mid wicket set on the boundary and a big gap in the leg side. It's quite easy to, well, that's the whole plan, isn't it? Set that trap and get Tom Abel whipping it against the spin. As Dawson hits the crease and drop down to the feet of James Rue for no run. He's on 38. 106 for 3 here, Somerset.
There seems to be more turn from the outside the right-handers off stump than there is from outside the left-handers off stump.
Yeah, we saw one beat the bat of Tom Abel at the end of his last over for Liam Dawson. He's into Rue here, who looks to paddle sweep and does so. And there's a deep, fine leg on the boundary, makes his way round, and Rue turns around for a second as the fielder turns to his stronger right arm. And in that time, James Rue was able to pick up his second run and is into the 40s. As Liam Dawson has passed his sunglasses to the umpire. Still the sun beams down though. Rue on strike, looks to stay positive, and it's dropped into the offside, up towards short third man. That time no run. But it's those paddle sweeps, those reverses, and those sweeps which are a great sign of his problem-solving ability. And I do sense that Dawson provides quite a big problem to solve. As he walks in. A reverse sweep from Rue, and it beats the fielder. It's beaten short third man on the fine side. It's also just gone past the left side of Toby Albert at first slip. And again, problem solved.
Played that well. Hit it hard into the ground.
Yeah, it's interesting how much risk comes with that shot when you do play it straight down to the surface as Dawson runs in again. And he's missed, he's edged!
No, he
Liam Dawson celebrating. Hampshire have got their hands up in the air, and James Rue sits there leaning on his bat, and umpire remain unmoved. That ends the over.
No, I don't know what made them think that he had it actually, but there you are. Umpire Middlebrook unmoved. And I can't say I was particularly perturbed because I was watching it on the monitor rather than for live, so you get a more close-up view of it, and it appeared to pass the outside edge by some margin. Oh, my turn to make way. Sorry, here I go.
So this partnership, Rue, Abel, once more proving a reliable one for Somerset, and for the second time in this match, a thorn in Hampshire's side. Quick calculation, I'll make it worth 60. So we are into the last probably 40 minutes of this game or so. And I think if Hampshire can get 1 wicket here, they'll be happy. If Somerset get to the close with these 2 still there, they'll be even happier. That's a new over from Abbott. That's pushed up to mid-off by Tom Abel. Yes, 60 exactly. These 2 are put on for the 4th wicket to go with the 101 they put on in the first innings.
Yeah, well, Somerset will be, as you've mentioned, absolutely in the driving seat. If these 2 are still here at the end of the day, and they'll be set. And most importantly, as you say, Kevin, it is just these 2 still at the crease. Smead, Gregory, Overton to come.
Abbott looking for his first wicket of this innings. That's turned away down to deep backward square leg by Abel. Moves on to 16, and Somerset onto 113 for 3 and need 174 from here on in. Will we get another quick burst from Sonny Baker tonight, who's picked up all 3 of the Somerset wickets to fall?
I reckon we will.
Yep.
And Kyle Abbott's just 2 overs into his spell here. We saw about 4 or 5 from Cody Youssef, whilst Liam Dawson's been hammering away at a good length from the hotel end.
Abbott round the wicket to Rue. Bowls, and Rue pushes that to Gubbins in the covers. It's interesting the way that both of them are playing Liam Dawson. Rue's more cross-bat shots, paddles, reverse sweeps. Abel's a bit more orthodox and straight batted play.
Well, I can only imagine that James Rue is an absolute pain to bowl spin to, because when you're lunging out with sweep shots and reverse sweep, actually it's almost impossible for Liam Dawson to hone in his length required.
Abbott again, who turns that away to mid-wicket. No run there.
Yeah, you're right. And also Tom Abel, he's almost been slightly more reserved, and Liam Dawson's been able to bowl at him a little bit more. And we were really complimenting how James Rue was able to combat Dawson's regularity with a bit of irregularity from himself.
8 overs to do in the day after this. 2 more balls of Abbott's over. Comes in past the umpire and bowls. Rue works it up to mid-on this time. Stays on 44.
Just interesting where and when Sonny Baker's going to come in. Now, Kyle Abbott, just 2 overs in, he did beat the bat of James Rue in the last ball of his previous over. And you could bring on Sonny Baker to come on for Liam Dawson just for a final 4 over stint, or maybe even 3 if Dawson has another, or you could replace Kyle Abbott after a 3 over spell.
In again, bowls. Rue pushes that out again to the covers. Just the 1 run off that Kyle Abbott over. 8 overs, none for 20. Abel has 16, Rue has 44. 113 for 3 then Somerset, and this partnership now up to 61, the highest partnership of the Somerset innings. The best prior was the Vaughan and Josh Thomas opening partnership of 33.
This is set up for an almighty finish.
Hope so.
Oh, there's a real air in the ground of spectators who are a little bit on the edge of their seat. And I think we are up here as well. Liam Dawson's going to continue. So with 8 overs to go, and at 5 to 6, Dawson walks past the umpire, bowls a bit shorter. Tom Abel pushes out towards deep point, where one of 3 deep men reside. There's a long off, and a deep forward square leg to the right-hander, and the field stays pretty much the same for the left-hand of Rue. Obviously, just the long on instead of the long off. Tom Press remains where he is, and there is a deep, fine leg for the sweep shot from Rue. Dawson bowls and a reverse sweep, and it beats the bat. Ben Brown looking to take the bails off, but couldn't quite take it cleanly.
Turned a little bit, but not enough.
Yeah, another sign of James Rue just looking to put the pressure back on Liam Dawson. Make him bowl in different areas, make him think differently. Dawson Some slow steps, bowls, and paddled round towards fine leg, where Cody Youssef has to cover a lot of ground to prevent the two. He does well. And so Tom Abel will be back on strike.
I think there's enough encouragement for Liam Dawson for him to bowl to the end, personally. I think if the swap does come, it'll be Baker for Abbott for maybe a couple at that top end, pavilion end. I'd keep Liam Dawson on for a little while.
Yeah, and I think the more he can bowl at Abel, the better. Not because he's any less of a player, but just feels like this approach to the right-hander feels better for Liam Dawson as he runs in and bowls, and it's a push off the back foot to Mays at a close cover. It's interesting, they did have Mays at a catching extra cover earlier. They've now swapped, where cover was on his left shoulder. Now Mays is in a catching cover with extra cover on his right shoulder, which is Nick Gubbins. Dawson bowls and a defensive shot from Abel, drawn out, dot ball.
They are difficult to dislodge, these two, aren't they?
And at 115 for 3, their partnership growing. 172 to win here. Somerset, 7 wickets left. Dawson walks in for his final ball of the over. And a clip into that leg side gap gives Abel a single to end it. So 116 for 3. And Dawson's over goes for 3 runs.
Stephen Easton asked a little while, who's Scott Curry on for? I'm thinking it's Toby Albert. I've had a quick skirt around. It may be just that they're trying to preserve the knee injury he picked up last night. I know he came into bat again this morning, but that's a very quick answer without really scouting the field that much. In fact, I'm probably wrong, actually. In fact, I think I am wrong. Yes, I am.
Toby Albert's just dropping the helmets
down.
down.
Exactly, yeah. So, in other words, I don't have a clue. I've just taken a 1 in 11 chance and got it wrong.
That's unlike you.
Well, I know this. I know. Sometimes it works in your favour and sometimes it doesn't. On that occasion, it didn't. Here's Kyle Abbott, start of his 9th over, none for 20. Bowling to Abel, who's forward. Goes out on the offside. Sometimes it's worth a punt. You never know. Sometimes, like on that occasion, it's not.
I like these two, Abbott and Dawson. I think they could see it out. I like your point on Dawson. Definitely the right bowler to see it out. Sonny Baker with the 3 wickets of Somerset's innings, but Kyle Abbott also. You just get the sense you wouldn't want to face Kyle Abbott through to the close.
Over the wicket again to Abel. Abel works that to one of the 2 short mid wickets. That's Nick Gubbins. I've got that one right.
Well, I was going to say Sonny Baker, but I've just seen him, so I'll stay quiet as well.
Somebody will message us and say it's such and such. I should really look, but at this time of night I can't be bothered really.
That's good of you.
Yeah, that's right. It looks like Eddie Jack is having a little loosener at fine leg. We haven't seen him yet in this innings. Didn't see him for a while in the first innings either. Another good length ball which Abel plays with a dead straight bat to. Coming up to 6 o'clock here at the Utilita Bowl. 6.5 overs remaining in day 3. Somerset need 171.
Yeah, Eddie Jack 1 for 32 in that first innings. Yet to bowl this afternoon. And I don't think injury is the reason.
No, I think he's probably just been held back a little bit.
Yeah.
But I thought Cody Youssef was good in that spell just before Kyle Abbott. Ran in nicely. Got a couple of balls that were through to Ben Brown. That's clipped away and that's well fielded by Tom Prest, who's the other short mid-wicket fielder. So if Eddie Jack is limbering up, probably no time tonight for Sonny Baker, who's just bowled that 6-over spell and made those quick breakthroughs. 3 for 29 he's bowled.
I think these 2 Somerset batters have got the ability just to almost flatten the atmosphere of the fielding side. Which is how it feels like there's a few ripples of applause and encouragement, mainly from Sonny Baker.
Abbott in again, wider of the crease, and Abel pushes that one up towards mid-off. His usual accurate self here, Kyle Abbott. It's all about keeping things tight if there's no wickets being taken, which there hasn't been for a while now, actually. The last wicket, Tom Lehmann, was about an hour and 10 hour and 12 minutes ago. Seems a while.
Yeah, almost 20 overs ago now. That wicket falling in the 15th, Tom Lehmann.
Yeah, those 3 wickets, Archie Vaughan through to Lammonby, all fell within the space of half an hour. It's all gone a bit quiet since then, as that'll suit Somerset as Abel pushes that to Prest once more. End of the over, 6 to do. Maiden over from Kyle Abbott. 4 of his 9 overs have been runless. And Somerset are 116 for 3. Remember, the magic number is 287.
Yeah, it appears damage limitation for Abel, who knows the importance that Somerset remain 3 down before the end of the day. However, it remains like any other game for James Root, really, from a watcher's perspective, as he looks to keep that scoreboard ticking over. Liam Dawson then to continue. We've got a mid-off as Kyle Abbott replaces his jumper, and a short leg has returned with Rue facing up. First slip in, Dawson bowls and short and blocked straight back down the pitch as Liam Dawson picks it up.
There's just not enough happening out of that rough, is there? There's a little bit, but it's just not quite enough.
Yeah, I think that short leg's an interesting call as well, just in case a bit of variable bounce perhaps, and the cross bat of Rue draws a bottom or a top edge. Here comes Dawson, turned through the leg side, picked up by Gubbins at mid-wicket. No run.
Yeah, it's always a bit of a problem here. It just, the rough's there, but it's, some pitches it does more, but it never does a lot out of the rough here.
Yeah, only a couple of really gripped for Dawson as he bowls, and it's swept firmly through square leg. And my eyes are searching for the ball, but by the looks of the fielders, they've given up in the chase. It's 4 more runs to James Root. Again, finding success with the sweep shot. He's on 45.
Yeah, and he's picked that shot out well, hasn't he? He's played it at exactly the right times. Made very few mistakes, either the reverse sweep or the sweep. Again, a mark of a good player.
Yeah, gets his foot well outside the line of off stump. Brings LBW out of the equation. As Dawson bowls again, short and dabbed down along the ground to first slip for no run. 49 now, Rue. Just 1 run away from another half century.
It'll be a big moment tonight if Hampshire can prize one of these 2 out.
Here comes Dawson. Again, another sweep shot. And that's just a single as he gets through to 50. It's his 14th in first-class cricket. As he raises the bat with his hand halfway up. And that is a really, really good knock for the, as ever, informed James Root.
71 balls, 8 fours. Second half century of the match to go with his 86 in the first innings. He's making a case for higher honours.
Yeah, not the easiest time to bat here as the sun sets and Dawson bowls, and it draws out a little defensive into the leg side. And again, a lot more frustration. Oh no, Somerset have picked up a single whilst the ball dribbles into mid-wicket. A couple of senior players, Dawson and Kyle Abbott, were in the vicinity.
Well, Dawson went to kick that away and it came off the side of his foot. Abel, to his credit, saw that straight away, and that won't help things out there. Dawson just looks a bit frustrated there. I'm just wondering if Ben Brown now might be thinking of a change at Dawson's end, which I have to say a couple of overs ago I couldn't see happening, but Dawson clearly frustrated. Thinks there should be a little bit more happening for him out there. He might be right, but it's not happening. And yeah, that was a silly run to give away. Now the umpires are having a word with Ben Brown. They clearly see that that's a show of dissent from Dawson, who made a big thing of kicking the ball, but it just didn't come off the end of the foot, it come off the side.
I think it's enough of a punishment to give Somerset the extra run there. I think that's the penalty. Have a single.
The umpires are very strict now, even stricter than they normally are, and See Nick Gubbins now having a chat with one of the umpires. I don't know how far they'll take that. It's difficult to tell at this stage, but clearly it warranted a word with Ben Brown, and well, we'll try and find out a bit about that at some point before tomorrow's play. Right, so we have Eddie Jack in for his first overs of this second innings. He'll have a maximum of 3 with 5 left. Somerset then 122 for 3. They need 165 from here. Eddie Jack trying his luck now from the pavilion end. Right arm over and bowls to Abel, who works that away into the covers. And that'll be a single.
So it will just be the 3 over spell for Eddie Jack as he ends the day for Hampshire. 29 balls to go in the day's play. As the sun remains out, no hint at a possibility of bad light today, as I was quite agitated, I think it's fair to say, when I went home at 5 o'clock at Wantage Road. No, not 5 o'clock, it was more 6:30, but we went off very early for bad light.
Jack bowls. Rue flicks that away, down to fine leg, it's going for 4. Rue moves on to 54, 127 for 3 now, Somerset, and from here they need another 160. No time to panic yet from a Hampshire point of view, but it is starting to look just a little tight. Just a quick look around the grounds as we get towards the end of day 3. Just the 4 matches in total in the championship this week, with 2 in Division 1, 2 in Division 2. Up at Edgbaston, Warwickshire 201 for 9, batting a second time against Essex. They lead by 186 with 1 wicket remaining. As Eddie Jack comes in around the wicket to Rue. Rue pulls that away nicely. That could be 4 more. A good diving stop by Sonny Baker right on the boundary's edge, down at fine leg. Just the 1 run could quite easily have been 4.
Yeah, that's classic Sonny Baker. Late in the day, runs really matter, and he's prevented almost a certain 4 for a well-timed pull shot from Rue.
2 matches in Division 2, also both still going on. Lancashire batting for a second time there, the 4th innings of the game, a 39 for 1 against Gloucestershire. As Eddie Jack is in again and bowls to Abel. That's bounced in front of Ben Brown. That's a wicked bounce. It's going for a single. Looks like Ben Brown has hurt himself. Where's that hit him? On the wrist, on the arm. Still down. That was a wicked, wicked take.
I'm thinking on the finger. He's doing a few aggressive waggles of his hands, which suggests he's been bonked on the end of the finger, almost trickled onto the helmets there after the ball was fumbled.
So Lancashire on 39 for 1 in their second innings need 163 more with 9 wickets remaining, and Middlesex batting for a second time against Northamptonshire. That's the 3rd innings of the game, a 74 for 1. They lead by just 6 with 9 second innings wickets remaining. We've already mentioned that Somerset have beaten Lancashire in the 1 Tier 1 game in the 50 over cup in the women's game, as Rue turns that away to mid wicket, and there is no run, and there are several games that have been played in the League 2 today. Glamorgan beat Leicestershire, Kent beat Derbyshire, Middlesex beat Gloucestershire, and Sussex beat Worcestershire.
I find it quite funny how some of the women's teams are called Sussex Sharks and Worcestershire Rapids, and others just stick with their Middlesex.
Rue guides that out to deep backward point. Tom Preston off the boundary rope. Rue moves on to 56. Fairly productive over that one for Somerset, and 157 they need from here. Still 4 overs left in the day. Still plenty of time for a twist and a turn before the close of day 3, but this partnership is once more proving a very difficult one to break for Hampshire, and Liam Dawson is going to get another over. Anthony Gibson.
Well, they're keeping up their average of over 70 per partnership, these two. They've been together now, they came together on 52 for 3, so 48 and 30, 78 they've added. And well, the next 4 overs could be very important. I think the first hour tomorrow is going to be very important as well. So we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. But this is, as we've been saying all along, the key partnership for Somerset. Got 3 men out now on the onside for the James Rue sweep. Ian Dawson got a leg slip in, and Rue just plays this up to Tom Prest at long on for a single. 131 for 3.
Interesting, Dawson's coming around the wicket to Rue now. He's just frustrated he's not getting much more out of these footholds, trying his luck straighter.
Well, he's getting more, I think, out of the footholds outside the right-handers off stump. And as I said some long time ago, I think if I was these two, I'd try to get Rue facing Dawson as much as possible. He's in bowls to Abel. This is on leg stump though, not a good ball, and Abel can pick up a comfortable single out to deep mid wicket. 132 for 3, moves on to 21, playing a supporting role, Tom Abel. 21 from 55, while James Rue's 57 from 76. He's been the more aggressive of the two. Dawson bowls to Rue, stretches right forward to a ball of teasing length. Could have gone back, elected to go forward, and came right forward.
It's interesting, he's got no catchers now, either square or in front of square.
Still got that gap at extra cover, inviting the push. Rue is forward, comes off the inside part of the bat, but all along the ground, out into the onside. We've got 3 overs to go in the day after this. And well, if Somerset can get through these 3 overs without losing a wicket, Dawson is in and bowls and Rue defends, then I think they will feel that they've had the better of the day. If Hampshire can break this partnership, then they may well feel that they're on their way to victory. It'd be a big step in that direction. So tense stuff here at the Utilita Bowl. Dawson in and bowls, and Rue again coming right forward with the bat angled down to keep out the turning ball. End of the Dawson over. He's bowled 13 overs, none for 42, wicketless so far. He's come very close on a number of occasions, but these two still there. Abel 21, Rue 57, 132 for 3.
Yeah, that spell this afternoon by Lewis Gregory has just made the task for Somerset to win this game a little easier than it might have been. Afternoon session costing Hampshire here a little bit. Probably would have expected to have got another 50 or so in front. That might have been interesting. But these two are batting superbly. Really frustrating the home side here. 132 for 3, 18 balls left in the day. Legitimate balls anyway. Here's Eddie Jack from that pavilion end, comes in and bowls to Abel off the back foot. Strikes that nicely through the covers. It won't go all the way. Just pick the gap, but it's 2 runs. It's 2 valuable runs off the total. Abel moves on to 23. Or was it 21?
23.
23.
Don't think Hampshire bowled a no ball in the entire game. Not that I can recall.
No, I can look it
Lewis
up.
Gregory's bowled a couple,
yeah,
but even he's been relatively sparing by his own standards.
Good on Shane Berger, the bowling coach at Hampshire. He's Jack gets outside the off stump. That's good carry through to Brown. Good leave from Tom Abel. 153 from here.
You surprised they haven't given Sonny Baker another burst?
I thought he might have had a couple of overs, I must admit, but yeah, maybe they're just saving him. I don't know. He's only bowled 6 overs out of what, 36? Especially having picked up 3 wickets fairly quickly in the space of half an hour. I thought he might have come back. Maybe he's just got a little niggle. That's flicked away, fielded at mid wicket. So there may be something there. Maybe they just say, well, look, we'll just hold you back until tomorrow. I think otherwise, I think if he'd been fit and able, I think I might have given him a couple.
I'd have given him, asked him to bowl short at James Room.
Yeah. Maybe that's to come first thing in the morning after he's had a
Wouldn't
good rub
surprise me.
down and a cold bath or whatever it is they have these days. Good night's sleep. That might be something to look forward to. First thing up, here's Eddie Jack. Job in hand yet. That's played out into the covers. Good diving stop there from Nick Gubbins, who's thrown himself around a bit
He's
in
had
these
a lot
last
of work to do, hasn't he?
couple of hours.
Done it very well.
Batted well this morning. Well, he batted well last night through to this morning, but only added 13 to his total, 83. Looks like we're chatting to him tonight. That'll be on the Hampshire Cricket website a bit later. I'll put a clip up on the @Sonet Sport X feed. Who are you speaking to?
Well, I'm hoping to speak to Lewis Gregory, but he can be sometimes be a bit reluctant. Failing him, then Archie Vaughan.
Left alone outside the off stump. Good leave.
Because those two are the ones who've given Somerset the chance of a win
They have, yeah.
with their bowling this afternoon.
Yes, that position of Hampshire's at lunchtime, 265 for 4, leading by 215. Looked a pretty good position. But they lost 6 wickets for 71 in that afternoon session. Lewis Gregory got the ball to hoop back in quite late, just enough. Good length ball. Abel plays again with a straight bat. Better over from Eddie Jack, that one. Just the 2 runs conceded, 2 overs, none for 9, and we are down to the final 2 overs of day 3.
Bit nerve-wracking, this.
It is a bit. You would think we'd be used to this by now, Anthony, but we never are. We never are.
I think I get more nervous in 4-day cricket than I do in 20-over cricket, because it sort of matters more, doesn't it? I mean, a final obviously is a different kettle of fish, but you know, just a group T20 game, no matter how close it is, you never get quite so into it as you do in a 4-day game of cricket, where the drama is so protracted.
Slow burn.
Yeah. So the penultimate over is going to be bowled by Liam Dawson to the left-handed James Rew, who's back on his stumps, turning that down to short fine leg and taking the single. Moves on to 58, 135 for 3, leaving Tom Abel to face the music. Tom Abel, who's survived his initial examination from his nemesis Kyle Abbott, but Dawson has been posing all sorts of problems to him. He's in now and bowls, and Abel comes forward, playing around his front pad defensively. Wanders away, you can almost feel his heart beating in his chest, Tom Abel. Be desperate to get through to the close. Dawson in bowls, that's a good ball, and again Abel stretches forward to kill the spin. There is turn, but it's relatively slow turn, and there isn't much bounce to go with it. Dawson to Abel, tosses this one up, driven up to Abbott at mid-on, deepish mid-on, but it was hit firmly enough to not allow the single to be taken. Slip and a silly mid-off. Dawson taking his time. This is shorter, quicker. Abel playing it off the front foot. Thought he might rock back and try and play that away through the offside, but decides against it. 1 ball remaining in the penultimate over. Small crowd, mostly now consisting of Somerset supporters. Dawson bowls, and Abel's back on his stumps and will keep the strike as he turns that away through mid-wicket. Just for a single, 136 for 3. He moves on to 24. 1 over remains in the day's play. Somerset need a further 151 to win.
Oh, it's been a terrific partnership again. 6 chances now for Hampshire to try and break it, but I have to say, from what we've seen so far, it might take a miracle ball, of which there hasn't been too many on this pitch, or Almost a catastrophic mistake, and we haven't seen too many from these two. So I think it would be a safe bet to say that Somerset will go in tonight 3 down and looking slight favourites, maybe even more than slight.
You're trying to tempt Providence in reverse.
I'm trying something. I'm trying to help the boys out here. Right, here we go. Eddie Jack bounce to Tom Abel. Oh, he's leaving that one. Late decision again. It's bounced in front of Ben Brown. He's got a painful blow somewhere near his fingers, wrist, arm. A couple of overs ago. 5 balls left in the day. 136 for 3. And these two have been batting since 10 to 5. So an hour and a half now. These two have been batting together. And Hampshire were given hopes of more wickets earlier. Drive from Abel. There is a deep cover. Is he going to get across in time? He does. That's Jake Lehmann. 2 runs to Abel. Takes him on to 26, and that target now from here is below 150. It's 149. They've taken a total sting out of the situation when Somerset lost 3 wickets for 19 runs. Eddie Jack bowls. Abel drives. Good stop at extra cover. Nick Gubbins again showing great agility. Stopped a few in the covers, has he, this evening session?
Yeah, good bowling this from Eddie Jack. Pitching it up outside the off stump, encouraging the batsman to drive, and Tom Abel accepting the invitation.
So just need one to just slightly come off the straight. 3 balls left. Here's Jack again and bowls. Abel on the back foot finds Gubbins. It's been an absolute rock in the covers today, Nick Gubbins. 138 for 3. Let's look out for those interviews. I don't know where your interviews go. Oh, it goes on the Somerset Cricket website as well, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Of course it does.
Well, I send it to them and usually post it.
Yeah, that'll be on there later on, as will Nick Gubbins' interview talking about the day's play. Here's Eddie Jack. That's flicked away down to fine leg. Should only be a single if it's picked up cleanly, which it is by Tom Prest. And we get down to the last ball. 139 for 3. It's been a good last hour and 30 or so for Somerset here in their pursuit of 287. Last ball will be faced by James Rue. Eddie Jack switches to round the wicket. Here we go. Last ball. Rue plays that to mid-wicket, and there we are, end of day 3. Rue finishes 58 not out, Tom Abel 27, and Somerset at 139 for 3 in their second innings from here need another 148.
Well, I didn't think at this time yesterday that Somerset would be in with a serious chance of actually winning this game of cricket. The only potential winners looked like Hampshire when they went in overnight at 146 for 1. It still looked like that at lunchtime when they were 265 for 4, and then a combination of Archie Vaughan and Lewis Gregory picked up 6 wickets in the afternoon session for just 71 runs to give Somerset a fighting chance of a second win in this season's county championship. And they made a stuttering start, gifting 2 wickets with top-edged pull shots from Archie Vaughan and Tom Lammonby. But the old firm, as we must call them, of Tom Abel and James Rue have stood firm. Partnership so far of 87 runs for the 4th wicket. And as long as they're together, Somerset will have high hopes.
That's for sure. It promises to be a wonderful last day here, and that'll all take place from 11 o'clock on day 4. I'll be here, Anthony will be here, and I think we've got Charlie back with us as well. Charlie Harden, thank you for your efforts today, and I hope you enjoyed the commentary. Thank you for all your emails, as always. I didn't actually get through them all, apologies, but we always love reading them out, and hopefully you enjoy some of our responses, not all of them, but some of them. Right, thank you everybody, and we'll do it all again just before 11 o'clock tomorrow morning.